Alrighty. Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are here again on the third Wednesday of 2024. However, there's not much going on. Everybody is anticipating the data on the way. You got the Bitcoin approval. We're going to get this CPI tomorrow. You even got a couple of earnings on the way as well, too, but a little bit of risk premium here and there. But for the most part, we have not had anything too crazy. There's not that much data. All we have today is going to be the 10-year bond auction at 1 p.m., and then we are going to be getting the, what's his name, Jason Williams? No, that's a point guard. John Williams from the New York Fed. He's going to be talking about the economy, but besides that, we do not have that much we're dealing with. We're still kind of in that wait-and-see mode, but anyways, we're going to find out how it goes. There were some fake Bitcoin comments yesterday after the bell, too. You heard, again, Boeing, you have CEO. He's making his rounds across all of the news stations today as well, so we're going to find out how that all plays out. But Chattadonia, I hope you're ready for it. I hope you're feeling good. Welcome to the third Wednesday or the second Wednesday of the year. And good morning. How are you, baby? What up, Lucky J? How you doing, Tim Whitman? Good morning, Wavy Gravy. What's going on, Ben Stone? Dirty Bird, Mr. Lucky J, baby. Wandering, Maria, Najee Wolf, Laker J. Oh, good morning. What up, 10% Alex? Mavis, baby. Sungrow, Monica, Hobby Life. 4Bs. I got to make sure I don't yell too much in the morning. You know what I'm saying? I got to be careful a little bit. What up, Nepal? Good morning, Ray. Good morning, Lucky. How you doing? Me, not you. Kyle Strumar, Carson, Dev the Lurker, Nick, baby. Ed Nolan, Awaz. Good morning, baby. How you doing, Lowell? Midwest Finest in the house. Lori, ready to go. Carissa Hines. Oh, good morning. What up, Javier? What up, Gary? What up, Chris Combs? Mr. Ben Stone, Agent of Chaos, Josh Jacobs, baby. Joey V, Xavier, baby. Good morning. How you living, Lucky Soldier? How you living, Del Fire? What up, Tyreen? What up, Santiago? Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Alaskan Assassin. Atalak, I say it right, Atalak, S-Dub for mayor, baby. Good morning. Chris Perla, baby. Ivan Hernandez, Don, El Chapato, baby. Candy Upton, good morning. What about Drew? What about Equity? What about Kurt McGirt, baby? Good morning. How you living, Josh Jacobs? What up, Johnny B. Good? What up, Jose Lima? Your non-attorney spokesman, Mr. Nick Soto, baby. Good morning. Drew Doan, Matt OK, Sarah Sosa, Ken Ha, Squish, baby. Gatsby, Lucky J, Winning Loser, Sarouche, Exodius, baby. Good morning. How you doing, Dinosaur? How you living, Paul Castro? What about Steve Delaney? He ready to go. Good time. Let's have a good time. Good time. Amen. What up, Streep the High? Good morning, baby. Sean Burke, Mr. R.J. Brian Stymie, Brett Van Name, baby. Good morning. Derek Warden, CG Trades, Permable, Derek H., Javier Alexander, Seth Rod, Mr. Kev Dog, baby. He's ready to go. Oh, Bobby Coach, good morning. Yee, Uncle Phil, Clinton Meyer, Dean, Straw Hat, good morning. What about the Twitch? What about Fat in Thy Purse? Good morning. What about Charlie in the Tree? Alaskan Assassin sounds like that Boeing flight. That's crazy. Oh, whoa. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach. Oh, man, I'm trying to, keep it down, too. Oh, no, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, I blew the... oh, my gosh. Are you kidding me? Peach Nation, get your ass up. I'm sorry, Twitch. I had to. That came across there. The Twitch. Oh my gosh, I'm speechless. Oh my goodness, I'm peachless. Well, no, I'm not. I got the peach, baby. Bradley Frizzle. Good morning, baby. Oh my goodness. What about Feed Me Seymour? Evie Climbs, baby. Glenn Cocas, baby. Mr. Goatman. Real Fried Rice. Fat in Thy Purse. KJ Lemur. Marley. Blizzy B. Ibex. Pickle Pickler. Robo Handtech. Mavis. Army of Salt. Oh, he's in both Chads, baby. Preforms. Mr. Ryan. LV Lover. Danny V, Sneaky CDM, baby, Matt Bailey, 333, Iceberg, Slizzin, El Coyote, Feed Me Seymour, Pickle Pickler, Mr. Smeely De Niro, Blowing Dough, Hailstone, Most Dope Andy, Jake Gaiman, Robo Handtech, El Coyote, and Blazing Bob, and then Robo Handtech and It's Mums, baby. Good morning. Good morning. Shout out to Peach, baby. Are you serious? That's how we gonna open? Oh, man. Oh, man. Ahead of CPI. That's not, again, CPI's not today. Some people did think CPI's today, so that's tomorrow. Honestly, it's very chill up until tomorrow. So let's see. Maybe everything changes. Maybe everything changes. But Chattadonia, I hope your morning is good. Let's have an even better one throughout the rest of the day because it won't be morning anymore. Hopefully it warms up. Some of you have snow and sun right now. I pray for you. So God bless. But, let's see what we got, baby. Let's see what we got. Stocks trade in a narrow range before inflation data. U.S. stock futures traded in a narrow range with many investors clinging to the sidelines ahead of the U.S. key inflation report. Treasury 10-year yield crept back under 4%. Contracts on the tech-heavy NASDAQ and S&P were little changed. Brent crude rose above $78 a barrel in a choppy session following more attacks on vessels in the Red Sea that could upset both oil supplies and trade flow. Investors focus on Thursday inflation figures as the market seeks clues on the timing of the Federal Reserve interest rate cuts. The cooling in inflation is set to reverse in December data, according to Bloomberg, deterring the Fed from delivering the rapid and deep interest rate cuts that have priced in for 2024. Another headwind could come as we approach the earnings season in the next few weeks, with analysts slashing estimates in the run-up to the announcement. The market remains susceptible to fears that it may have priced in too many Fed rate cuts this year and also too nervousness that the earnings season may not produce the results that justify the run-up in stock valuations into the end of last year. Rabobank suggests by Jane Foley wrote in a note, government bonds rose with benchmark treasury yields dipping back below 4% for the first time in almost a week. Investors are clearing the way for a wave of supply that will total $2.1 trillion over the next several weeks, according to estimates from Bloomberg Intelligence. Investors are placed record bets for Spanish bonds on Wednesday, continuing a run on blockbuster debt sales seen in the European markets at the start of 2024. Geopolitics remain in focus as China's U.S. envoy said that the country had no room to compromise with those advocating for Taiwan independence. Emerging market stocks slipped to a 4-week low as new hotspots of political turmoil erupted in Ecuador and Poland. In Poland, police arrested 2 former ruling party officials at the presidential palace, escalating a constitutional crisis 3 months after a pro-European party won power. In Ecuador, government forces battled a wave of violence by gangs. Bitcoin steadied about volatility that was spurred by speculation that the U.S. SEC had approved the spot Bitcoin exchange-traded funds. SEC said it had not yet given a green light for the ETFs and that the account on social media network X was compromised. U.S. events, you got wholesale inventories on Wednesday, World Economic Forum global risk reports on Wednesday today, New York Fed President John Williams, U.S. CPI and jobless claims tomorrow, China CPI, PPI on Friday, UK industrial production on Friday, and then U.S. PPI on Friday alongside earnings. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. Bitcoin deadline. It's today. The long-awaited deadline for the U.S. Securities Exchange Commission to vote on a spot Bitcoin ETF application. If crypto markets weren't dramatic already, the SEC's X account was hacked on Tuesday, and a fake post was published claiming that the agency had approved the plans. The largest digital asset surged almost 60% in the final quarter of the year on bets that the products will help bolster Bitcoin demand. It is why some observers, they question now whether the actual green light could be a reason for speculators to trim some profits, especially as it remains uncertain whether the ETF will succeed in making Bitcoin more of a mainstream asset. The SEC Gary Gensler warned on X that people considering investing in crypto should be cautious and there are serious risks involved. Fake news in election year. Speaking of false information, a survey by the World Economic Forum of more than 1,400 risk experts, policymakers, and industry leaders showed that fake news poses the biggest danger to the world in the next 2 years. That's especially pertinent in the year's big election, with more than 3 billion people heading to the polls in what my colleagues counted as 40 national elections. The calendar will kick off with Taiwan on Saturday, where the future of relations with China is one of the biggest issues at stake. The rhetoric between Beijing and Taipei is heating up ahead of the vote, even as relations between U.S. and China show some signs of stabilization. As a reminder, the World Economic Forum will host next week's World Elite in the Swiss resort of Davos. Bumper bond demand. Appetite for newly issued bonds is off the charts as investors look to lock in yields and central banks look to cut interest rates. It was Spain's turn today to receive a record $142 billion of bids for a 10-year sale, exceeding a previous all-time high set nearly 4 years ago. That's after Tuesday's record day of issuance for the primary market across Europe and bumper demand for deals in the governments in Belgium, the UK, and Italy. In the U.S., today's $52 billion auction of 3-year notes was awarded at 4.1, the lowest yield since May. Debt supply will ramp up over the next several weeks, with governments from the U.S., U.K., and Eurozone and Japan due to sell a net of $2.1 trillion of new bonds to finance their 2024 spending plans, a 7% increase from last year. Some bond analysts argue that it's only a matter of time before markets become nervous about the current supply dynamics. Volatile oil. U.S. stock indexes aren't doing much, but oil is swinging all over the place. Brent is nearing $77 a barrel, reversing earlier gains and following Tuesday's advance of almost 2%. Prices have seesawed since the start of the year as traders attempt to gauge the outlook for the coming quarters, but it's not clear the trend in either direction. Slow global growth could translate to lower demand and therefore lower prices, but more attacks from the Houthis on vessels in the Red Sea are raising the risk that the Middle East supply could be disrupted and translating into higher prices. Smaller U.S. inventories are also becoming a factor as market indecision continues. All right, is that it? For now. Quickly, get to the bonds, Hitty. That's insane, though. $2.1 trillion in bond supply. My goodness. S&P futures, they are down by 0.1 on Wednesday morning after U.S. equities finished mostly lower on Thursday, but off of the worst levels. Small caps lagged alongside some of the cyclical plays, including banks, semis, healthcare, and they saw pockets of strength. Treasuries are firmer across the curve. Dollar firmer on the yen cross, but a bit weaker versus euro and sterling. Gold is up by 0.2. Bitcoin futures are down by 3.8 following SEC headline volatility. WTI crude is up by 1.3, reversing earlier declines. Nothing from a thematic perspective. Risk appetite has picked up a bit this week following what some has flagged as technical pressure last week, coming off of a strong finish of 2023. Positioning now seems somewhat less stretched, while also talks of support from QT tapering speculation, positive retail healthcare conference updates, continued pickup in M&A, and another ramp in AI enthusiasm, renewed semi-optimism, and corporate cost-saving push. Longer-term bullish narrative still revolves around Fed pivot. Bears still focused on aggressive Fed rate cut expectations and lagged effects of tightening cycle. Nothing on the U.S. economic calendar ahead of CPI tomorrow. However, there is a 10-year note auction today, and New York Fed President Williams scheduled to speak on the 24 economic outlook at 15:15. So 3:15. Williams had some hawkish-leaning comments not long after the December FOMC meeting, noting that the Fed not really talking about rate cuts now and adding that he believes it's premature to even be thinking about easing. More recent Fed commentary has largely endorsed the dovish policy pivot, though not to the extent of the market, while QT tapering speculation has also heated up. Not much on corporate news following a recent flurry of conferences and retail-related healthcare updates ahead of the start of the banking earnings. Boeing CEO said in a company meeting that they need to acknowledge it's a mistake. HPE confirmed plans to acquire Juniper in a $14 billion deal. ISRG positively pre-announced for Q4, highlighting a 21% procedure growth. California court allowed negligence claims against Guild and other HIV medication delays. TSM quarter 4 revenue ahead of the press reports talking up demand of AI. Lennar boosted buybacks by 5% and boosted annual dividend by 5 billion, not 5%, and then dividend by 33%. U.S. WDFC, they beat in takeaways, noting strong growth in all three regions and help from lower input costs. World Bank expects global growth to slow in 2024 for the third year in a row. Retailers rush to avoid delays to spring collections by stockpiling due to the Red Sea disruption. Winter storm causes power outages and disrupts travel across the United States. Global chip sales rose for the first time in more than a year as demand rebounds. Global markets to unleash unprecedented bond flood, challenging market dynamics and sparking yield concern. IPO market revival hopes reignited after shares of large companies floated since the start of 2023. ECB Villeroy says central bank to cut rates once inflation outlook settles at target. ECB de Guindos says euro area economy may probably continue to struggle after this year. Japan's slower wage growth gives another reason for BFJ to hold. Australian inflation cools, boasting case for February rate pause. Boeing CEO admits it was a mistake after 737 MAX door blowout. Intel challenged NVIDIA Qualcomm with AI PC chips for automobiles. China company is repurposing NVIDIA gaming chips to get around U.S. export controls. U.S. banks expected to report lower profits in Q4 amid defaulting loans. TSMC reportedly largely flat on Q4 revenue, but still both the company's and markets' expectations below them. Fresh Houthi attacks on commercial shipping lanes in the Red Sea triggers response from U.S. and U.K. U.S. and China military hold first talks since 2021, marking improvement in communications. U.S. and allies condemn arms transfer between Russia and North Korea. China threatens more trade sanctions against Taiwan ahead of national elections on Sunday. Surge in freight rates prompting crude buyers in Asia to shift more purchases to the Middle Eastern oil. Defense Secretary Austin was diagnosed with cancer, didn't tell Biden for weeks. Speaker Johnson deal with Democrats sparks only limited conservative ire. And then Bitcoin swings sharply after false claim that the SEC has approved ETFs. Wow. And then Bank of England Bailey says it's important to return UK inflation to target. Man, what a calm day. What a calm day. Amazon laying off hundreds of Prime and MGM staff, the information. That's coming out. You got a blizzard. Bro, it's freezing everywhere. I saw it, bro. That storm looked already crazy. I feel like more people have said their power's gone out than I heard in a while. I don't know if it's going to be at the level of, like, what was it, 2021 in Texas? Remember where that thing got all frozen, man? We are going to see, baby. We are going to see. But Chattadonia, I hope you're feeling good. I hope your morning is great. We still got a little bit more. I think we're a little ahead of schedule. There wasn't that many headlines. So let's see what we got to deal with here. But ISRG up 4.7% preliminary Q4 revenue. Sony is up by 4.2%, still in talks with Z Entertainment over Sony India merger. HWM up 2.3%, Truist upgrade. Toyota up by 2.1% to continue production at Japanese factories as scheduled from 15. Lennar up 1.9%, dividend increase. SMCI up 1.8%, CCJ up 1.4%, Bud up 1.2%, Jeffries upgrade. HPE 0.2%, definitive agreement to acquire Juniper Networks. TGTX up 11.8% in guidance. PSMT up 8.9% off of earnings. Toast up 5.6%, Goldman Sachs upgrade. BE up 4.5%, Baird upgrade. RXRX 3.3%, MCW 2.9%, Wells Fargo initiates overweight. ACMR is up by 2.5%, MET-C up 2.4%, ANF 2.1%, VKTX 2.0%, IAC 1.5%, CPRI up 1.5%. China's SAMR approves Tapestry's proposed acquisition of Capri without conditions. Juniper is up by 1.0%. Hewlett Packard to acquire for $40 a share in cash. Amarin up 16.6% in guidance. XCRS up 8.7%. License agreement. SGH up 8.3%. Earnings and $75 million repurchase authorization. IFRX up 7.9%. SLDB 6.0%. CCCC up 5.4%. 2024 milestone and cash runway. EBS up 5.3%, Department of Defense contracts for anthrax vaccine. NYXH up 4.7%, preliminary Q4 revenue. BBAI is up 4.4%, SIDU up 4.1%, ARQT up 4.0%, SPCE is up by 3.9%, Truist upgrade. Guild trading lower 2.5%. It doesn't say the reason. I'm pretty sure it's because of they got ruled in court that they could get in trouble for delays on a certain drug. ITW is down 2.0, Bank of America downgrade. Zillow down 1.7, Bank of America downgrade. ALB down 1.6, MDRX down 7.1 off of guidance. Chewy down 5.4, 12 million share block being shopped through Morgan Stanley, we're told. ALTM down 3.8. BMO Capital Markets initiates market perform. Credo CRDO down 3.0. Mercy down 2.7, Goldman Sachs downgrade. RVLV down 2.2, Goldman Sachs initiates sell. RXO down 2.1, Vertical Research Partners downgrade, LDI down 2.0, Etsy down 1.8, Goldman Sachs downgrade, AEHR is down 16.6 off of earnings, ECDA down 11.9, ACRS down 10.9, top line results from phase 2B study of AT11777, DECA down 9.4, shareholders approve merger with Longevity Bio, ANVS down 4.4, ATGL down 4.6, and DCGO down 4.0, and all crypto stocks are down, with Bitcoin futures down 3.8%. Wow. Chatadonia, we got a good time. We got a great time, actually. So I'll give you a little bit. I'm going to go down me another water. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm good, man. I'm good this morning. I'm ready for tomorrow. That's it. We chilling, baby. We chilling. I hope you feeling good. I hope you're ready for 7 hours, man. I hope you woke up in drive. Okay, memento mori, amor fati, baby. I hope you're ready, baby. Let's have a wonderful day, but I will be right back. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity, and I will BRB. Oh, BRB, my friend. Good morning.
Worst case scenario, is it a growth shock to the downside? Is it a less potent Federal Reserve? I mean, there's any cacophony of events. But if the bond market won't price a war premium, what should it be more concerned about?
Well, when we look at the risks to the bond market and specifically the credit markets, which we've been looking at lately, we see plenty of risks domestically. And as you've alluded to, the markets just aren't pricing in too many risks right now. I mean, coming into last year, we were concerned about tightening bank credit standards, the rise in corporate defaults, the inverted yield curve. Markets have shrugged those off, and credit continued to do really well. And as we fast forward today, where we see a lot of these geopolitical risks, the markets continue to shrug them off. You look at investment grade and high yield spreads, both remain near their year and a half lows. Now, if we continue to see these geopolitical risks kind of converge, bubble up, and become something bigger than they are right now, then that is something that could result in spreads moving a little bit higher, along with all the other things we're focusing on right now. But long-winded answer, Manus, but to your question, I think it'd be a downside to the growth outlook if these things were to have an impact on global trade.
Listen, credit, everybody's coming on and say you want high-grade credit, investment-grade credit, $30 billion of credit will hit the table this week. So let me put that to you, Krishna. Would you prefer credit relative to sovereign on the book? I know you're calling 3% on U.S. Treasuries, but I just wonder what 3% Treasury yields would mean for credit. A bit of a pop?
No, I would say pop for spreads rather than support spreads. Right now, the markets are singularly focused on a soft landing, and they're pricing that everywhere, in equities, in credit, in treasuries. My point is, if you look at positioning in the marketplace, the risk is to the downside in treasuries rather than upside. I can't come up with a scenario where you have a meaningful reacceleration of growth or inflation. So it's really, we are at 4% with substantial risk that we go lower than 4% rather than go back to 4.5%. In that context, I think government bonds are probably the best place to be because it gives you decent amount of yield and helps you participate if things slow down a bit at all.
Krishna, you'll get a wee phone call from Stephen Major. You can have a Bomb Boys night out. Don't worry, Colin. They'll invite you along for a bit of credit as well. That is the team on the markets, Colin Martin and Krishna Mamani. Coming up on the show, your morning calls, and then Sarah Hunt joins me from Alpine Saxon Woods.
You know what's coming up on the show, Chad? What's coming up on the show is your time to tell me the place. Yes. You got to hear. I don't know. Every time though. Usually they be talking plays. We hearing a lot of bond stuff. We hearing a lot of debt stuff. So Chatadonia, what do you have, man? What do you have? What is your first play of the day? Post it in the chat. I got a couple for you. I don't know, man. I'm kind of mad I didn't get oil, but let me know what you got, baby. Let's go. Post it in the chat. McDonald's call. Microsoft at breakout level. Pfizer, January 26th leaps, I assume. Morning, JPM puts, NVIDIA calls, TLT, ChargePoint, SPY calls, ES, SPY, Hood, 470 call puts for 116. What's a call put? TLT, coin puts, MPW shares, calls on stock sale, NVIDIA calls, Monster up, baby, AMD, Tesla calls, Beetle calls, Peloton, 0 day, SPY calls, Bitcoin Law, NVIDIA, January 12th, Uber 62 calls, SPY credit spreads, Amazon calls on, KevDog, 2040, Tesla call, Long Baba, Walgreens put, Beto, Second Strangle, SMCI, XBI, Biotech, Amazon, Oil, Lexus calls, AMD, Tesla, SPY calls, Eli Lilly, Stacking Baba shares, TLT, Bowen puts, Mara put, BLNK, Snap calls, 1850, ES short, 4800 volume, Meta puts, TLT calls, 10-year bond auction, Tesla calls, MCL long, Mara, Cloudflare, man, good to be open, glad you're okay, open face, Clack calls, short oil, Intel, Microsoft, Uber, take your time there, Iova, Oil, JPM, Netflix, Tessie, MPW shorts, Big Chillin, Lyft calls, AMR, Metsi long, on a play all day, feeling very Olympic today, Netflix puts, Tesla calls, Baba first buy, and the final plays. NVIDIA puts, JP Morgan puts, Zim calls, and Zscaler. Wow. Chattadoni. I got a little bit of time. I'm going to watch Beto. If you watch yesterday's video, we'll take a look at Mara, depending on how that plays out. I'm going to keep an eye on gold. We're still in that play. ISRG, I usually like that play. They came in early with the pre-announcement. Then don't forget about JP Morgan. Again, earnings are right around the corner. Then CCCC. That's a healthcare company. They gave guidance update. We saw one of those go 40%. And then retail and Abercrombie. I just see it moving, but I'm not sold on that play. But Chattadonia, there's something more important than the place. Every single day here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, even the families, anybody who has served this country. For real, thank you for making a commitment. Even when you did it for people you didn't know, you didn't see. You had to take orders, whether you agreed or not. You had a higher goal in mind, and you served for this country and made a sacrifice. And I hope all of you could live with this appreciation every single day, because it is probably one of the highest honors out there. So, veterans, thank you, thank you, thank you. We love and appreciate you. And shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the garbage men, the coaches. You're giving back, you're helping out, making your community go, baby. That's what I'm talking about. So thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horn. Let's go. Oh, Chattadonia, welcome to your second Wednesday. Are you ready? It is game time, baby. That's it. How much time we got? We got about a minute and 30. We got a minute and 30. If you have any questions right now, let me know. You can post them in the chat throughout. You got any plays, post them in there. Make some call-outs. Keep it clean. You know, no yellow cards, no red cards. Let's have a good day. Stay focused. I hope you're ready for it. Again, we didn't have much news in the morning, so maybe we get some news coming out. And remember, earnings is right around the corner. I went over my plays a little bit already there. So I'm going to be watching some of the Bitcoin ones, Mara and Beto. And then, again, we'll use that strategy from yesterday's video. If we decide to make a play, then there's gold. I'm still in that one. And then ISRG, I really like that one. That one's healthcare related, and they pre-announced on earnings. And then I think, what was the other one? CCC. And then, what's it called? ANF. Which is they're up 2% off of nothing, but retail's kind of been moving there, so I am going to keep that one in mind. So we will see how that one all plays out. But other than that, it should be pretty easy. Apple Redburn Atlantic downgrades Apple stock on limited multiple expansion opportunities. Oh, no. GDRX up 12. We got 30 seconds, Chad. Drop that thumbs up on the video. Make sure you guys are subscribed. Let's have a good day, and if you need anything, let me know. You let me know, my friend. Citi downgrade Schwab. A lot of upgrades and downgrades today. I think Goldman downgraded like 10 different companies here. So we'll see how it all plays out. Again, CCC, they just gave guidance, but yesterday there was a biotech with guidance. What was it, NKTX or one of those? And they went crazy. Round 1. Fight. Let's see. Barely moving here. So, again, I don't have the NASDAQ loaded up, but it looks like SPY only down by 0.09, Dow Jones 0.04. Russell probably looks to be the dog out of all of it. NASDAQ's actually doing a little bit better there. So, let's see. Lock in, man. Boeing is up a little. Again, CEO's going to be on CNBC. I think he already spoke with Bloomberg and then had like a company meeting yesterday, but still pretty low. They're down by 0.7. We'll see where those options are. I think they're probably going to get killed on the up day. Actually, that one option that was up like 100%, that one's back to break even. The ones out the money are dead now, and then they got the same ask, and then the ones that we first died on are still down there. Let's go NVIDIA. I keep forgetting NVIDIA, man. I don't know. Is it going to do 5% again today? Holy shit. It's already up by 1. So, yeah, they're going up there. Citi's on the low. Again, I think they got clapped a little bit. Again, remember Morgan Stanley, they were kind of negative yesterday. JP Morgan, flush. Pfizer, Raoul, down by 0.47. So, again, maybe those puts will come into the money here very shortly. So, that'll get us a little bit of protection. Walmart, they were moving up yesterday. That one could be decent. That Costco on the high. ARM is moving up. Again, chip makers, there's just been a renewed optimism for chips. So, that has kind of been part of it. Good morning, Danielle. UMC under 39. Where's Baba and Baidu? I think they were down today, surprisingly. Baidu holding up a little bit. Baba's down by 1. Palo Alto Networks. Again, Juniper, we were talking about that one yesterday, but it's going to be like $40 a share. That was that $3 of upside we were talking about. Tesla flush. They need a pump. ANSS is actually holding up here. We're still in those. REIT's going green. What about KRE? KRE's down by 0.43. XLF 0.16. SPY is back to the green here again, moving up a little bit. So SPY kind of just SPY and Dow just both matched up with the NASDAQ. Even Russell's going up. So you're actually getting a decent start here. Where are we levels wise? Again, Bitcoin's still down 3%. 4.7. Dude, are you serious? You're hitting a new high already. So that's it. I mean, again, remember yesterday, it took us a couple of hours to get back up to the high and then set it, and then you barely went higher. But now you're higher than the last 2 days. And again, this is a new high for 2024. So remember, it's like 45.70 or something. I believe 45.64 is the low end, and then like 45 or 47.72. That's going to be the higher end of this. Zion on the low. Watch if any of those bank stocks come down again, or even the regionals. Google's on the high. Even Amazon, they've been on fire. Walmart gapping up. Pfizer 6% down and puts only 20. What do you mean 6? Pfizer's not down 6%. I have 37% on the puts, but Pfizer's only dropped, it dropped 60 cents, I think, from when we got it. Yeah, maybe like 70 cents. Apple down 0.18. Walgreens in the red. Bets halted up. Again, where's Redfin? Again, Zillow got a downgrade, so interesting to see them go up. The JP Morgan calls got washed, both sides. Actually, the puts are trying to come back, but they're still actually negative. So, again, tomorrow we'll take the final check on those and see where it's pricing in. But then, again, the pricing here should hold up pretty decent. We will see how that one plays out. Walgreens CEO on expanding into healthcare article dropped 20 minutes ago. ANSS still holding. Walgreens still down. Again, after they filled that gap, they started to drop there a little bit. Microsoft on the high. XLB is starting to move up. I got DraftKings. No, DraftKings on the low. Boeing on the high now. They're ripping through a little bit. Microsoft 0.7. Uber, he's been doing good. Where's travel? I think Airbnb was down. And then Expedia, again, where are those retail ones? CCCC, that's the one with guide. That's up 10% now. So they've given good guidance and they went up. And then ISRG, they had the pre-announcement. Let's see. Pfizer's dividend is January 25th, ex-dividend. Yeah, CCC, that doubled up there from the morning already. pretty surprising. ISRG contracts, widespread, but yeah, they're up like 70% depending on which ones. NVIDIA, big red. FXY getting clapped. A race on the low. NVIDIA, not too big of a red. You just got the puts. I understand. It's gone $40 in 2 days. Let it do its thing. That's UAL. UAL's on the high. Again, SPY's still holding up. You're right at a new high. Matterport, I'm not too big of a fan of it. I think they had their little era when everybody was locked down and was using those like 3D models. But at the end of the day, I do think, I barely could justify Redfin. And actually, I'm going to show you with Redfin, we need one green day on Redfin. If Redfin could run up here, man, we're going to have a very, very good time. We're going to have a very, very good time, Habibi. I will show you one. I want Redfin to go up because, again, pretty much if we do another round of covered calls on Redfin, we're going to get our whole entire investment back, which is amazing. Boeing up 1.7. Oh, yeah, Boeing's starting to really run. So that's getting, man, 52-week high on Meta. Is that real? Yeah, 363. Everybody in the 363. Put your mother hands up and follow me. What? Nobody stands up. Notice that this man does not have hands because he's a lizard. What? This metaverse got you gassed up. Now, who's afraid of the big bad AI? What? Okay, I'm sorry. It's way too early for that. Yeah, it's crazy, though. Meta's about to hit all-time highs. Netflix. 1, 2, 3 into the 4. 4 billion, 5 billion, 7 billion, 8 billion, 20 billion, 40 billion more. That's how much he spent on a headset. Okay, I'm sorry, I can't. Yeah. Let's see, JD. They're on the high. They're going green there again. Baba, China name's getting a little popper, a little bit for now. They didn't move too much. Zillow's going up again. They got the downgrade. I got Redfin up here. Let's go. ISRG, I want to play it, but I don't know. I think it's already up too much. I'm going to have to burn that one. ANSS came down here a little bit. MO, yeah, I do think you're getting your dividend. I think they're paying the divvy. NVIDIA holding up. AMD came down just right at the cusp of going red. Qualcomm has already sold off here a little bit more. Let's see. 4768, man. So you're making some moves again, just straight high. It looks like a straight off continuation of yesterday, right where we closed. We kept going up. Let me take a look at gold and oil. I can't believe oil, man. We should have grabbed it that other day. My goodness, because oil has actually had some of the craziest daily moves if you think about it. And then gold's actually running up here. So gold's at 2038. That's not too bad. Yeah, Meta's kind of surprising. Again, Google, I keep seeing that on the high ticker, but I have not seen them hit a 52-week high. Meta now, another 52-week high, and then Amazon is moving as well. NASDAQ's up 0.3, SPY 2.3, Dow 2.4, and then Russell is barely at break even. UNH on the high. Again, they do got earnings coming up. UNH. That is earnings right around the corner. Schnabel, we need to remain vigilant on the economy. Bro, that CCC one, I have that on the list, but that one already took off. So, again, this whole positive guidance in biotech land, I mean, it's been 2 for 2 in the last couple of days. Roblo on the high. I use /CL for oil, crude oil futures. RXRX getting a sell-off. They were killing it in the morning, though. And even this last, week or so. Yeah, Roblo. You remember those Roblo covered calls? We actually got a good gain on those. If you wanted to cover them, where is it? Let me see, where is that? You got 24% on those. Walgreens selling shares. Am I? No. I don't know if they're offering shares. There was something they were talking about this morning. Someone just said the news on Walgreens, but I don't have any plan to sell Walgreens shares. You know, I haven't had in the last 4 years with the long term, I haven't really had a plan to sell any shares of anything. Just as a reminder. Yeah, rate cuts in March over 70. That is real. Even December odds got a little bit more bullish there. So again, we're right back. No matter what we opened up the year with, the back and forth, the data, even again, non-farms that had a big swing, but the crackheads on the Fed futures, the front runners, and what's happening in the bond market, everybody still borderline feels the same. And then, bro, dollar's not moving and we're just going up here. So again, I think that theory from yesterday, you're probably going to have to wait for this CPI to either launch the dollar or kill it. ACMR runner from yesterday up another 6. Again, dollar SPY hitting another new high, man. You're just slowly chugging along. My goodness. That China ban, it exists, but they're finding workarounds and, other China names are China's trying to ramp up production. They were just bragging about it a couple weeks ago. But then again, even today, even with the NVIDIA news, there was a report that pretty much NVIDIA is delivering the chips to China, and China is slightly adjusting them to make them what they want, more or less. So again, you've had a lot of those reports here in the last couple of days from companies like Baba and Tencent not wanting them, to delivering new chips, to now people saying that China is just slightly modifying them so that they'll be able to do a workaround on everything. No news. Tesla, actually, there's a new upgraded Model 3 available in the United States. I think that's about it. You can take an RTY, play the lag. I think if we hold up, for sure, because again, everything up is looking 0.2, 0.3 right now. Everything is just solid straight up, and then Russell is just chilling. But we'll find out by Euro close, maybe a little bit longer or a little sooner. Intel on the low, bonds selling off here a little bit. Again, Meta's at the high. Apple's down by 0.3. Again, SPY, what level is that going to hit? Hitting what? 47.69, right below that level. Then you'll fill that one gap from pretty much December, the last day of December. Oh, Jake from State Farm, baby. Bright and early in the morning. Good morning, my friend. How are ya? Are you loved and blessed? He's here, baby. He's here. There's a steak from Jake Farm going to show up now, too. And then Pfizer kind of bounced. They're still not doing much. And then bonds are the things selling off. I see that one a little bit. Where's retail? Abercrombie's still climbing up there. Macy's down. Actually, I think Abercrombie's the first one. Google's on the high still, too. Yeah, MO dividend gets paid out today. So that's very, very good. I like it. I like it. Give us more yield, more drip. Where's NVIDIA? Yeah, NIV 540. Didn't it do the same thing at 440? Not too long ago. Amazon, Meta, Google, bro, all of you. Okay, Google now about to hit 52-week highs. I was just saying I haven't seen them do that, but now they are. Google, 52-week high. This one's crazy. So, again, all of the major, what do they call them, Magnificent Seven, they're all going crazy right now. Again, Meta, except for Apple. Even Microsoft, I don't know if they're at 52-week high, but they're still up by 1% right now. Snap is running up. Snap's up 2%. We will take it. Redfin already flipped gears on that one. URNM on the low or on the high again. Remember yesterday, CCJ and all those. Yeah, uranium's still going crazy. Remember, that was like a 5-6% day on those yesterdays. Yeah, WDFC, WD40 killed it. I think they said good earnings on lowered input cost. So it's getting cheaper to make WD40. Do they make anything else? I don't know if they make anything else. I just think they kill it as for WD40, man. Walmart on the high. That one's still going. KC, a couple of those stores. Again, Costco. I feel like retail big box shops are up. Again, not every retail. Pinterest, 52-week high there. So, again, maybe Snap follows along. Pinterest actually doing really good. $38 there. Pinterest back above 2022 open. That's actually kind of crazy there. So, Pinterest kind of recovering a decent amount there. They make red wine. Do they really? Straight WD-40. No, but, like, do they make anything else? For real. There's like few variations, but like all they do is make WD-40. Yen getting clobbered. Again, there's bad data out of Japan the other day. Or again, the inflation didn't go up as much. But again, that's even with the dollar. Dollar's barely moving off of that. So thankfully, the euro and pound, we're not going up too much on that. But I'm surprised the yen isn't messing with the dollar a little bit more. That is the problem. Snow at the low, arm with the red candle. Google 52-week roses. Is that a way to say it? Tesla on the low. Again, Meta's about to climb up one more time. My goodness. Delta Airline on the highs. I think all the airlines. Actually, no, just Delta. Delta and UAL. And then Delta has earnings on Friday. I'm shorting Tesla here, 232. They're down 1%. So, again, I think like Tesla and Apple are the only ones out of big tech that are kind of down right now while everything else looks. It's up by a solid quarter. Again, we just hit another new high there, and then you're getting a little red candle. So, let's see. Russell's still lagging behind everything else. Oh, Netflix. That one's dumping now. They were just in the green. Bank of England, Bailey, cost of mortgages is now coming down. I hope that continues. Shopify before the bell. Oh, hit 52-week highs. I feel like it's done that a couple of times, and a couple of names did that. Remember, even they'll either do that before the bell or after. Could just be general movement there, and then again, it seems like more money is getting drawn into the big tech rather than anything else. Again, like Snapchat just sold off 1% in 2 minutes. WDFC is still going. I have no idea how far it goes. Let me check something. Oh, they could run up. Probably 280. That'll be their next little high there. Again, they're above the earnings gap in 2021, or this is like right at the level, but it's not like it's at all-time highs. Still high up for where it's been at, but they could still move up. Uranium's killing it. Remember there was yesterday, wasn't there like some government bid on uranium? They were doing something, but it's day number 2 is still holding up. And then weed stocks came down 2%. NVIDIA's just holding. Again, they hit another high here today, or back to that 540, and then they came down automatically. I'm pretty sure the same thing happened at 440. I don't know if you guys remember that. Let's go back. Take them back to the plan. Where was it? Like, wasn't 440, like 450, a level of resistance at one point? Or am I tripping? Rocketed through 440, came back below, bounced off the 440. Then I had trouble getting around there, but like 440-ish was there, but it was able to hold up. Maybe it goes up to 600 then. Baba, PayPal, Tesla, Disney, you need them to run for the sake of your portfolio. If you could be patient, I think they will eventually. You know, that's why. But long term, you wait, don't worry. It does not matter when, it matters what, you know. That's all you need. TGTX on the low. HOV, AMD, Labu dumping. Our biotech's down. Yeah. 0.82. Healthcare is barely up here. They're holding up decent. You did the 2 standard deviations on WD-40. It's working. Nice. That's a great play. I want some of the lubrication stocks. Those are good. I wasn't even thinking about WD-40. That's awesome. Labu. How do you feel about using margin to purchase in the long term? I would shy away from it unless there's like a total market collapse and you're buying, Apple at $1 or something. That's obviously an exaggeration, but really, I really wouldn't touch margin in the long term unless it's like a real big discount across the board. And the reason is because right when you're on margin, I've said this before, don't own more than you can afford. Don't own more than you have. And it may sound like a weird concept, but leverage allows you to own more than you actually have. So if you own more than what you have and it moves around and you're on margin, you may be put in a position where you won't be able to hold for 10 years. Right? You won't be, you double up, triple up on a position and you have a small account. Like, again, my small account on the $200 deposits, I could margin up to $16,000. You know what I'm saying? Like $16,000, but it's just like if I buy $16,000 worth of stock and it goes down, X amount of percentage, I could lose half of my portfolio, and then I'll need more margin to hold it and do all of this stuff. And it's just like you won't be able to hold it in the same way. You didn't think you'd be okay with leverage on the long term? I'm not. I don't know what you misheard there. Like I said, there's probably one time every 10 years maybe where you could justify leverage in the long term, and that would be if there's like a complete collapse in some of the best names in the world. You're able to get at like a 50-60% discount. Like I said, when Apple's like $1, but at the end of the day, it's not really something that I really advocate at all. And again, I've seen it. I mean, I feel like a couple of Chads in here might be able to speak to the dangers of it, where I feel like they've put margin in their long term, had good stuff, and then during any of the volatility we experienced, they got clapped on it, and then it kind of messed them up. So just be careful, especially for it's one thing for trading, but especially for the long term, not what you want to do. Wholesale inventories at 7. So in 10 minutes, could move us a little bit. There's MCRB equal McRib. You got it. It arrives naturally. You're like, that makes sense. Never been burned on margin if you know what you're doing. Great leverage. Well, you're just better than all of us, so enjoy that. But at the end of the day, I think for your long term, I really wouldn't be utilizing it until there's, there'll be once every cycle opportunities to do it. So it's all you got to do is I think if you're patient and you play your time, you'll be good to go. My SPY minute is lagged. Really? I hope not. Dash on the high. That one keeps going. I'm seeing wholesale. I don't think the wholesale inventories are going to move us too much. But hey, you never know. I'd watch the bonds. Good morning. Grateful for all you do. God bless you, Robert. And I'm grateful for you too, man. I hope you're living good. Good morning. ANSS, Baba's still going up. They're all still down, though. The China plays, most of them. Again, DoorDash, 52-week high. That's 3 days in a row. Every day this week, DoorDash has gone absolutely crazy. Uber's even holding up. SPY's coming down now below VWAP. Let's see. 4761, still higher than yesterday almost, or I guess a couple points below the high. A month of Josh is a month of inspiration and philosophy. Thank you. God bless you, Nikki. I hope you're feeling good, man. And amen, man. Take the PHILO and run with it. Take it and run with it, man. We got what? We still got 12 more months, 11 more months till the end of the year. So we're going to see IWM leading down. It's been clapped from the morning here, but I do think, again, if we go negative on all the other indexes, that'll say something. We'll see. Never forget you're great in the eyes of the Lord, man. Amen. No news on AMD. They are going negative. Again, NVIDIA is still holding up. All the other chips, the chips have been on fire. So I don't know if some of them, maybe NVIDIA is just in its own little world, but if any of these other chips come down, I just think it's because they were literally on fire even from the end of last week. So remember, it was like Thursday, Friday last week, you had that Marvel update, and then you had the NVIDIA stuff, and then everybody brushed it all off, and then it started going. So, I think if anything, get a little pullback, but, we'll see where it ends up by the end of the day. The video was 3 standard deviations. I think it was. Again, even yesterday, if you bought those contracts after a 2 standard deviation move, they still went up another a whole nother what was already priced in even for the last couple of weeks. That's why there's a lot of 1,000%ers on that chain. Nvidia, even Google, bro, Meta, all the big 7 are doing very well. I can't believe Meta just hit another 52-week high. That's kind of mind-blowing to me. Why Tesla? I don't know. What was the recent update? There was like a China recall. And then, again, I feel like people didn't react as much. The stock went up. And then ever since then, though, it kind of has been lagging behind a lot of things. Mara, they're down 5. Beto, yeah, crypto's still getting wrecked. Should you buy covered calls when the stock is going down and collect the premium? Like, you mean buy them back and close it? If you would like to. Again, it just all depends on the strategy. Like, I have Redfin covered calls. They're only worth like 5 cents right now. They're going to expire in a couple days. So if I could find a better play to move them into, I'll close them. But if not, I'm just going to let it sit there and take the extra $20 that we have remaining. Airbus will benefit. It should, but a lot of people were saying, though, I guess not a lot. I think it was one analyst this morning. They were talking about how Boeing, they don't even think Boeing's going to get cancellations off of the event because so many airlines need planes right now that they don't even think this event is going to like stop people or get people canceling and then shifting to Airbus, because it's like even if you wanted to go and cancel a Boeing and then buy an Airbus, I mean, how long is it going to take you to get that? And again, the issue has been how fast, these planes could get delivered. Everybody wants to grow their fleet right now. They want newer planes and they want to have more capacity. So it's kind of weird to think about it. Again, maybe supply chains and the supply chain difficulties of making a plane is keeping Boeing kind of in the game. Sana, pause due to volatility, SANA. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Elon and the drug thing recently. But I don't know if that's just like they don't like Elon. But yeah, remember there was a Wall Street Journal report, I think, and they were accusing Elon and the board, and they were saying that the board is worried about Elon's drug use, and then that Department of Justice thing or Department of Defense. Disney sub 90. We've been seeing NVIDIA. What do you think about NVIDIA puts with expiration of December of this year? A lot of people have asked this already. And like I said, even some with shorter time frames, you just got to be careful of here's the deal. If you bought a put yesterday, 2 days ago, even for the year, they probably instantly went down 20, 30%. So it all comes down to where the stock is. Like, is it going to end at your break even and the premium that you're paying for it? So in a weird way, I'd kind of wait till there's like kind of a turning point, either bad earnings or not for them, but even like other chip makers, if that makes sense. But it's kind of difficult to say. So pretty much, even though I do think the stock is up a lot and it's moved tremendously, doesn't necessarily mean it's going to go down right away. And even if it does, I mean, it's not uncommon that you could buy the put, stock goes down, but it doesn't go down as fast as you're pricing in, and then it borderline gets clapped. And that BNB, Mara's on the low now, Affirm is on the low. Square, do you own more Amazon or Apple or Facebook? Mitchell, I don't know, man, but we're not going to play this game again today. Okay, bro? Next time, I appreciate the donation, but yeah, I have fun with it yesterday, but it got hella weird. So, I have more Facebook in the long-term account. Actually, I think every long-term account. I got a lot of it, but God bless you. Microsoft. But yeah, be careful with the NVIDIA puts. Even the calls too, though. But then again, I think calls are easier when everything's melting up. Inventories in 30 seconds. We'll see if it moves us. Again, I'd watch the bonds. Again, that 10-year auction That's probably going to be the number one thing. The Uber chain. I haven't looked at it for like buying calls. They did come down from recently. If you're looking at that, that's why we made the rollover. But I did do a rollover on my covered call. That's about it as far as messing with the option chain on Uber. NVIDIA again, a little candle there. Again, wholesale inventory is expected to be negative 0.1 to 0.2. So we'll see what that gives us here. Gold coming down. And came in at negative 0.2. Wholesale inventories month over month. So not anything crazy. I don't know if bonds, I don't even think bonds even got a knee-jerk reaction to any of that. It's borderline something. It's a good pace. I mean, if you look at month over month, I'm sure year over year, that mean, much of a decline, but not anything too crazy. I've been using VWAP lately. Definitely thankful. Nice. We got a couple of old videos on it. I think I made one actually kind of recently. But VWAP, like I said, I don't use it all the time. But yesterday we did see bounces right off of the VWAP. But it's a good thing to keep in mind. If you're repositioning, I'm going to look tomorrow, the day before JP Morgan. If anything, I'll hold our play. We're definitely, I think, expectations got lowered coming into it. That's why both sides of the play are down. But either way, I'm going to be holding the play. I don't know if I'll add more. The good part, remember, I didn't put that much money down. So if I really wanted to, I can kind of double down on it and see. But it depends on what the pricing is tomorrow. But we're definitely going to be looking at that tomorrow before any of it happens. Did you lose faith in the SEC with yesterday's tweet fiasco? I was hoping for it to be on the watch list. I mean, you think it was that made me lose faith in it? So the simple answer is no, because I probably lost faith a little earlier for many other reasons. But I don't think it was I don't think that was the thing that made me like, oh man, that sucks. The one thing I did notice that I thought was kind of funny is that, like, have you guys ever, like, even when you may have picked up on it when I read things like in the morning about the news, but there's like something like pretty funny because I had a Santa Pop. Oh yeah, wasn't that just halted? Yeah, there it is. Oh, that one's already going up 55. But, like, you notice anytime they mention, like, Twitter, right, even, like, stuff on Boeing and, like, a lot of things, and they're like, oh, this happened on Twitter or on X, formerly known as Twitter, right? You guys have heard that phrase. I'm sure all of you. I think it's kind of funny. It's like anytime they mention it, you get a little bit of a low here. You're back to opening candle. But they'll be like, oh, on X, formerly known as Twitter, the tunnel video yesterday. They're like, oh, videos posted on X, formerly known as Twitter, right? So what I noticed about that, like with how I read at least from my financial news this morning, when they're talking about it getting hacked, or again, Mr. Gensler's account getting hacked, even though they said it wasn't because of X, it was because somebody got access to the two-factor authentication phone number. They said they just said X. They're like on X. They didn't say formerly known as Twitter. So if there's any information, they say X, formerly known as Twitter. If it's anything bad about X or Elon, they just say X. That's kind of what I've noticed so far. That one stuck out to me, but yeah. I think there was two-factor authentication, or they just had the phone number that the account was linked to recover it. They did the same with Facebook and Meta. Facebook. Ethereum above 2,400. Speaking of which, where's young Tessie? Again, bonds going lower there, so we weren't up that much, I guess. There's still, look at this range on the bond. This 10-year auction is going to be quite interesting, man. I do think that is going to be the bigger catalyst of the day. And then Tesla's still kind of dumping. And then SPY near the low of the day, but still doing good. Again, everything's barely up here. Now the Russell's down even more. And then NASDAQ has actually dropped a lot, though, because remember, NASDAQ was leading in the morning, and now NASDAQ's down, even though your MAG 7 is carrying everything. No Bitcoin approval. It could still happen. No. It was not like they're not getting the whole, it's not like the ETF thing is out of the question. It's just that yesterday, right when the market closed, somebody hacked the Twitter account of Gary Gensler, and they posted like a photo with a quote pretty much saying that all of the ETFs were approved. And then Bitcoin hit 48,000, and then now it's down 5%. So we'll see when it comes out, but I think most people are still along the lines that it will be it is going to happen. Have you heard the story about the Weimar Germany hyperinflation? Can we relate to this? At one point, I mean, right now we're still like, 48 months almost into inflation. So we're going to find out. But unless energy and commodities go back up again, I don't think you'll see that type of inflation. You would need natural resources and price of energy to really, really go up to get that back. That's an X factor. We don't know what's going to happen. Like I said, whatever happens in the next couple of months, soft land. I think if energy prices don't go back up and they stay stable, I don't think we're going to have a recession. But if they do, then, we'll probably have a really bad one. Oil going up. But I do think, don't forget, a big source of that inflation. You guys remember it. Remember, even the fucked up part is that some of your utilities and your energy and gasoline is still high. But remember when it was like really crazy just a couple of years ago? Like that is where that, like, on top of all of the products being up, like that's what led a lot of things to be very, very expensive. That's what caused a lot of inflation. So again, if you could just dump oil left and right and find a way to keep it down, then you'd be pretty good. And then CL running right now. Speak of the devil, oil's on the high, and SPY Dow's going red, SPY's going red, NASDAQ already went red. You're barely holding on here, so a little bit below where we opened. See energy costs going down. Well, yeah, if they stay down, that's going to support a soft landing. That will support this idea that there's no recession. But like I'm saying, since the 70s and how we've had rate cuts and recessions, the times the market gets bad is when the Fed starts cutting rates and then energy goes back up. If you could cut rates and you could fall back to a more normal policy, I don't know what's normal, but, back to what we kind of were at, and then energy doesn't come back up, I think that will be good. Historically it has been, but if not, it won't be. That's the only problem. And yeah, there is a lot. I think oil inventories at 9:30. I'm getting a lot of them. Nike confused. I feel like a lot of things though. Nike's been selling off. A lot of names have been selling off, and then they'll like wake up in the morning and get like a little bit of a bid, look like they're going crazy, and then just calm down out of nowhere. Like Snapchat was up 2% this morning. I think that's a good example. Roblo. SPY trying to bounce a little off the bottom. Meta's still going, man. Meta 52-week high. Nvidia's still holding. Google gave up a little bit, but most of the big tech is holding up right now. Again, the low ticker is way more active than the high ticker, but you're still holding up. The bigger names do have a lot of weight today. Why have oil companies not been appreciating with the price of oil this last few days? Because they didn't really go down that much when oil fell from like $100 and something. That's my take on it. So like you go see how stable oil companies have been, but like again, they're like borderline right off the cusp of when oil was at like 120 or something. So I think, remember, oil companies, they make money off of the barrels they produce, but they're much more insulated from the price of oil, depending which company it is. But that would be my answer to that. Tessie's still getting clapped. Checkpoint on the high. Eli Lilly's still climbing up. NVS as well. Any more healthcare? Humana, UNH. Yeah, they have major buybacks in divvies, especially buybacks too. Russell clapped. Yeah, down 0.7. So, again, that was the lagger in the morning, but now everything else came down, and they're just in the gutter while everything else is holding up. Hunter Biden live? What? Oh, I have to listen to this, Chad. How do you find it? I don't. Can you? Is that findable? It's on CNN right now. Do I have CNN? Will never let me play it. Live TV. I get a free preview.
He has to say if Republicans are going to let him actually speak in the hearing. He said time and time again that he would speak publicly and that he does not want to appear for a closed-door deposition. So that's where we're at right now, guys.
That was fascinating. You were in the right place at the right time, asking the right questions. Melanie Zanota, did anyone on that committee expect him to show up? Because as we're watching this, we all just found out about it just now. Is this the same thing with the committee?
Well, in the moments leading up to the hearing.
Hold on. It mutes when I switch tabs.
We were hearing from Republican and Democratic members who were saying that they were hearing rumors that Hunter Biden might show up. Again, my colleague Annie Greer was the one to confirm this reporting with her sources. But there were some Republicans who said, we want to see what he has to say. We have some things to say of our own. But yes, it's another day that's shaping up to be quite amount of fireworks here on Capitol Hill, and the hearing hasn't even gotten underway yet.
That was great reporting, Melanie. We're going to go right now to the hearing. We're looking at Jamie Raskin right now making a statement. Let's listen in.
About the violent attack on the Capitol, the Congress, and the Vice President of the United States on January 6, 2021. In any event, for the last 11 months, the chairman has repeatedly refused offers from Hunter Biden and his attorney to meet with the chairman and his staff and with members of this committee. On February 9th, just one day after the chairman's first letter to Hunter Biden, Mr. Biden's lawyer responded and offered Chairman Comer to, quote, sit with you and your staff, including the ranking member and his staff, to see whether Mr. Biden has information that may inform some legitimate legislative purpose and be helpful to the committee. The chairman never responded. On September 13th, Mr. Biden's lawyer again wrote to Chairman Comer after a Newsmax interview in which the chairman falsely claimed that he never got a response back to his original letter. Mr. Biden's attorney explained the chairman actually never responded to his offer to sit down and discuss the committee's request, but stated that he remained available to have the discussion, but the chairman again completely failed to respond. 2 months later, on November 8th, Chairman Comer and Jordan issued subpoenas to Mr. Biden requiring his appearance for a deposition on December 13th. In the cover letter, the chairman noted, given your client's willingness to address this investigation publicly up to this point, we would expect him to testify before Congress. Throughout the fall, the chairman urged Mr. Biden to come appear at a public committee hearing on September 13th. On Newsmax, the chairman stated, Hunter Biden is more than welcome to come in front of the committee. If he wants to clear his good name, if he wants to come and say, you know, there weren't 20 show companies, he's invited today. We'll drop everything. On October 31, on a nationwide podcast, the chairman stated, we have mountains of evidence. Now we're ready to bring them in.
All right, I just want to hear Hunter. That's it. Eli Lilly. Meta again. Yeah, Eli Lilly. It's been up ever since they had that little digital thing. Again, it was a little volatile. Hunter, he's in there. They had a video of him. He's in the office. That's it. It's good. What public office does Hunter Biden hold? Smoking crack in a Porsche. That's the only reason why I'm interested in hearing what he has to say. I've encountered a lot of people in my life. Never have I met somebody who's done that. So I do want to listen to what they have to say so I could try to understand more about life and them. Because that's a crazy thing to do. So that's why I'm interested, to be honest with you. I don't know if that's too crude or not, but that is my honest assessment. I am still in the MGCs, yes. Disney's sub 90. And then Meta has me interested. Oh, I got the, what's it called? I did the Fidelity Active Trader thingy. It's kind of weird. I don't know. I don't like it as much, but it's cool. They got a platform. But I was playing with that yesterday. What did that remind me of? I guess the long term. Is it? JPM contracts are clapped on both sides. So again, I think as it's kind of went up for a little bit, and then it kind of settled in the last couple of days, but expectations are going down. Remember, it was pricing in like $7. I think it's pricing in a little less ahead of the event. So even the puts didn't go up as much because it went up before it went down. So we're going to see tomorrow. We're going to do another assessment on them, decide if we're going to add more or not. What does NVIDIA go up 2% more after I sell my calls every day? Makes you depressed. That's just NVIDIA, man. You know, I had a time last year, every time I'd buy NVIDIA, it would drop $50 after just running up. So, you know, then it would come back up eventually. But, like, the NVIDIA is the Wild West. That's like, you know, we said it all last year. If you want to go for dollars, like, you know, something that moves around a lot and you could trade it and speculate it, that's the play you want. But there's a lot of upside and downside on both ends of it. So it's just like, I don't know, in a weird way, I feel like that's common for everybody. You got to, no matter, look at how NVIDIA's moved. You don't, like, you're not the only one. There's people buying it, making $50 on it in a day. And then there's people who are, you know, again, if it moved $50, you sell out at any other point, you're going to be looking at it. And then you're like, oh, wait. And then it went up. So I feel like this has been the story of last year. It's the absolute Wild West in terms of, like, trading and moving around. So you got to be ready for it. You know, you have to have the stomach to stand both sides of it. But that's why, I mean, you could play it small. I try to play it small, and even then it moves so much. A small play could turn really big up or down. So, but it's just like, when it's all said and done, like, I think the moves itself highlight, you know what I'm saying? I think a lot of people are buying it, selling out, and I even think they're coming in and buying it once again, and then vice versa. You got people shorting it at every single top, and then it comes down a little bit, and then it rockets back up. But these are just dollars, like, especially, again, on options, dollar for dollar. That's a crazy one. And speak of the devil, NVIDIA 52-week high, 543 now. So I'd watch 550, and then, again, if it could get above 550 and not chill out, I mean, even at I think 540 will eventually kind of be a range it dances around, but don't take my word for it. We'll see how that ends up playing out. Again, Sauna's going up. Again, that one got halted. I don't know what the news was. I think there was something in the morning, but they're killing it right now. I stopped getting into NVIDIA. It reminds me of Tesla before the split. Yeah, I mean, lately, I just think it's this, like, chip news, and then CES helped out a lot, but I definitely think there's been a couple of things ignored on NVIDIA. But then again, I have to admit, remember, you know, how long have we been debating this now? And again, I'm not advocating play. I haven't played NVIDIA in a minute. Ever since that one I got clapped on towards the end of last year, I think I was down like 5,000, and then I walked away with like a couple grand, which was wild. But, you know, think about it. How long have we been debating, oh, it's just a fad, or it's not going to last, and what's going on, like, with, you know, just is this real or not, right? But, like, think about it. Every single earnings last year, they did amazing and guided up. Not that many companies can say that. Again, a lot of companies did good on earnings because they were factoring in, you know, negative growth. But, you know, in the case of NVIDIA, remember, last earnings they dropped after beating guidance for the third or fourth time and then raising guidance expectations for the next quarter. So That's the thing where it's like I feel it kind of reminds me of Tesla, but I don't know if I've seen a run like that in a minute. In terms of the earnings, I like the earnings, but the stock is one thing and how the stock moves, but the way they have came through with earnings has kind of been insane. And Nancy Pelosi is buying NVIDIA too. Now that also helps. Their numbers are cooked. Well, people have been saying that for a year. Maybe it'll take another year or two for the truth to come out, or it's actually legit. Yeah, NVIDIA is a great company. Doesn't mean valuation is reasonable. But again, like all through last year, the valuation hasn't been reasonable for a year. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, just like, again, Hugh was talking about it going up, and just like, sometimes when it's in its mode, it could be very humbling because, like, it doesn't have to come down when you think it will come down. If anything, it's going to come down when you least expect it, just like when they would beat earnings, have a killer earnings, and then the stock would drop. Another Chad debate on NVIDIA. That was fun. That was a lot of fun. It's gotten cheaper due to beating high earnings. It has. It's growing into the valuation, but it's still, I mean, again, it was, but then that's like they were just $100 stock. But at the same time, I mean, they're making now almost 100% more, which is actually crazy. The Enron comparisons, I still think there's a lot, even though it's been a year, I do think there's a lot of people out there on NVIDIA that still believe that something unscrupulous was occurring or still is occurring. Mobileye, they had bad earnings. Yeah, I remember the other day, Mobileye had the, did they bounce? I think they bounced off of it, and then they came back up. Again, even what MCHP, that was yesterday, they had bad earnings, they gapped down, and then they came back up. That's why it's like, and then remember, all CES, well, all these chip companies are saying is that inventory is coming back to normal. A lot of these companies that had, oversupplied inventory, they're saying that they're getting that out of the door, and shortly, they're going to be at a level now where they're producing and selling and not just selling from back inventory. With the U.S. government banning China chip tech, big money. Well, it's weird. Like I said, I've gotten multiple reports of people saying companies like Baba and Tencent don't want the chips. There was another report today saying that China has found a workaround where NVIDIA delivers the chips and then China slightly alters them and then it's able to do what they want it to do. But then again, I mean, we banned oil and put a price cap on oil. People are still buying it. Again, it's not like the world doesn't use Russian oil anymore, so it kind of seems like one of those situations, more or less. Accenture to buy Navisite. Is ACN dropping? What's Navisite? Is that even public? I see ACN. They're dropping a little bit off of that now. Bob Pisani, decision for ETF likely today, CNBC. Was that reported by Bloomberg? The one in the morning? I don't know. Let me double check. China. Could have been Reuters, but I do think it was Bloomberg. Coinbase, they could go up. We didn't talk about the ETF will affect option traders. What do you mean for the Bitcoin ETF? I'm more concerned with what it does to Bitcoin. Like in general, if it's, again, now it's going to be wild. You guys got to realize it. You're opening up the door for Wall Street to get into Bitcoin, like in a much more official fashion. So I think the options will be a result of what goes on. But again, the spot price and how it moves, that's going to be wild. Again, think of it. It's going to be where you're allowing Wall Street to get in on the decentralized aspect of it's going to centralize a decentralized currency. What was Beto then? I think Beto just holds assets that are similar to it, but it doesn't actually, I don't think it owns any Bitcoin. I think Beto is just Bitcoin-related companies. I think Beto is like Mara, Riot, MSTR, and a lot of these other things. They own the futures. I thought then which one's the ETF of it all? Or which one's the one that owns it's not cyber, that's cybersecurity. There's one that owns just like the Bitcoin names. ZB down. Again, we have 10-year bond auction. That's going to be our big catalyst for the day. KS baby, welcome to the Chad. First timer, God bless you. GBTC is Grayscale. There's weird. Grayscale is a weird one. Again, that one. Even then, Grayscale. Remember the arbitrage stuff. Grayscale might have its opportunity now. I still think Grayscale's trading below its total like actual value. But then again, if they get the approval, I think they're going to be able to do some stuff. Thank you for showing and streaming. I got you, Edward. Good morning. Thank you, my friend. Let's trade in below NAV. Yeah, there's still that. I remember we talked about the arbitrage. That one could have played out very well, even just as of late. Do you get charged for holding GBTC? Yeah, I think it's like 1.75 or something. It's crazy. 1.3. So they've been making good money on there. That's why people have criticized, was it Barry Silber about it? They say it's because he's raking in the fees. Even when, and again, like what it's holding, people have called that into question, but I think people don't care about it as much anymore because Bitcoin's now up. I'm sure even if they didn't have that much, they got something. But the fees are very, very high. I made a video on it last year, though. We talked about the because it had an arbitrage opportunity. It was something where you could have bought GBTC, and then you could have taken either a short or you could have paired it up with stuff. But it just like if it failed, you get paid out, and then if it succeeds, you're going to come back up and shoot up with the value. And then SPY's still holding. We're kind of calming down. We have had a lot of these mornings. You're getting not a decent amount of movement pre-market, but then, intraday, it's not like we're doing anything crazy. That little high, though, in the morning, that got a little bit excited, but for the most part, it's not too intraday. I mean, we're killing these 3 days until we get into the data tomorrow, and then the earnings starts. Bloomberg expects crude stockpile of 3.2 million barrels. Do I have any bonds on Fidelity? I don't have any bonds, but I don't know if you can trade bonds on Fidelity. I feel like you can. Find bonds. Yeah, they do. Fixed income and bonds. Let me see. Most bonds. Yeah, they have the same thing. Go to researched fixed income, individual bonds, and then just like TD Ameritrade, the same exact setup, actually. So you could either buy other bills or go for, I don't know, they have new issues. Yeah, Treasury. Yeah. So I don't know. You want to get in a bond auction? Yeah, you could get in on, when are these? Maturity date 2/13. These are 1-month bonds. 2-month bonds. These are like 6 months. So yeah. CPI, I think it's going to be bigger than we kind of expect, but easier to read. So again, if it comes in line, that'll suck. But then again, thankfully we'll have earnings to follow it up with. But at the end of the day, it's like if CPI comes in lower, that just is going to be easier to read. That's it. I think a low CPI shoots us up, and then a high CPI, not so much. Crude oil inventories, 1.38 million. Estimate was a decline of 150,000. Cushing inventories, negative 506 versus 706 previous. Oil's dropping. Gasoline inventories, 8.02 million. Estimate was 2.12 million. Distillate inventory, 6.52 million. Estimate was 1.76 million. So oil's dropping off. Again, some of these numbers lately, they just seem so crazy. It's been kind of harder to read in that case. I'm like, I feel like oil, maybe oil's already low because of them, but all these numbers, you would think they would get clobbered more. Yeah, Pfizer coming down. We're about to go in the money on those puts to balance it out a little bit. What do you think CPI will do? I think core might stay a little sticky, but I think headline will go down. But, I mean, I don't think I could really make an educated guess. It's just everything is so far behind. I'm more reactionary than prediction. You know, at other times you could have been able to predict it before all of the revisions and then 3 years of just, you know, all of these back changes and what they've been doing. But I don't even think you could predict it right, but it doesn't even really matter. I think the reaction element of it is a lot better. A spike in inflation, the bond yield spike, they should for a little bit, but then what's the problem? And again, this is what I mean to say with everything going on. Like, literally, what is the problem? If we have inflation go up and then the yields spike up and everybody changes the rate hike odds, what happens if by the morning, you know, by the ding ding, everybody starts buying it again? And like exactly what we happened with the non-farms. Like, that was crazy. I don't know. Do y'all recognize how wicked the first non-farms of the year has already been? Dude, we went from 60% odds to 30% odds on the Fed futures, and then now you are back to 70% odds, which is crazy to think about. Yeah, same thing happened with NFP. The crackheads. But then again, I do think a negative reaction, it has to be big. As long as it's like a bigger move to the high side, then I think that'll, if it's not, as long as the number's not close, because even then, the non-farms, there was still, it was at the margins, really. You know, the specifics weren't that good, but there was other factors there. But it just has to be a blowout. And then again, core, if core goes up a lot, that'll be an easy answer. I got 2 Apple. I thought I had Pfizer up. Yeah, Pfizer, I don't know where we're at. So we lost. I'm going break even on the shares, and then the puts. We got 68% on that, so that's not bad. So literally, I'm up more on the puts, though, than the shares, so that's great. Pfizer. Disney's down. The Meta, man, Meta World Peace, you know, very good. Very, very good. me see. Where are we at with Meta? Ethereum's been lagging behind in terms of, again, with how crazy Bitcoin has. I think the ratio's at like some of the lowest. Meta. Do people use Facebook anymore? If you're old or you live in another country, yes. I think that's kind of the wave. But then again, Instagram and WhatsApp, those are still pretty popular. And those are both Facebook products. That's the thing. Everyone's like, who uses Facebook? People be posting on Instagram saying who uses Facebook. And it's like, you're using Facebook. You just don't know it yet. The Quest 3 was pretty cool. I've seen a lot of, I think the hype kind of died down a little bit. And we'll see as we get into the release of the what's it called one? The Apple Pro Vision. But it is pretty interesting. MetaBook. Marketplace. Dude, I heard you could find any. Dude, I heard that Facebook Marketplace is the new Silk Road. That's what I've heard. I've heard that Facebook Marketplace is the new Silk Road. Like, you could find anything on the Facebook Marketplace. They got stolen cars. You could find drugs. You could get, like, literally they selling counterfeit this and that. Like, I said, yeah, there's deals because it's stolen. Okay, you're like, yeah, man, this guy just sold me an iPhone brand new in box for $100 because he stole them. That's exactly why. Okay, it's the Silk Road. Your girl got you 600 worth of shelves for free there. Log, you guys are like, Facebook users increased by 10% as traders realized all of their drugs are for sale on Facebook. Yeah, I'm on Marketplace right now. Let me see. Like, what can I find? Browse today's picks. Yeah, bro. Why is this? Is this for real? I see. I can't read Spanish, but it's a 2020 Toyota Corolla with 60,000 miles for $2,600. Mínimo de enganche. Is that? I don't know. Yeah, bro. That's already crazy. So you had a Ford Crown Vic for $1,400. A Chevy SS for $2,300. No shipping must. Yeah, this car's stolen for sure. $2,000 for like a 2014 Chevy SS. It's like decked out. I'm telling you, bro. It's crazy out here. I'm sure there's a bunch of scams too. Oh, minimum down payment. Oh, they scamming then. Yeah, man. Welcome to the Facebook Marketplace. Oil shaking off the drop. Let's see. Yeah, it's starting to come back up again. And the SPY looking good again. Meta kind of has me interested. Uber's going crazy. Again, the high was what, $64? We'll see. You don't need to use Tor. Yeah, but you're probably talking to a cop. So literally, they have like groups on there where people sell stolen cars. I've told you about these. The strikers. Like, it's called a striker car. Because I was like, bro, I kept seeing these videos. And they're like a Hellcat for $5,000. I saw a Lamborghini Urus for $30,000. But it's just stolen. That's it. And that's why, like, but then again, you're probably talking to a cop. And they're like, what are you trying to do, bro? What are you trying to do? I want to buy an F-350. I never really looked for an F-350 on the marketplace. I could get a 2000 F350 for $3,000. That's not bad. It's not bad at all. Microsoft beasting still. Meta's calming down a little bit. Oh, where's AbbVie? Oh, wait. You have 2 more days on the AbbVie if you want to do the arbitrage. Still, 162.50. If this comes down a little bit more, that's not too bad. Maybe in the morning that would have been good. What were they at? Oh, they were up. That one's interesting. Because, again, the dividend's $1.55. So you'd still lose 20 cents a share. $20. But then if it runs up any more, you'll be good. Ethereum, new yearly high. With elections coming up, does calls on media companies like Snap, Meta, DWalk, since campaign spending for ads on social media? Could be. I don't know if they're doing restrictions on how much they could spend. And, I think Facebook's only doing certain types of ads. But in general, yeah. And then again, so far, I think in the last quarter, everybody has upgraded their forecast for ad spend just again off of the consumer. If you think the consumer is still going to be crazy and in the game, that's something that they're upgrading there. Missed my super chat? I missed the super chat? No way. I missed Kev Dog's super chat. Oh, Kev Dog, how you living, man? Oh, I did miss it earlier. The Kev Dog is here. My bad. We were going over stolen vehicles on Facebook. My bad. What's up, Kev Dog? Good morning, baby. I saw you in the morning, too, Kev Dog. You woke up early, baby. Love to see it. Yeah, Russell is catching up. It wasn't, the thing is, though, Russell was down a little less last time the SPY, NASDAQ, and Dow were all up by a quarter. Yeah, we'll give you a horn, bro. I feel horn up. Good morning. How are ya? Good morning. For the Kev Dog, baby. The Kev Dog is here. Kev Dog says, long live the cult, man. Amen. The Kia boys. I've heard of the Kia boys. I've seen it. It's been very bad. Again, some places won't even insure Kias just because they get stolen so easily. They're like, no, we're not going to insure that. I think they made updates, though, recently. They had to, update some of the software stuff. Happy birthday, Josh. Thank you. But it's not my birthday, but I appreciate it. You know, I will have a birthday this year. I will be getting older. But it's cool, man. That's cool. I hope you have a great birthday. You know, we all get older. My hair will be gone. February 31st is my birthday. It's a leap year, so you have to add the 2 days. Your car got stolen on New Year's Eve? No way. Maybe it was meant to be. Maybe it was meant to be. Hopefully I didn't have any, sentimental stuff in there. AbbVie, I think AbbVie, if it's a weird dividend thing. So it's if the stock goes down, pretty much if the put at the money cost as much as the dividend, you could buy the stock and then play the ex-dividend. So the general idea would be that you could hold it till ex-dividend, guarantee yourself the dividend, and then if it moves up higher, you'll get both of them, and then if it goes down, then that's it. They totaled your car out. Isn't that good, though? I want my girlfriend's car to get totaled. I hope that rat totaled it. AI's rocketing. Literally the stock AI. I haven't seen it move like this in a minute, I feel like. That's like a straight vertical candle. Is there news on that? Again, a lot of volume. It's up 2%. Nvidia's going up here as well. Let's see. I sound down? No. I'm just trying not to yell because my voice is very pubescent today. But no, I'm not. I hope you're not down, man. I'm feeling actually pretty amazing. But I'm trying to use my Western voice and not yell. Like the Easterner in me likes to just be loud, but then my voice is like, you know what I'm saying? I don't see anything on AI. No love for Walgreens. They were chilling. They win that right when they recovered. Damn, they're down 3%. Again, they literally filled the dividend gap and then just came right back down. My goodness. Your girlfriend's mom was asking about AI stocks. I mentioned C3 AI. She's going to think you're a genius. She'll be like, he just told me that yesterday. Middle Eastern AI, no, I can't. I tried already. U.S. Secretary of State Blinken, Red Sea attacks have been aided and abetted by Iran. The U.S. 30. Dow's up. Everything's up like 1/4 to 0.3. NVIDIA, once again. My goodness. I don't know, but AI. I don't have any headlines on it, but I feel like it's been a minute since you've seen it kind of get a solid green shoot on there. I think we end red today. I don't know. Again, yesterday, actually, dollar came down a little bit. Yesterday, I thought the dollar would have brought us down a little bit more, but for the most part, I think it's all going to catch up by tomorrow. So the more time that we kill, the closer we get towards the end of the day. I mean, the punting team is going to come out. Why? Because you're literally going to have to deal with the data tomorrow, and then people may stop moving more or less. But the dollar is of utmost concern. GCT selling more. Down 4.6. Giga Cloud. We saw that run up the other day. The spot ETF, they said buy today. I feel like either 10 minutes before the bell or after hours they'll release the info. The melt-up has begun. We will not have any more long sell-offs. There you go, Tanner, the ultimate bull, baby. Let's see. As long as earnings and data, if earnings and data don't get in your way, we will be good. And then you're right at this level, 47.65. We didn't get above here yesterday. I think not even the last 2 days. So again, you're back to holding the lower levels of the end of the year. NVIDIA still 544. Traders trim ECB easing rates, 25 basis point cuts in 24. Rug pull. I don't know, man. I think it's very slow. Somebody said in the morning, most of the action has been happening pre-market. So, again, even right now, we've been here for what? An hour and change. We got 11 million in volume. We got, remember, tomorrow, Friday, everything. That's Right now, I feel like the fuse is already set, just but nothing has really happened yet. So I think tomorrow, and then again the PPI on Friday, and then the first set of bank earnings for the year. You know, it's like we've moved a lot, but we really haven't seen anything just yet. Is that Save? Save still going. GCT on the low. Nvidia ripping faces off. Meta, and again, a lot of the other tech names are holding up. Riot's starting to go up. Are those crypto names bouncing? Yeah, Mara already recovered 2.5%. Scary when everyone only thinks the market is going up. I don't think that's the case. Like I said the other day, I think we are in the boiling pot, the frog in the boiling pot. But until there is like consistent sets of data that is like scaring people, everybody, the status quo is that we just kind of hold up or melt up. And then again, you saw how quickly people went from, oh, it's only going to go up, to right when we touched 4,700, everybody freaked out again. But it's a weird mix of like, I would call it complacency. I don't know, maybe that's the better word, but it's just like as long everyone's just sitting in there, it's like turbulence, and as long the plane can move around as long as it's not a Boeing, and everybody's kind of assuming that, you know, until they start seeing, you know, stuff out the window or the door fly off, you know, they're not really getting worried. You know, nobody is rushing to the door to sell. That's what I would say is the big thing. Just as much as there's not like, I don't think it's like everybody thinks the market is only going to go up, but I do think that nobody wants to rush to the exit unless there is like a really a reason to rush to the exit. There's no, you know, and that everybody is very, very slow and patient to not panic. Because again, what happens when you are fast to get out in 2022 and 2023, people paid for it, right? And now they see it, and then you see just how fast the data could go from terrifying to not. So I think you have people more conditioned to slow their roll towards the exit, and you need that data to show up. So it's kind of frustrating, but it's only frustrating if you don't got patience, you know. And I think you got to really be patient, because it'll do its thing, has the ability to go up, but until there is like, you know, evidence outlining itself, you know, getting people to start running to the door, people don't want to do that like they did in the last couple of years. Everyone's scared to get out because they missed the bigger gains, kind of, in a weird way. Or at the very least, they don't want to rush to the exits until it's like, you know, we want to see smoke, and we want to see a lot of it. That's how I feel people are. You know, again, until there's a door flying off the plane, nobody is going to work. And then again, what happens when the door flies off? Everybody get quiet anyways. So we'll see, but for the most part, I don't think, at least for me, I don't think the market is only going to go up, but until there's like really flashing danger, I don't think people want to leave, and you don't really have any sign of that. And then again, we have so much that's going to tell us. So just wait for the Fed, though. You know what I'm saying? Wait for the Fed. Wait till we get close to March. Wait towards certain factors start to show up. But it's like, you know, this year is going to hold a lot of different things, and we're only like 10 days in. So bear with me. But then again, we just came off of a 9-week rally. So, you know. Posture reminder, we could use one. Get a vitamin too. I just took a B12. Yeah, sit up straight, relax the shoulders a little bit. But we got an hour for push-ups, but I'll give you an early reminder, 30 minutes. Someone asked Hunter his favorite type of crack, and it wasn't your boy Johnson, or was his name? Exactly. Let's see.
the Capitol, in the Capitol complex on the plaza. So if you want to talk about the issue, it is not a close call. If you want to talk about what happened in the previous Congress and whether Congress can subpoena members of Congress to testify before a committee, especially when that committee has falsified and fabricated evidence to its eternal shame, then you can talk about those other issues. No. And I would if I were you, because you certainly cannot meet the simple proposition that is before us now. And you certainly cannot deny the duty of this committee.
I want to hear Hunter. The eternal shame. That's so. I've never been eternally shamed by any, like, you know what I mean? No one's ever said that to me. Yeah, that's so. I don't know how I'd react. They're like, you are eternally shameful. I'm like, damn. I said, the Lord forgives me, but I've never been approached with that type of energy. More boggleheads buying and holding. Well, think about this. How many of you a couple years ago didn't have a long term? How many of you now have a long term? And then if you've held for 4 years, think about it. This is something I told you years ago about the long term in the stock market. You got to think about it. You guys are all propping this up too, myself included. Wait, what? Why? Wait a minute. Think about it. You all, that's why we've said, and again, it's been 4 years. So that means you had kids who were playing Fortnite 4 years ago who now may be buying a stock again, and then the kids who were already 18 years old and now they're graduating college, getting a 401k if they got a job, you know, they own a stock now too. I don't think you should sell the long term. This is what I always said to you guys. Like, it just, again, as population growth and increases and people get older, like, you want to buy and hold. You want to own some stuff. You could own it before those at least the 1 or 2 generations before you. So you're at least profiting off of the amount of people in the world who are just getting into finance. Again, by owning. Again, people are just starting off. There was a little bit of a pullback. I had a couple of months ago to get in. Yeah, the Fortnite kids are going to be voting soon. I wonder what that's going to be like. We'll find out on the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You. I'm 19. 4 years ago, I was on that, still learning. Amen, bro, but good. Get a long term, though. You see what I'm saying? You're still young at 19. There's people your age, they're not going to get a long term, and they're going to, they're like, oh, the market's too high, and this all goes up. Just get it now and do your thing, man. But definitely. But it's just like part of it, you guys got to think about it. You are part of, you guys, some of you are just like me. You're never going to sell. You don't have to be the richest person in the world, man, to have a long term and make a decision not to sell. But it's like all of that factors into how we keep moving up. Beto and Mara on the high. Well, Beto popping a pretty big amount. Again, still down 2%. Yeah, coin going up. Beto, Mara, they're both moving there. What's a Roma? Roma green, 33%. Was it insider trading if someone bought Boeing puts while still being in the plane? It's a funny joke, but I'm a technical person. I think it happened on a Saturday, asshole. I'd be like, what do you do? The market was closed. Maybe Robinhood lets you do their little B-book thing on whatever, but it's like, I don't think it would be insider trading because it's public knowledge. You and other people would know, but it's like, it was a Saturday. Like above all else, like y'all love to, when I say yesterday, it's Monday and I say yesterday talking about Friday, you're like, well, Josh, yesterday was Sunday. Oh, and now y'all want to hit me with that type of energy that they insider. It was a Saturday. A Saturday. The video. Wait, did they just end it? Wait, why did they end it?
Leaders in the House have continued, and I believe the indication whatsoever that any of his activities are connected to the president. They have turned up nothing. From the fact that, in the words of one of my colleagues,
oh, come on. If they ended it, bro.
Watch it. I'm paying close attention. I do feel compelled to respond to this. We have engaged in good faith negotiations. We've offered every witness a narrow scope of topics, documents in advance.
Boo. I am long on PayPal, yeah. I think we got one deposit. Beto and those crypto plays are all going up, though, right now. We're around this price for the long term. I have one deposit in it. I do like it, though, for growth this year as far as any of the new plays. But then I'm also trying to stack up in the long term. I would like some more MO. Airbnb, too. I hope, or if Airbnb takes off for us this year, that's going to be phenomenal. You know, we get to start a new year, let it do its thing. That could be beautiful. Coin going up. Again, PayPal. I think Bitcoin's going, too. Coin 150, tank never empty, and everybody in the bank act friendly. Millennials and boomers are approaching peak excess capital age too. They want stock, getting stuck good. But the moral of this story, there's a lot of reasons why the market is up and why it could hold up. People aren't necessarily assuming it's only going to go up out of greed, but more so they don't want to leave until there's really fear. And then the other moral of the story is get a long term. That's it. Just get a long term. That's all you got to do. You get a long term, you'll be good. You got your first ever divvy from MO. Wow, congratulations. I hope it's a good one. Let him compound. He'll work for you in 3 months. You get another one, do your thing. Amen. I've used Robinhood. I have a Robinhood account. I don't really use it as much, but honestly, I don't think it's a bad place to start. I think Robinhood, E-Trade, TD Ameritrade is a great one, and then I have a long-term at Fidelity too. Just go with the big boys. You'll be good. About to start work. Thank you. I've never in my life was able to save money. Even at the start of the stock market, I kept selling, but now I got 2.5 in the long term, baby. Much love. That's where it starts, baby. Let's go. Amen, man. I'm glad to hear. I'm glad to hear. And then gold is coming down right now. Buy TLT or Zeros shares to swing. Not yet. If anything, I'll play the Fed futures. I kind of like gold as a better play, and then other stuff kind of like the yen, but I don't think I'm ready to like buy and hold. Again, we flipped a lot of bonds on the way up. I got to make some money, you know, on this little gap here with bonds, and we got to profit off of some of this, so I don't want to just like buy and hold yet. I'm going to wait for kind of, you know, things to really shift a little bit harder, but I'm not opposed to it as much, but I'm not really in the, you know, yeah, like wait. I'm not in the like buy and hold camp for now. Volume's pretty low right now. Honestly, I think we're at like what, 13 million, and we're 30 minutes off a Euro close. And then remember around 1 o'clock Eastern, 10 a.m. my time, we are gonna get the 10-year bond auction. I do think that will wake us up a little bit. I do think that's going to come in with some sort of info for the most part. Yeah, yen is getting murdered. Again, ever since the earthquake and then the data slowing down. But mainly, I think the earthquake kind of just threw a wrench in it, slowed it down before the data, and then the data just double whammied it. And then again, the dollar just starting off this year like a maniac. Lockheed delivers first 2 F-16 Block 70 aircraft for Slovakia. The data, I think it was their CPI, Japan CPI and inflation, and then it came in a lot softer. That was yesterday. And then there's another thing this morning, I think. Gold's about to go negative on the day. Interesting. Oil's negative? No way. Like red? Yeah, wow. Okay, not bad. Because I wanted oil. Bro, oil's been insane. But it's been pinned for like 4 days rather than dropping for 4 days. Why is NVIDIA hitting another high? I think it just likes attention. That's it. I feel like NVIDIA is like a Bugatti. It just drives by. Everyone looks at it because it's nonstop. It just wants you to like think about it. It's worse than a Bugatti, honestly, because it's like accessible. You could still like buy. You're like, I want to get in on this, but other than that, it's still just this last couple of days of chip demand. People feeling optimistic on chip inventory, shipping the chips to China and getting all of that stuff. And then again, CES, it's all been getting people excited. Copa Airlines temporary suspension of 21 Boeing 737 MAX 9s. I think that's old, no? And then Pfizer is good, though. Again, I'm glad we got that puts there. Again, dividend's going to be on the way, but we're now making... So whatever I'm down on the shares now, I'm up more on the puts. So that protected us pretty nicely, actually. I'm down with it. The 10-year bond auctions. I would have to get a date of all the auctions. I mean, you could kind of see it on TLT, but there's been so much going on. I mean, it would take me a little bit to pull that up. If you could go pull up the dates. Actually, I guess I go Treasury Direct. But lately, I mean, I've kind of known them. Like, in the sense, I think, what has it been? The last two, we didn't move as much. And then the other two before that, we moved a lot more. Bills, notes. Oh, it only shows the latest one. January 10th is today, and then December 11th, and then November 8th. Why did it only show me 3 months, man? So December 11th, this was the auction, and then the 2 days after was the Fed. So you didn't do much, and then the Fed moved it. And then November 8th, it was a little bit up, and then you went lower. A lot of volatility. And the ones before that, I'm pretty sure the gap's there. I think it would have been like October around here. I think that was the negative bond auction. And then September, I think this was around the other one. Circulation CBOE has approved ARK Bitcoin ETF. Kathy's going on Bloomberg today. She's going to talk about it. Re-entry on gold. I got in a small position at 2028. I think anything below 2020. And then again, if everything gets volatile, you might want to go towards 2000. But I think 2020, the price from the Fed, I don't think that's a bad level, more or less. Thought she was on already. She spoke the other day, but I think she's coming on later to talk about the ETF. And then SPY still holding up. Russell's still down. ACHC. This looked big. Acadia Healthcare. Please tell me that's a buyout. ACHC. ACHC. Looks illiquid until that candle, so be careful. January 9th, a little joint venture across Creek Healthcare. Something about like behavioral sciences. Spirit Aerosystems now supporting NTSB investigation directly. It ran they had something. Remember, it was like behavioral healthcare. I think we pulled it up in the same way. Yeah, I had the same thing literally last Friday. I don't have anything else loading up on it. ANSS, Fortinet on the high. Yeah, Boeing will be, the guy's making his rounds. I think he's going to go on Bloomberg too. And then last night, this morning, Boeing CEO had like a meeting and he spoke to people about the issue. 10-year is usually bad. Not really. I mean, lately it goes both ways. I mean, again, we've actually seen pretty good auctions in the short term, but it's not like it has a history of being bad or not. That's usually the 20-year and 30-year. And remember, last time we had a 20-year and 30-year bond auction, they actually did good, which was very surprising. So 10-year doesn't really have it. The only issue with the 10-year, I think they're selling $50 billion today. Or 30 billion, I got to double check, or maybe it's 80 billion between yesterday and today, but it's a lot. It is a lot. ACHC still running 2%, but that's the only issue is that, again, like so far in the next couple of weeks around the world, but I even think like Western world, we're about to sell $2.1 trillion of bonds to fund all of the governments around the world. But again, even America, we are going to be selling a lot of bonds. And that's what people are worried about. So these auctions might show us signals that people, that it's starting to get overwhelming. But again, as long as everybody is there, then it's chill. Hunter left as somebody wanted to question him? Really?
There to protect you, but instead you want to play games because you found out that it was your leader that decided that he wanted to propagate an insurrection on our country. So don't tell me that you care about the Constitution, because you don't. All you care about is Trump getting reelected, and I'll yield the last of my time to my leader.
Thank you very much, Ms. Crockett, for your...
January 6th was nonsense, but all of y'all were running.
It. I got that one. I was not KJP, no. That didn't sound like AI. I've never had AI yell at me. The last time I yelled at an AI, it stopped talking to me. That was the most healthy behavior I've ever seen, but I was so mad. If you haven't seen that video, I think I have it on my YouTube shorts. Bro, I started typing in caps to this AI because it wasn't answering my question. And this motherfucking AI was like, maybe you should talk to someone else now. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what? He didn't even engage with me. We didn't have a battle or nothing. I was so mad. I was proud of him. I was like, that's good. It wasn't passive. It was very healthy, honestly. The AI set his boundaries and was like, nah, that's it. I'm like, damn, I was really bothered. SPY coming down. I don't know why we're getting that little dump there. I'm not getting any other headlines. I don't think it was because Hunter Biden left the speech. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't even got to see Hunter. That would have been the best thing for me today. I ain't getting no Hunter at all.
Families, because I know the differences that they see day to day in their life, and I try to do the best that I can. I come from a district where the...
Reporter to Hunter Biden, what kind of crack do you normally smoke, Mr. See, but like y'all thought my question was fucked up. I'm glad somebody asked that. Y'all really like, why you want to listen to Hunter? What office does he hold? I'm like, dude, I just want to know more about the crack. That's it. I'm just a cure. I was like the what was it? The Arrowhead forums, I'm just like interested to hear from some, like, again, you're not too many people in this land have been able to do what Hunter Biden has done. I just want to understand the mind of my friend there. You know what I'm saying? It's not even gossip. I just want to understand him more. That's all. I just want to understand that type of person. I want to he's kind of like Elon Musk in a way. Yeah, exactly. Y'all don't get it, man. That's why I'm saying is with some of you are like, what? Every time I listen to Elon, you think I want to hear this motherfucker talk weird about space and shit? Nah, man. I'm just fascinated by who he is as a person. I'll be like, you do stuff that other people don't do, and I want to understand a little bit more about this person. Of course, he's not Elon, but in a way, they both go to space. You know what I'm saying? But that's it. I'm like, no, he's an addict. The USA is full of them. I'm like I said, I know a lot of addicts. I don't know any addict who has ever smoked crack in a brand new Porsche they just bought after demanding $250,000 from a business. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's it. That's a different level. That's one of one. That's one of one. Y'all hating, but that's one of one. So I have more questions for that. And then took a picture. I've never seen a Porsche with an odometer below 500 miles with a crack pipe next to it. Like, I've never seen that. I like cars. I used to like drugs. I'm interested. I want to hear what this man has to say. How he moved on from it, how he's still into it. I don't know, but that's why I'm interested in Hunter Biden. I don't care who his dad is. Fuck that. I stopped caring about that a while. That's what I care. I care about that situation right there. I need to understand that. I've met rich people who do drugs, and I have never seen that in my life. I need to understand more of it. He's an enigma, man. So in my book, he's on the Elon level. Malcolm Gladwell studied outliers. Why can't Josh? And you feel me? Somebody understands. He's a definite outlier, and it's fascinating. Research Charlie Sheen. I have actually. I met Charlie Sheen. So I actually know, and then he gave me some good advice. His advice to me and my friends was don't fuck it up. So I've actually got to, he had a crazy, kind of honestly, but then again, he was an actor. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure he went through a lot of stuff, but but it was still a little different. He was really nice, honestly. He was really nice. Oh, Ocasio. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll let you listen to your favorite person. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. Good morning. It's not even the evening, but good night. I'll be back.
Actually believes in Congress, in this country. But I do.
Y'all going to get so worked up by this.
Here.
Some of you love her too. It's great.
We have an obligation
to
engage in good faith participation to execute and comply with the subpoena. The chairman said in front of the country several times to Hunter Biden, you can show up here in front of the world, in front of the public. Hunter Biden took him up on that offer. He said, I will show up in public. I will show up in public. He showed up here today. He showed up here in the past. And Mr. Chairman, I know you do your best with what you've got, but you've got members here that have submitted falsified evidence to the record. You have members here that have submitted and mischaracterized closed-door hearings, and people want to say back and forth at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what party it's happened from. You've got members who've engaged in revenge porn in this committee. So it is understandable why Hunter Biden would want to testify in front of the public for the American people to be able to witness that testimony for themselves. You've got members who've defied subpoenas. You've got members who we are 1 year into the term asking what the rules are at the beginning of the committee. The book was given to us on day one. And so what we should do is allow the man to testify. I believe in the power of the Oversight Committee. Frankly, I believe in it regardless of whether Republicans or Democrats have the chair, because I believe that this committee should have the power of oversight. And we cannot do that on a partisan basis. And so for that, I implore this committee to allow Hunter Biden to testify publicly. I implore and I ask for that to happen. And we cannot do that by getting engaged in this back and forth on a defiance of the subpoena. Let him comply. Let him do it today. Let him do it tomorrow. But let the man do it. And with that, I yield back to the ranking member.
Thank you, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. I think you went right to the heart of the issue
Abby-Vi.
If this ended up going...
Oh, shit. Oh, man. That ex-divvy run? What do they have on Abby-Vi? Damn it. All right. Oh, well, maybe you could buy the puts, but let's see. Now the puts are for the dividend, but then you're $2 off. Is there any news on that? Abivacious. Looks like an approval. Nah, it's 1%. It's kind of small. It's big volume. They launched Produa Depar. That was yesterday, though. Advanced Parkins. No, they had European stuff. But I don't know. I think Abby-Vi's just moving. I could be getting ready for ex-divvy. Again, they have their ex-divvies in 2 days. So, and the stock was a little low there, but I don't think there's any news on that. We'll see. Give it a second. You know, I love when Abby-Vi go crazy. Oh, JP Morgan conference. 11:15 Eastern? Yeah, 5 minutes ago. They just started, JPM. No. It's JPM. They're announcing at JPM right now. I see it on the schedule. We could listen. I'm down for that. I would want to hear Hunter, but I'm down to hear some Abby-Vi. Abby-Vi, they're the most cunning biotech company in the world. I'm telling you, after I saw that ad, they were giving drug-on-drug violence. Event calendar. They're saying something, man. So let's see. I have to register Josh Answar's company. Stock Market Live. I opt out of my consent. I viewed disclosures.
Milestones as well.
Excellent. And I would say just lastly before we move on is to Rob's point, obviously we had two of these very important deals for the company, which were designed really to provide the growth in the next decade, because we're in very strong position here for this decade, given the momentum that we described. But certainly it'll be a big focus of the management team to be able to close those deals, integrate properly, and really begin what will be traditionally in our company very strong execution on integration.
We're obviously very excited about both deals. Then, of course, managing the U.S. Humira biosimilar erosion, which has gone exceptionally well. But I'd say it's really about the growth platform, advancing the pipeline, and then closing and integrating these deals.
Excellent. Maybe on the BD front, you took some dilution with the transactions. Think about 32 cents you announced. You reiterated, though, the $11 trough earnings level. Yeah. So can you speak to what gave you confidence to be able to restate that commitment despite some of the dilution that had come?
Yeah. So if you recall, originally the floor was at $10.70. We took it up to $11 on the Q3 call, really because of the momentum of the growth platform. It was greater than $1.4 billion above our original guidance, so we flowed that through on the third quarter call. Fast forward then to December, when we're announcing these deals. We essentially, at that point, had a good sense of where Humira contracting was landing. And essentially, we are going to have more parity access than we initially anticipated. So it was really that
better than expected. That's why they got a pop.
Volume that we expect to still capture.
Their growth was big enough to justify that 40 or 20 billion in
that
deals.
allowed us to essentially absorb that dilution.
Okay. And I guess the question is just greater visibility. We've got Humira in the nearer term.
Humira growth absorbed the dilution of buying those companies. That's great.
Did that factor into your willingness to look to do deals that maybe weren't near-term accretive and you could kind of maybe absorb more dilution than otherwise?
I'd say it's the overall growth platform performance. Okay. When we look at just the momentum we're building, we expect to return to strong growth in 25. When you look at the trajectory, we've committed to high single-digit CAGR for the company from 24 through 29 on the top line, and operating margin expansion, which would mean the earnings would grow faster than sales. So there's plenty of capacity. By the time we get to 2028, these two deals essentially offset each other. So there's some near-term dilution that we can easily absorb given the rate of growth from the growth platform.
They're going to break even on those deals.
On the margin profile, I know, as you kind of touched on there, 2024 is expected to come in this kind of 46, 47 range. Can you just remind us underlying assumptions there? Did that change at all with the recent transactions? And then just how do I think about margin progression as we look out to 2025?
You could have protected the 162s.
There's
You would have already made $2 a share.
When we look at the additional R&D that we're going to be investing for these two transactions, that we could still operate within that range. And so we'll give you guidance on the Q4 call, but expect it to be within that 46 to 47% range. And then we do expect to return to operating margin expansion starting in 25, given the amount of growth on the top line. We've had a long history of being able to leverage the P&L. We'll fully invest in the business. That will essentially be the gating item for how rapidly we expand operating margin. We'll make sure that we're investing in R&D and SG&A to drive long-term growth. But we do expect operating margin to begin expanding again in 25 and then beyond.
Great. And then you talked about the company's ability to delever back down to 2 times by 2026. Should we talk about, think about AbbVie mostly focused on maybe smaller, earlier stage deals post these transactions? Just how do I think about the balance of leverage versus the long-term opportunity?
Sure. I think we have more balance sheet capacity. It's really not about balance sheet capacity. It's really more about organizational focus. We want to make sure that we close and integrate these two companies well. We really like the portfolio we have. We look across the growth platform, plus these two assets which are set up to help drive growth in the next decade. We're very satisfied with the position we're in. We will continue to look for early stage opportunities will be smaller in size because it's the focus for BD throughout 23 was looking for assets that can drive long-term growth.
Really coming up a little
in the next decade. We had clear line of sight for this decade with our current portfolio. We didn't need to go outside to supplement that. So even though these two deals will add some level of revenue this decade, it wasn't really about that. It was more about the next decade. So our BD focus doesn't change. We continue to look for assets that can drive growth in the next decade, but they will be more early stage, smaller size deals for the foreseeable future.
Okay,
that's helpful. Still want to buy more shit?
Moving over to Humira. Talk a little bit about expectations for 2024 as we think about access and pricing. I think maybe on the second quarter call, you talked about
this could be good or bad,
$7 billion
but they already kind of
US
let in with something
number
good.
You thought was a reasonable target. Is that still the case? And just any other details you might want to share?
Sure. Well, clearly, since I provided that on both the Q2 call and the Q3 call, I mentioned that the analyst sell side average of $7 billion was a reasonable expectation. Well, clearly since then, things transpired more positively. I mean, we at that point we weren't anticipating the level of parity access. We will still have parity access for the vast majority of lives. It will step down year over year, but we will still have, I think, a very good position. And so it is reasonable to assume we'll be better than that. We'll obviously give you more details on the call. I have said, and this will still hold true, that expect the majority of the erosion in 24 to really come from price.
Okay.
And that's for 2 reasons. One, if you recall, in the middle of the year, we increased our rebates.
They have earnings February 2nd.
At that point, it was 7 to 9 biosimilars coming in the middle of the year. We felt it was important to make sure that we maintain parity access, make sure that our patients have that continuity of access. So we did offer additional rebates in the second half of the year. So you'll see an annualization impact from that. Plus, we did offer additional rebates for 24 to maintain that level of parity access. And so it will be predominantly price. There will be some volume. As I mentioned, we're not going to be quite at the level of parity access we had in 23, but still the vast majority of lives will be covered.
Okay. And then just maybe, I know there was an announcement with CVS last week. Just put some perspective of how to think about that relative to those comments you made.
Yeah, so I think if you listen to what Rob just highlighted, the vast majority of our lives will still be at parity, right? So if you take the CVS announcement in particular, they have a couple big segments of business. They have template lives, which are typically smaller employers, unions, et cetera, and they've got custom lives, which are big health plans, like Anthem, for example. So some of their formularies on the template side, so let's say half of their business, are going to disadvantage Humira in favor of low list price biosimilars. And that's very consistent with what we said over time. As time goes by, you'll see more adoption, particularly with certain clients that want to assess those lower list price products. So no surprises there. Again, still the majority of even CVS will be at parity. Okay. So when you also take a look at another component of the announcement, this was for a agreement on a co-branded Humira, which is essentially just the same Humira, slightly different packaging because it's got a small little Cordavis logo. That's their distribution company. Okay. And that will be available for the lives that want to continue to think about Humira as parity. So it's really nothing beyond that, so very consistent with what we planned for. We obviously knew that this was going to take place, and also very consistent with what Rob had just highlighted.
The success you've had this year and this year on Humira, does that change at all how you think about the tail of the product? And let me just share your thoughts of, as we look out the next few years, what should we think about from here?
I mean, we're having a lot of internal conversations right now on what the tail looks like. Obviously, this is an unprecedented situation in the industry, and so we've learned a lot over the course of last year. I think there's still more learning as we go through 24, so I wouldn't expect us to give any more additional color on the tail in 24, but I think certainly as it settles out in 25, 26, sometime in the 25 timeframe, could we come out and give a little bit more guidance on what the tail could look like? I think that would be an appropriate time, but I think we need to see, if you think about, it's going to be the first full year with biosimilars this year. We have to look at, what does interchangeability mean? There's enough, I think, moves in the market that could take place that I think it's prudent to see how 24 plays out before we start to opine on the tail. We're clearly very, very pleased with the way it's transpired and the way the team has managed it, but certainly I don't think it's a bit premature to be giving a lot more color on the tail in 24, but I think in 25 we can be in that position.
Okay, excellent. Maybe staying on immunology and shifting over to Skyrizi, Rinvoq. We're coming off of very strong 2023 kind of trends for both assets. Just high level, talk about, as you think about how large these products could become, just any perspective you can share.
I think probably the best proxy is looking at the relationship between in-place share, so that's the dynamic share capture, new patients, switching patients, and TRX share, to get a sense of like how much headroom for growth is there, right? And TRX share doesn't always get to in-place share, but it'll continue to pull up if in-place share is higher. So if you think about, let's go through it, RA for Rinvoq. Our in-place share is in the low teens, right? I think our TRX share right now is just under 7%. So that tells you there's certainly more room for growth there. Atopic dermatitis in-place share is in the high teens, and then our TRX share is the high single digits. So a lot of room for growth there. And then in Skyrizi with psoriasis, we're capturing 1 out of 2 patients, so 50% in-place share. And the TRX share is in the mid to high 30s. So there's still a lot of room in those indications where I think would see the most rapid growth from where we are today, though, is in IBD. Okay. So IBD, we mentioned earlier that between Skyrizi and Crohn's, we're capturing about a 33% in-place share. And I think our share is in the mid-single digits, our TRX share is in the mid-single digits, so tremendous growth potential there. And then in UC, it's in the high teens, almost 20% for Rinvoq. We'll have Skyrizi as well. And that one is also I think in the mid-single digits TRX share. So there's plenty of room for growth in those indications. Plus, we're going to have new indications for Rinvoq.
4-month bills, 5.1, a lot of that high 44.
Lupus, GCA, that will come online later in this decade. And so that'll be another inflection of growth. So when you think about that and you size, and these are markets that are growing, right? So you add market growth, you think about the share growth potential, the new indications, they could become quite significant.
Yeah. And you expect that with those new indications coming on over time, that this should be a growth franchise for the foreseeable future?
I mean, it should be a strong growth franchise. I mean, right now we've said at least until 2033. And that's where when I look at, I get the question a lot on the difference between our
talking decades,
outlook and sell-side consensus. The biggest disconnect is Skyrizi and Rinvoq, and you just don't see the type of growth you see. I think it's somewhat like low single-digit growth from 27.
I've never traded on it or anything.
Both brands will continue to grow robustly, and so we would expect that robust growth through the early part of the next decade.
Excellent. Pricing, I think, is kind of debate in immunology. I know there was some noise with Q1 last year, kind of quieted down a little bit. Just share your perspective as maybe Humira prices come lower, biosimilar prices come down. Does that impact at all your payer discussions or how you think about price for your branded assets?
The payers are always looking for discounts. They'll basically try to do different levers in terms of their formularies. That's just normal negotiation. But if you really take a step back, one of the biggest fundamental aspects is how distinctive Skyrizi and Rinvoq are. So again, I highlighted in the opening remarks, we have 9 head-to-head trials. The last one, the 9th,
I might be able to make a trade on it.
was an IBD versus the market leader.
Like I only just like it to see.
And
it just gives you a little bit of
in terms of overall
better advice, even your technicals, bro.
Which is now the #1 driver of basically market share and preference. So the ability for us to physicians and also to payers and the medical officers of the payers to sort of highlight that distinction helps give us some significant protection in terms of the biosimilars that have started to appear. So in the last 2 years, we've seen no material pressure on the price. Now, it's going to continue to grow over time, and we'll have to continue to defend the value, but we're really prepared to do that. I think the second key point that I'll make, which is
not bad, it's a cool platform. Again, AbbVie, dude, they're low-key talking really good about everything.
A couple years ago,
again, Humira's not that bad. They're talking about 10 to 20 years out with additions.
Behind TNF, based on the Xeljanz oral surveillance study that came out in RA. So in some ways, it's already basically stepped behind, if you want to call it a biosimilar or whatever is a lower-priced option for a huge piece of the business. So in some ways, there's this moat around that drug in terms of basically it's feeding into growing markets in the second, third, and fourth line, and you're still achieving that level of growth. So when we look at it, we think that the level of distinction, the market structure is going to allow us to navigate pricing very well.
So I guess in that context, is thinking about something like a low single-digit price erosion, is that still a reasonable way to envision what price could look like here?
I think it's a reasonable assumption. We'll obviously be more specific when we give the guidance on the Q4 call, so where we've landed.
He's just hyping it up.
But I think
he said just wait for the earnings.
Fair approach.
Okay. But to your point that last year when we saw the higher price erosion, that was a unique time point with 7 indications that all came in 1 year, which was really, again, unprecedented. And we were able to, with those concessions at that moment in time, basically achieve paid access, within 60 days. So it was a huge lever to basically drive the type of volume and overall value that we've created in 2023 as we go into 24.
I mean, it was an appropriate trade-off when you consider that these 2 brands will grow over 50% in 23, and that's with high single-digit price concessions that will not continue.
Yeah, excellent. I guess just on Rinvoq, I was hoping to get a little bit more color on the IBD opportunity.
AbbVie earnings February 1st or February 2nd.
Skyrizi has been a great drug. I think there's a little more controversy around Rinvoq after the label change. So can you talk about the launches you've seen there, how those are trending versus your expectations, and you shared some of those in-play share numbers, but where do you think share can go for that product in IBD?
Well, maybe I'll ask Rupal to talk about, because I think it's really critical over a drug like Rinvoq in IBD just doesn't move that way based on commercial execution. It's a very, very special product in IBD, and then maybe I'll address your share question.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. A couple things. So in ulcerative colitis, we've seen the highest level of efficacy noted, even with phase 2 readouts for other mechanism. The phase 3 data from
ARC Investment files 13G on CRISPR.
Is still unmatched.
They buy more?
And there's a couple drivers that clinicians and patients really like, and one is just the rapid onset. It being an oral works very fast. The second piece is you're able to not only improve symptoms to very high levels, but as Jeff was referencing, heal the gut, which is very important for clinicians as they see that as a marker for continued improvement and lack of other sequelae that the patients could have. So you combine that with the ability to remove steroids, it sets up a very, very nice profile as an oral. And then what we thought going into
again, this is like the
Rinvoq
top for
many
2023
ago,
in terms of AbbVie.
Likely the
it's only been above here once or twice.
May not work in Crohn's disease. And I think we've seen that played out with other JAK inhibitors, which are not likely going to ever get to market. But Rinvoq was a standout in Crohn's disease, so we see that as very differentiated. Even within the class, the mechanism for Rinvoq is very unique. And with that one, all the observed benefits that we saw in ulcerative colitis, we also saw the ability to take people off of their steroids during induction, which is extremely unique. We haven't even seen that with biologics. So that sets up a very impressive profile. And as Jeff was saying, the so-called moat, in a way, majority of the patients that are going to be taking these drugs, 60, 70+%, have already seen an anti-TNF. So it's not like they have to wait to step through. Many of them can access it immediately and get that relief.
So if you think about the size there, we were always a little bit surprised many years ago at how fast IBD grew, even in the Humira days. And there's not a lot of medications. There's more in UC, which is the smaller of the two indications. There's not a lot of medications in Crohn's. So to Rob's point, when you look at, we just recently launched Rinvoq, and Skyrizi hasn't been out very long, and the world hasn't fully seen the impact of the head-to-head versus Stelara. And so today we're capturing 1 out of 3 patients, and the TRX share is in the mid-single digits. So you have significant headroom for basically the wheel to turn and to create a lot of value. So in some ways, if you look at one angle on the market, which is biopenetration, so what % of the moderate to severe population is exposed to a biologic? IBD is the highest. But on the other way to look at it is you haven't seen basically really the lines of therapy start to develop like you have in the other areas. So in our view, it's actually an immature market where there's still probably the most unmet needs in all of the biologic immunology area, and we've got 2 really nice horses.
No, this is the JP Morgan Health Conference. It's not on YouTube.
Nice growth driver going forward.
Yeah, I guess now it's on YouTube.
Pivoting over to aesthetics, sounds like some encouraging trends you're seeing. Just elaborate a little bit more in terms of, have we seen a bottom for this business? Can we really be comfortable that we're getting back to growth in 2024?
I mean, we're certainly seeing very nice trends, and we anticipated this. I mean, we look at historically this market in the U.S. grew in the mid-teens. And when we studied, whenever there's been an economic headwind, it's rebounded very robustly coming out of that, right? And we're starting to see, and not surprisingly, given the price points, you tend to see toxins recover before fillers. So we're very encouraged. As we mentioned, we saw a return to growth in the third quarter. We've seen an acceleration in the fourth quarter. We expect that to continue for toxins, and fillers are right behind it. So, all the metrics we're tracking are very encouraging in terms of the market is recovering, and we're starting to see an acceleration in the overall market growth.
And in terms of your longer-term expectations, has anything changed in terms of?
No, it's been somewhat controversial. I've seen some reports on questioning our ability to hit the $9 billion by 2029, greater than $9 billion by 2029. And you think about it, from 23 to 29 to deliver that, you need high single-digit growth. I mentioned the market historically has grown in the mid-teens, right? So it's a market. The penetration rates are very low. We're very good at driving that growth, and so clearly by market growth by itself should help you get there, but we're not counting on market growth alone. We have a very interesting pipeline. Jeff can talk about how Bonti, our short-acting toxin, fits into the overall portfolio. We're very excited about that as a trial toxin for those consumers who are on the sidelines because they're fearful of an unnatural look. It's a great way to try it. And we can talk a little bit more on the details of how that would work, but ultimately that could be an inflection in the market growth and certainly also drive more share capture for Botox if it works. In short-acting, the consumer comes back, they're most likely going to want to have Botox going forward. So that's certainly something we're very excited about. Think about the masseter and platysma indications for Botox. Those will each add a couple $100 million in revenue. And then we have the regenerative fillers that also will drive growth in the filler space. So when we look at the combination of the market growth potential, given the penetration rates and in history, as well as the pipeline, we feel very confident in delivering on that greater than $9 billion by 2029.
Great. Continuing along, CNS, I know this is an important area for the company, maybe one that doesn't get as much attention as some others. Maybe just bigger picture question, like why is this the right market for AbbVie? I mean, it seems like you had some real success with these assets. Can you just talk a little bit about your kind of broader organizational interest in the space?
Yeah, I think that one aspect is that we always had some significant interest in neuroscience, but we didn't have a lot of significant on-market brands. We essentially had Duopa. There was a long history with Abbott many years ago, but the time has passed. And we had this very significant neuroscience discovery with Alzheimer's,
Coinbase is going to depend on the approval. I think they might do a little better, though.
Et cetera. So the Allergan acquisition for us was transformative because we were able to have some very nice on-market brands that came super fast with Ubrelvy, Qulipta, I mentioned therapeutic Botox, and then certainly Vraylar, which was a really special product that then got super boosted by this recent approval. So suddenly when you have that on market, you start to say, okay, how can I build this out over time? How can I anticipate my advanced pipeline? And we just think it's very, very special. We think that there's very good pricing. We have fantastic commercial infrastructure.
Matt is going
Our
insane,
sales
so I was
reps
just
and
looking at
medical
it.
experts in some cases have decades of relationships with psychiatrists, and they know these markets very, very well. So it's a nice fit. I mean, as we look at our growth rates, I mean, neuroscience is right up there with immunology in terms of the growth that we see. And it was through that lens that we basically looked to see, because we knew when Vraylar, which is a big driver, would go LOE. This was a piece of our consideration set for the recent acquisition with Cerevel. And so fantastic market, commercial expertise, very strong personnel, and then a back integrated into
Meta's like
Roopal's
$10 from
area
all-time
in
highs now.
discovery, which is powerful.
Well, maybe just to add, Jeff, the other thing that's attractive is the headroom for efficacy outcomes. So if you look at migraine, unipolar depression, schizophrenia, anxiety, all these other states that we'd be interested in there's still a tremendous amount of room to gain efficacy to get to a cure-like level. It's reminiscent of IBD a little bit, where efficacy still has a ways to go to serve. So a huge unmet need still exists.
We're very excited about Cerevel because it really gives us, with emraclidine, a clear growth driver in psychiatry beyond Vraylar. Very attractive. And then they have a very compelling core antagonist in their pipeline that fits very nicely within our overall neuroscience franchise. And so between our own pipeline, what Cerevel brings to the table, we feel that neuroscience will be a strong growth driver for a long time.
Can I ask on the Cerevel transaction, just your willingness to take or comfort of taking clinical development risk here? I mean, certainly a very exciting class. Seems like the phase 1 data was obviously very positive, but just talk about when you thought about committing the capital there, the diligence you did and the comfort you have in the asset.
Yeah, it starts out with a large phase 1B study, about 80 patients, so larger than a typical 1B, I would say. That's outside of oncology. And then we saw the pattern with 2 doses achieving benefits in positive symptoms and negative symptoms. So you look at that together, and then you continue to see the profile, which is a singular molecular entity, once-a-day dosing with a good half-life, no need for titration, no food effect. That sets up a very strong profile. So that starts it all. And then when we look at the design of what's called a phase 2, we see them more as pivotal based on their sizes. 2 studies, over 370 patients, powered to achieve their endpoints adequately as you would do in a phase 3. A very robust statistical analysis plan that contemplates adjustments for multiple testing. All the things you would want to see to make it robust from a regulatory standpoint.
They just
So
got like
those
a
are the 2
1%
ends
pop.
of it.
They were
And
talking
in the
more
middle,
guidance earlier.
We're able to
Now they're
see
talking about some of the
aggregated
drugs and
blinded
companies
data
they
as
bought
the trials
and why they're
continue.
buying them. So it sounds
And if you
it's getting
compare
pretty
that
medical.
data to what we
They were
see in
speaking
1B,
some numbers
again,
and guidance a
aggregate,
little earlier.
It looks similar, and that's from an efficacy standpoint and from a safety standpoint. So it sets up a very strong profile and some elements of de-risking before we get to the data. And the other thing is, when you take a profile like that has a very strong safety profile, very different from the atypicals. We don't see the sedation, the metabolic effects, the weight gains, the movement disorders, nor do we see anticholinergic effects.
There's
Again,
no
being a
video, just
singular
audio.
Molecular entity. Onboarding could be simple for a patient population in schizophrenia. That adherence can be very challenging if they can't take their meds. So being once a day helps there, and then not having the adverse events as they onboard really helps keep them on, especially outside of a clinical trial setting. A lot of things you do in a clinical trial don't always translate to the real world. So if you can have an enhanced profile, that's going to help us in the real world. And the other big swing factor is that when you have that profile I just described, it allows you to transition to a long-acting injectable, potentially much more smoothly from an R&D standpoint, CMC standpoint, and also if you can stabilize a patient quickly and see that they're tolerating, then you're not worried about taking a risk for a depot injection once a month or even further stretched out. Because if they're not stable and they're not tolerating, then you don't want to give them a long term because it's hard to reverse once it's in. So taken all together, I think that led us, along with the high unmet need and the large market, if you will, that exists, even if there's multiple assets, I see us with that profile being able to be very competitive.
Yeah, seems like a nice market opportunity. I know when I was starting to cover the group, these were some of the biggest products across the industry, and I know it's been a while since we've had a lot of innovation, but it seems like it's kind of exciting path ahead for those. Just pivoting over to your other acquisition here with Immunogen, just talk a little bit about what attracted you to this asset and how you kind of see it fitting into the broader oncology portfolio.
Yeah, I think with Ella here essentially being on market gives us an early entry into the solid tumors. We obviously have a pipeline in ADCs with Teliso-V and 400, so there was a nice fit there. It was an area, obviously, we've done a lot of research in ADCs. We saw the opportunity to get an early start on solid tumors, but also we're excited about their pipeline as well. 151, their next generation ADC targeting FR alpha, is very compelling. And then PVEC in blood cancers, obviously, as you know, we have a presence in hematology. So we saw a very nice fit there as well. And we put it all together and we thought about our main objective being driving growth into the next decade. It met all that criteria.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit about another maybe clinical development risk question, like how you think about the product moving upstream? Where are you most confident? Where you're going to see the data we've seen so far translate? What's the riskier piece of this?
That's right. So right now we see really terrific data in the platinum-resistant, where it's a very high unmet need. There's accelerated approval, strong uptake, then a pivotal study, confirmatory study, reading out and under review right now that showed an overall survival benefit, which that has not been observed in an extended duration of an additional 4 months at the median. So that right there is very impressive. And in the resistant population, that's roughly half. The other half is the sensitive population. So there's no mechanistic reason why it wouldn't work in sensitive. It has to deal with, do you progress before 6 months or after 6 months? That defines it. So again, nothing mechanistic or nothing driving that.
We've got about a dozen
and there's
stores
also
closed
data
due to
in sensitive
power
that's
outages.
being generated now that looks very similar to resistance. So that in effect doubles the population. So you can take the programs that you're running and run them.
Slides back to VWAP. We've been dancing
well.
around. We really haven't done much though, even though we climbed a little higher. Russell's recovered a lot better, but then SPY and Dow coming down a little bit.
Of that.
And then
so
NASDAQ,
that allows you to move
same level as that early in the morning.
Upstream. Also, we've seen evidence of efficacy in the medium expressors.
I think Abiva's just at that high level.
The 35%
so it's like
is
literally,
around
I think there's a lot of orders there.
30%
so we'll see over the next day. Everything sounds good though.
In effect, another doubling.
They haven't said anything bad. I think it's just moving after the little gap up there off the guidance comments.
Bevacizumab or a platinum, and then move even earlier, right after induction, where some patients qualify for PARP inhibition. We have an opportunity to combine there. Or move on to bevacizumab for maintenance. We've already seen data that can combine there. So it can start checking all the different categories, and we can start rapidly moving into studies that'll start reading out later very late in this decade, but mostly into the 2030 and beyond, as Rob was describing. And with 151, that's a biparatopic, that binds to 2 different epitopes, may have a greater internalization, more stable linker, better half-life, that we can look at everything we just saw, potentially endometrial, triple-negative breast, lung can also play there. But with that enhanced potency, potentially even low FRA alpha expressors. So that's how we would think about it. So I think there's quite a bit of development work that we can do, and still very high unmet need.
Great. Maybe the last question here in the last minute or two. The Street assigns still pretty fairly limited value, I'd say, for AbbVie's internal pipeline. What are you most excited about? Is there kind of like maybe 2 or 3 assets you point us to pay attention to?
Yeah, a couple, 3. I mean, Rob alluded to a couple of them. So 383 I'll talk about. That's our BCMA CD3 bispecific, high affinity bivalent interaction with BCMA, univalent low interaction to CD3. It seems to create a very nice balance and a nice half-life. So what does that mean? High efficacy, strong safety, Mostly what we've observed now, what we showed at ASH, was CRS is in the grade 1 range and single-digit grade 2, nothing 3 or beyond. That enables potentially outpatient dosing rather than the need for multiple hospitalizations and the potential for no need for a step-up dosing, which that means you can start treating these patients very quickly and get them controlled because patients with myeloma can progress like that. So you want to get a handle on it. So that creates a very nice profile that our experts are very excited about. So outpatient dosing once a month is a very nice profile, potentially best in class. We'll be moving rapidly into phase 3 monotherapy this year.
You missed the good part of this if you're not understanding it.
Multiple other dose optimization combinations with other lines of therapy to getting into earlier lines, second line.
They have so many drugs.
So
they're talking about their other pipeline, but
Rob also
right
before
before
this,
this,
is part of our
they're kind of talking about
franchise. I will
some
say,
of the drugs and the companies they just bought.
We'll talk to regulators.
Remember, they bought a phase 3 or phase 2 company, which is kind of weird,
higher DAR,
considering how much they
warhead,
spent on it.
It has topoisomerase. That lets us look at the same disease states like lung, but in particular colorectal, which we see high unmet need. We've seen very strong data there in late lines, and we'll rapidly start developing that into earlier lines. So that are some couple big ones that I'd like to mention.
Meta maintained
Well,
by
appreciate the time, and thanks for joining us today.
Thank you
very much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Great seeing you.
Great seeing you. JP Morgan Health Conference. Great music. What great music. Chattadonia. So again, they were talking guidance. I think their earnings are going to be good, but they're pretty much the thing that caused the jump. They were saying Humira is doing a lot better than they expected. And then I don't know if you heard him, but they're talking like they got great growth on these new drugs for 10 years. And then they said the next 10 years after that, they're looking for, the companies they bought out. Again, this whole little pop was them just pretty much explaining how, any of the dilution from making those gigantic purchases recently. They said in like 4 years they're going to break even on it, and even then, even on this next earnings, it's not because of the top line growth on their drugs as well as Humira doing better. They're not really too worried about it. It's gonna look good, but he wouldn't tell us the numbers. But he said it should be coming in before. So otherwise than that, it's good. And then Meta keeps ripping. Somebody called out what's it called? Uranium going up there early. Yeah, bro, I kind of want more Abivi. I know that sounds kind of crazy. I don't like buying Abivi at the highs. Eventually, Abivi is going to have it's going to have its drop there. But I'm I like the sound of that. I can't wait to see. It seems like they're definitely planning for the long term. I like to hear that. Someone who wants the whole minimum 10 years. We've been in it for 4 years. But to hear them talking, 20 years out, bro, I like it. That one's not bad. Like how Zuck sells shares, Meta rips up, and the price grade. I mean, remember even JP Morgan, right after, I think the stock went up like, what, $10, $20 since Jamie Dimon said he was going to start selling shares. So again, a lot of things, a lot of craziness in moves. But then again, earnings could change all of that. Don't forget, man, if Meta comes in and they don't have any growth, the ad market doesn't recover as well, man, they spend another $18 billion or something, man, we'll find out. We will find out. Jamie isn't selling till March, though. Really? I thought it was supposed to be January. No way. But yeah, Mark Zuckerberg, the last, they said for the last, 2 months of the year, he was selling out stock every day. But it totaled $500 million. So here's the deal. I've seen Elon Musk do that in a day. And then I've seen him sell quadruple that amount at some other times. That's the thing. So comparing Mark Zuckerberg selling to Elon, I think I know who the culprit should be. But yeah, or his brother. Yeah, for real though. So in a weird way, I mean, and again, Mark Zuckerberg, I don't think he sold for 2 years prior to that. So, it's not like Zuckerberg wouldn't even sell in when it was lower. I have to build the bunker. Pocket change. He has to get a little liquidity. 500 million liquidity, Do your thing, 21. Do your thing. But not too bad. It's 11 o'clock Eastern one more hour till the big catalyst of the day, the bond auction. And that right now, NASDAQ's up 0.37, SPY 0.12, or 0.22, Dow 0.13, and then the Russell's a lot better. Like every other time, so like right here and right here, when the NASDAQ and SPY were up like a quarter, NASDAQ was up like 0.3. The Russell was down like 0.5 over here, and then it was down 0.3 over here. So the Russell, if anything, has recovered a little bit. Meta, they just got to upgrade in price target, but they were running before that. Again, I kind of think it's like a pre-earnings move, but then again, their earnings is still a little bit away. But if anything, it's just kind of melting up with everything else. But it's crazy, actually. Again, I think they're like now within $10. They get one more day like this, Meta will be at an all-time high. Not like a yearly high, but an all-time high. It's kind of mind-blowing if you think about it. I'm pretty mind-blown. Again, just it's chilling up at the highs near like 2021. Again, it hit like 381, 383, so you got like $11 to $13. Unity, AbbVie selling off a little bit now. Come on, AbbVie. That was such good news. But honestly, I'm down, though. I'm down with like a $20 drop or $50 drop on AbbVie. And then we pick some up, and then we wait. We wait and hold away. And then someone was asking about gold and SPY. I don't think there's always too big of a relation. It used to kind of be like bonds, but the correlation wasn't as high. SPY would go down, gold would go up. But as of late, I'd be watching the correlation between the dollar and then bonds. So pretty much, again, somebody asked this yesterday. They're like, why? They said, why? I don't know if it was you. They were saying, why does gold, with people pricing in rate cuts and everything going on, or if we're like worried about like even, if, like it's not going to be a hard landing and things are going to be good, why is gold still holding up? And I'm telling you, the real move on gold and everything right now that like we're looking at, my big factor with all of it is that I think gold is related to rate cuts. So that's all. I think gold is just related to the Fed. I think gold is going to move more with the Fed futures and with, people getting data that looks like the Fed's going to pivot or not. That's why gold is up. So right now, I think the relationship with gold is more so tied to the dollar and then more so with the bonds. And hopefully that makes sense. Why would gold, people buy gold when they're scared, right? But now it's like we have interest rates high. If anything, gold should have went down when interest rates were being raised to 5. But what kept happening? Bank failures kept occurring. We had war and global conflict, people getting worried about recession. So even though rates were high, gold was able to climb over the last couple of years, which is kind of phenomenal. At other times, gold usually, like, it would come down. You know what I'm saying? Like, even like 2018, we started raising rates in 2019. Or I guess it was end of 2019, and then it started to drop a little bit. But then you had problems. You had 2020, and then all through this post-COVID moment, gold held up, and it was just because of all the bad things that were going on. But now, like, the thing that's going to keep it high is if we cut rates. You have to think about it. If you cut interest rates, that should weaken the dollar there. You're going to increase supply or make it easier to get money out there. Gold does way better in a low interest rate environment. So that's why, right, again, one of the best plays even on the day of the Fed, we hit it. We made some good money on gold recently, and it was because after Powell starts talking rate cuts, gold starts to shoot up because it would benefit it. So I do think the relationship dollar and bonds, and that will be gold. As far as how it moves with the SPY, I wouldn't pay too much attention to it, but, eventually there will be a point, if the SPY does drop a lot, gold will probably catch a bid. And if the SPY rips a lot, maybe it could slow gold down, but then that depends on what the dollar and bonds do in that scenario. But the reason they're cutting rates is because they expect economic tightening, which would strengthen the dollar. But even then, though, it's like at that point, too, if you're expecting economic tightening, maybe you'd want gold, right? Again, if you think there's still a hard landing, that's why every time there was a hard landing, gold was already up leading into it because they raised rates into it. Other factors would happen, then gold would hold up. And then by the time they start cutting, if things get bad, you're going to want to own gold. And then if they don't at that point, then again, the dollar may not go up as much, and then commodities will benefit off the lower rates. Bond sales reached 10 billion, 108 billion euros in record week for Europe. Gold is a win-win right now for the most part. The only way I think gold, if the dollar does strengthen and the economy does not get clobbered, and then they don't raise rates a lot, and they just do or lower them, like they get one little cut, then maybe gold gets clapped. Or if it takes long for anything to develop, like what if it takes a year for anything to happen, gold could just, I don't want to say wither away because it's real money, it's sound money, but it will be able to do its thing. Did I buy any gold? I bought gold on the day of the Fed. We flipped it. We made a couple of grand, and then I double dipped, and I made another like 5-6 grand on the futures, and I closed out before the end of the year before it dropped, and then that's it. But I'm waiting. I have a micro gold right now that I'm holding. I'm up maybe like $100. I was up like 300. Yeah, I'm down 80. I'm up $80 on it now. I think some places are trying to reclassify gold. I heard something about that. I think even in Tennessee, if that's the area, there's some like different things with Tennessee. But I've not bought physical gold in a long time. I've held gold from like 2014, 2015. So I've just been holding it since then. And like I got a nice gold portfolio, but I don't have gold as a big part of my it's not a big part of my portfolio. Actually, where is it? I need to find this thing. It's that time. Paper gold, yeah. Paper gold is anytime you buy like GLD, you buy a gold ETF, you go and buy gold futures, you're buying gold on paper. So you could own gold on paper and profit off of the price movement, but it's not real gold. So like this is how sound money should be. Oh, it's beautiful. You hear it? Yes. That's it, bro. You wish you had more. You only got 2 kilos of physical gold. I believe that's like $100,000 or more. I think that's a lot of gold. I think that's a lot of gold, man. That's a lot of gold. 2 kilos of gold. Namaste. Namaste. 169,000. It's only 2 bars. I think unless you're like a London banker, that would probably put you in the top like 1% of gold holders. Not too many people have a bar of gold. I don't maybe Peter Schiff does, I think. I feel like that would be the biggest expose if we found out that Peter Schiff, he don't even own gold. It was like Sam Bankman. What if Peter Schiff ain't even own a Bitcoin? He ain't even own a gold. Inherited it from your grandpa. That's dope. Good grandpa. But that's still like that's a lot. I think I wouldn't. Again, I have way less than that in gold, and I don't think I don't feel the need to ever add more to my portfolio of gold. I like what I have. Again, I got the Mad Max tokens, so that's good too. That's all you need. Monday, December 11th was the previous auction, came in at 4,296, and then November 8th was 459. SPY was near high of the day after auction release, dropped instantaneously before rising to 462 before end of the day. On November is trading at 435.62, creating a continuous uptrend up till the release of 437. Feel a little bit more hesitant, more bearish than the last auction. I think you just got to see how it comes out. Because the latest auctions, they've kind of been at the numbers, give or take, but that's it. It was just like we were just freaking out about the auctions. So, and then the issue is, even if an auction comes in higher, everybody's looking around and they're like, well, it's half a basis point lower than the last one. So that's what's getting people excited. But the problem right now is that there's a bunch of bond sales. So again, I just read you the headline. Bond sales reached $108 billion in a week in Europe. And again, I think even a couple of other places around the world, they sold a bunch of bonds this year. So it's pretty crazy to think about it. You're going to wish you got more gold when your dad is running the SD Street Apocalypse Gang. Kiss the boot, Habibi. Okay, that's aggressive. I think my dad has my back, I hope. You know, I'll be like, damn, he left me. But I'm not too worried, man. You know. Assuming there is an apocalypse, man, I'm going to get raptured. Y'all could go try to steal my gold when I'm not there. So I'm good, man. I'm good. Good luck, though. That's what my mom told me. She was like, man, she's like, just make sure you're not here when the rapture happens. Don't get left behind. After we watch Left Behind, she was telling me there. I didn't earn it. I don't think I earned it. It's never earned, baby. It's never earned. It's never earned. I just hope. I have a hope for it. Find the data for the demand. I thought there was a number that were, but it's somewhere out there. I was just on the Treasury Direct website. I'm surprised it doesn't have like all of it. I think no, yeah. Even if you click on it, I have the site up here. So I was looking at it earlier, but it only shows a couple. Only shows 3. I don't know why. Press releases are available from July 1998. So if you go to the press release, it might have it all. You have a Mad Max gold coin set? No, I just have I have like 1/10 of an ounce gold coins. So I have golden eagles, like the 1 ounce American coin. I have those, but then I have some that are 1/10 of an ounce. So they're minis. So you could transact in it if you really wanted to. So just like if the world did go crazy, all these people with 1 gram of gold, man, or 1 ounce of gold, like what are you going to do? You ain't going to pay $2,000 at a time for something. I saw Boeing on the high taker. I'm seeing it a lot more. Is it 1 p.m.? Boeing's starting to run up. I don't see any headlines. The 10-year is 50-50. It depends. Usually it's decent, but this is a auction with a lot of demand. But that's about it. It's like it's not to say it's always good or always bad. It's kind of sporadic. Matthew McConaughey told you data is the new gold. No, my gold has stayed the same. The CPI gets changed every couple of months. So no, my gold, I still got the same. I'm crazy to think, bro. I've held some of these gold coins, I think for 10 years now. And they look the same. They look beautiful. I got a couple of chips from flipping them and dropping it, but not any, maybe I got to clean up the coin or something. CPI is tomorrow morning. Fortune favors the bold. Fortune favors the bold. You have to see the South Park of that one. It's very, very good. Good old coin flip. You should never clean a gold coin. Why not? I haven't, but why? Even my silver starts to get like tarnished. But I haven't cleaned that. Someone said there's something you could do to get it off. Pure gold dumbbells, functional and long-term worthy. That'd be so unnecessary. I down with the bond play for the auction. So again, if you want to get in before, remember even like the ISM, this shit could launch up 1% or not. I kind of want to buy it. I kind of just want to buy the bonds ahead of it because I think the crackheads will lean more towards positive. And then again, that's the only thing leading, and then go from there. But it's either if you buy before, it can move a lot more. Other than that, it's up to you. It's kind of you're gonna pretty much risk like $1,000 if you buy a ZN or a ZB. No, I'd buy ZB because it's down a little bit more. Cleaning will lower the value. Does like the gold wipe off or something? It loses the patina? What's that? Gold has literally been at the same price for the last couple of days. But if that auction's bad, I feel like we'll get wrecked. So I don't know. I'm kind of down. Did they raise the margin requirement on these? Meta keeps going up. All right, I'm down. I'm going to take the gamble. I'm going to go long on the bonds. I don't think the auction will do that great because of all the demand, but it was already had high demand into it, and then everyone sells off right before. I went with 1/ZB, 122.10. I think that's where we traded it last time, no? Wait a minute. Yeah, that's where I sold out of that short, actually. Ah, nice. I grabbed, what's it called? I grabbed a bond, ZB. I went with the 30-year, so even though it's the 10-year auction, and I went with the 30-year because it's trailing behind. The 10-year is still green on the day. But yeah, I did ZB to the upside. Wouldn't shares of TMF up be the play? I think that could work as well, too. Yeah, you could put the same exact thing, borderline. ZB was always... dude, that's what I said. I think currencies are always 2K, but I swear the ZB was 2K. I just saw now it's 5K margin requirement. I don't know, but maybe I'm tripping. But I really did think... I don't know, maybe in 2022... I just traded it the other day, but I shorted it. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just Mandela effect. I don't know. Josh, I swear it was 2K answers. 2K, baby. It's a good game. It's a good game. Good margin requirement. Good game. ZB is a future. You can't trade it on Robinhood, unfortunately. So honestly, and if you guys don't know what it is, I wouldn't make that as your first trade. But what you can do right now, if you have Thinkorswim, go throw up the paper trade account and go to /ZB and buy one on paper, and you can see how this play is going to play out because it moves $30 a tick. So that's the thing about it. It's like every little candle is $30. So like I'm telling you, it's like if that auction comes in and it shoots up, you'll make like a couple $100, $1,000. And then if it's a bad auction, you're going to lose $1,000 so fast. So yeah, but I wouldn't trade. If you don't know what it is, like, you know, you're just like, fucking, what's ZB? I'm going to go Google this. How come I can't buy a ZB? It's like, that's not really the move. See, I'm already down $58 on it. Does paper trading not create FOMO? I mean, like, respectfully, if you're not a little B word. You know, it's practice, baby. It's practice. You're like, oh, I want to play in the championship now. Put me in the game. Hold on, man. Just hit a fucking free throw first. You know what I'm saying? Let's get like a couple of defensive slide. Let's get some layup lines, you know, and just do your thing. But like, I really think it's good practice, man. I really think I did it too. Yeah, I did it exactly. It's to train your psychology. I didn't trade futures without paper trading them because I didn't do the way they move, bro. You're not used to it. I'm telling you, most people are not used to how a future moves. It's insane. You know what I'm saying? It's just like if you're used to even trading options, even if you buy 1,000 shares of something, futures still move a little bit more crazier than that. So it's like, you know, you have to, you got to just like understand it. I gave it like a month or two, and then like I put long positions out there. I saw how they moved. And then I got to, you know, just get familiar with how it moves. So, like, I wasn't shocked when something happens. And then you're like, oh, shit, is this, you know, because the normal range on a smaller future, it's just going to move differently than your typical play. So, just a lot of leverage. And then, again, you can lose more than what you put in. You could have a $5,000 requirement and lose $15,000. That's more than possible in futures land. So, but once you get a hang of it, it's good. But I think right now, if you want some experience, again, I'm taking a gamble. I'm putting real money down. I'm telling you it's a gamble. I'm probably going to lose or make $1,000 pretty quickly. But it's like, you know, go through it and you put on a paper trade and that's it. Aren't you supposed to be stopped out? No, this isn't a prop trade firm. You know what I'm saying? So you could lose more than what you put in. You could go negative, even kind of up to your account at zero, but then they will they'll give you a warning to add money or not, and then they'll just close it out at the loss. And if they close it out at the loss, then that's it. There's a risk management team, but like if you're trading on like a Schwab, a TD Ameritrade, I mean, how you get stopped out is a lot different. It's much more time and other things, and it also depends on your history trading with it too, as they look at it, but it's not the same as like, you know, other places that would stop you out more or less. I have 3K to YOLO. Give me a play. Can I interest you in a long term? No, can I interest you in a long term? Bond auction. Well, it's simple. There's going to be the bond auction comes out here in about 30 minutes, 40 minutes. If the yield is lower, the market is going to like it. If more people buy it, the bonds, the yield will go lower, and that would be bullish for the market, and then vice versa. If it comes in very hot, the only thing I'm worried about, I'm kind of playing the contrarian. Even though everybody wants bonds, there's so many bond sales today. That's why I'm like, I don't know if there's going to be enough money that shows up. But then again, it's like if it does show up and the yields come in lower, market should like it. Give me a crazy play, bro. No, I mean, can I interest you in a long term? Are you not interested in a long term? You know, long term could go a long way. You know, I've had $3,000 plays in the long term go up 300%. I've had $1,500 plays go up 400%, I think. I don't know. But the long term's good, man. You don't have to YOLO it. It's still early in the year. Maybe you want to save that. Maybe you want to save that YOLO. You know what I'm saying? You really want to gamble the 3K. But do you have a long term, sir? I'm not asking you about your emotions. I'm asking you about what you possess. Do you possess a long term already? Would you be considering that? You're interested? I'm glad. It's one person interested. Because it's early. It's early on. And, like, why not gamble on the CPI instead of right now? And then better yet, why not gamble on the Fed meeting at the end of the month? Better yet, why not use the 2 standard deviation, which some people have noticed it even worked on a couple of other plays, and then just go gamble $3,000 spread out between like 10 different option trades that could yield you anywhere from 1,000 to 2,000%. See what I'm saying, though? That's the thing. The YOLO demon try to get you looking for right here, right now. But I'm just saying, even if you wanted to gamble, there's a couple of other gambling moments you might want too. Give that 3K to me and gamble whether I pay you back. We could do. I'm down with that. If you want to do that, you give me $3K. I'll go get like 3 cups and I'll put like a ball underneath the cup, like it's a halftime show at like at a basketball game. You know what I'm saying? I'll just mix it around. And if you find it, I'll give you 3,000. I'll double it up. If not, I keep it. I'm down with that, man. I'm really down with that. I've never done it before. You may get an advantage on me. Yeah, 3-card Monty, baby. Mm. 3-1 and you got a deal? That don't sound like, man, fuck you. Y'all will fucking take the market maker up on 0.5 to lose everything. What do you mean? And you want to out? You trying to get me 3-1? Demand the same thing from an option chain, and I'll do it, man. That's crazy. Stop it. Stop it, man. That's crazy. Y'all hold me to a way higher standard than a damn option chain. That's cold. And they just scamming you left and right, and then they come out with a public statement every quarter on how much money they made. And how much the prices went up. That's insane. He wanted to be a magician. I wanted to too, man. My parents never got me a magician book. They said it was haram. It was the devil. And then I was just too stupid. That's it. I still trying to figure out that thumb trick. I had an Arab Ummu, and he would always wrap his hand around his thumb, and then he would like pull his thumb off of his thumb. And it was the trippiest thing, and I never understood how it played out, man. He passed away too, man. Rest in peace. Rest in peace, man. He was a good dude. He played the accordion too. You know that? This man, that's how, bro, I grew up. I don't know how I ended up liking the music that I ended up liking. Homeboy used to play the accordion. He would come to my dad's church and play the accordion, bro. Have y'all ever seen I saw him play the accordion for years. Yeah, you ever seen somebody play the accordion, bro? Y'all don't even know what an accordion is. That's the crazy part. Bro, it go hard. Look at it. Damn, these expensive. Yo, I didn't know he was balling like that. If dad plays the accordion, oh, shout out your dude. It's dope, bro. What? Dude, I didn't know these ran $1,000. $2,000. Yeah, bro. Damn, he was balling. I did not know that. That's crazy. You used to play the accordion? Oh, that's hype, bro. It's very fun to play. I remember he would vibe, he would sing, he had a microphone. He would even have a harmonica, he had a harmonica necklace while playing the accordion, bro. He'd just go off. Your uncle did give me 3 when he passed. I got 17 guitars from your dad. Oh, wow. So you play then, huh? You got a whole family of music, man. That's dope. Did he play polka music? Nah, this was just like Middle Eastern worship music. But back in the day, white people thought we were all in Al-Qaeda. So it didn't say, like, it sounds beautiful, honestly. When I told you I took my girlfriend to one of those, I took her to like an Arab church meeting with my mom. And she was vibing with the music. She was like, I have no idea what they're saying. I thought she would have got scared. But, you know, especially with everything going on. But, no, she was chilling, man. Am I Coptic? I think so. I think my parents are. But I'm pretty sure we're Coptic. Accordion big in Latin music. That's crazy. I thought it was a Middle Eastern thing. Again, I used to see Ummu with it all the time. I started college. My generation is effed. These iPad kids don't know how to interact with people. I mean, you better not be not interacting with people, talking shit about them online. You better, what are you doing in here? Chris, I need you to go to every room in your dorm. Go to the girl side and knock on every door and say, hey, what are y'all doing tonight? That you need to find you a party and you need to go door knocking. This is, you think I'm trying to give you like social tips and be Andrew Tate. No, This is real estate advice, because you learn to do that, bro. You learn to do that in your college dorm. Door knocking gonna be nothing, bro. That's all I'm saying. That's it, man. Straight from the Answers playbook. I want right now, man. Go to you better find something to go to for the weekend, and then you go. Nah, you ain't gonna go to jail. Like, man, you just scared. You think you're gonna go to jail? He gonna have the best time of his life. He gonna meet people. He gonna get a good early start freshman year in high school. That's it, man. That's all you. It's a dorm room, man. You all live in the same building. That's it. Just go to the doors, man. What's up? That's how we had it. We had my dorm was like split up. There was like one side of the hall would be boys, the other side would be girls, and then you could walk around, and like that's what we would do on the weekends. Before the weekend, we knock on the doors, be like, hey, what are you guys doing? Nice to meet you. And then that's where I realized being from California was cool. I'm telling you, there was some hot girls from Ohio. They ain't know they were hot. And then they found out, they're like, you're from California? They looked at me like I was a unicorn. I looked like a lizard. And I was like, man, this is amazing. That's it. So do it, man. Just do it. Josh, who do you go to the Super Bowl? God bless you. I don't know. I don't like football teams anymore ever since the Chargers abandoned us. I went to Arizona, man. So you go to FIU, bro? Yeah, that's going to be a good time, man. But just get out there, bro. Do it. Do it for the Chad. Even if you don't want to do it, just do it for me, okay? Let me live vicariously through you. You should knock on every single dorm door in your dorm. And if you don't, that just you don't want to do any, you know what I'm saying? That's like people, they I want to get rich. It's like, you don't want to get rich. You ain't even know. If you don't do that, you don't even want to have a good time in college. You ain't even trying. Nah, man, that's it. The Niners taking it. Aren't the Ravens doing really good? I don't know. I haven't caught up. Yeah, I think the Ravens, bro. You want to do the same play for college or for the bond play we just made? I think Joe Flacco's kind of hype. He's been carrying the Browns. He said he doesn't even know how much he gets paid. Yeah, my college friends, I have more college friends than high school friends. Like the people I kick it with now, all from college. So it's good, man. I love college for that. You don't even have to if you're spending $50,000 a year to do nothing, shame on you. If you're spending $50,000 to skip class, you better network and meet some people that you're gonna know for the rest of your life at the very least. Or you better walk away with a couple good stories. Otherwise, man, just drop out, get into real estate, and fucking call it a day. Okay, you better make up your mind now. So that's it. That's my advice there. If you ain't gonna knock on the doors and you ain't gonna get good grades, go to class, and then talk to everybody there, then you better drop out now and just start real estate, getting a job, go to maybe a trade school, get something, and then just start grinding for now. It's good advice. It's good advice. I hope they feel me, man. I hope they feel me. You might go to the Super Bowl if the Niners go. You have a connection to the team. That'd be hype. San Francisco 49. Do they play at the same field as the baseball team, the Giants? I wish someone would have told me this when I was in uni. Honestly, I had somebody tell me this before I went. So one of my neighbors who we would play football with him, and it was kind of fucked up now that I think about it, because he was 5 years or 6 years older than us, and we'd play tackle football with us, and he would just hit stick us all the time. He was in my sister's grade, but he wouldn't hang out with my sister and people like that, and he would just hang out with all the younger kids, and we'd play sports, and he would just dominate us until we all went through puberty, and then we started fucking him up because he didn't get any bigger. So it was fun, but he went to college before us, and he came back on the summer, and he would just tell us, and he was like, nah, bro, you got to do this. You got to do this. He didn't care about making money, but he was definitely He didn't care about the networking. He was all about social life, but he put me on game, and I had a good start. Yeah, no, trade schools are a excellent option. Honestly, like if you're going to go to college, to not really go to college and take advantage of everything, and then even like, actually pursue a higher career through that degree, just go to a trade school. Go become an electrician. Go figure out some of the, you could even become a nurse through some of these, or get into like some of the medical stuff there. Not like a doctor, but I would just do that. Like that's the new wave. People have been doing that. You'll get in and out in a couple of years, and you'll be making money before a lot of your peers if that's the case. Niners play in Santa Clara? Oh, I didn't know that. Electricians, high demand. Posture and push-up. Let's go, baby. I was getting my leg balances in. I gave you the warning. I didn't give you the speech, though. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Even if you're not on mobile, you could like the video. But what you need to do, man, is get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. We've been here for 3.5 hours. We got 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk, do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, you get on your knees, do the plank worm, anything. Do something, bro. Okay? Do something. But get the body moving. Then optometrist recommendations. Stare at the object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, relax those pretty little eyeballs. Okay? Relax the shoulders, your trauma traps. Some of you, we talking about school, money, work, meeting people. You're holding all that tension in your shoulders. Relax them, bro. Relax them. What's the bond play? How do you know I made a bond play, sir? That's the real question. But it was a 30-year bond future. It's gambling ahead of the bond auction. But please, relax your trauma traps, okay? Don't hold that trauma in your shoulders. Drop them, chest to the sun. Flex the core, tuck the hips in, legs in front of you. And boom, baby. Mm-hmm. Just like that, bro. Just like that. Then relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Oh. All right, there it is, man. Let's go. I need my resistance. And then I need to balance. I'm getting better at the balancing, though. After 2 days, man, I'm kind of excited. I'm getting a little better there. I'm making progress. ISRG running. Remember, they had that early earnings stuff this morning. The flamingo answers. Did you know flamingos, like their leg bends the other way? So it's not like their legs bend the same way ours do. Like they pull it inside. They got like weird ass knees, bro. Bitcoin running right now? Oh, I got resistances in my hand. I can't put it up. Oh, man. Yellen total costs for Inflation Reduction Act, clean energy taxes credits have risen, but this reflects strong demand and success of the program. Yellen, some tariffs are appropriate to maintain. Biden administration is focused on China tariff review. I have Disney in the long term, yeah. I've had a lot of these questions lately. I don't know why. Like, again, I've had people ask me if, like, I'm going to sell some stuff, if I'm still holding these. Just remember, man, y'all have watched me for 4 years hold these stocks and never sell them. So if it is in the long term, man, I don't Like, I think the answer is known because I never sell any of these. Yeah, Beto's coming back up. Still negative on the day, but we are also still waiting for that update. Okay, ready? All right, one leg balance. Let's go. Okay, I'm on my other one. HBI ruined the track record. You're just a little B word. You know why too. You coming out here like that. That's the type of energy you want, bro. You know the vibes, bro. HBI. We actually had a rule and we stuck to it. But besides that, if you really need the asterisk, that's fine. That's fine. I'll take it. But that shouldn't negate every other thing. So gotta hold the balance, bro. Gotta hold the balance. See, I did it, bro. I'm still like moving left and right, but I made it. I made this one. I'm gonna go 1:10. SPY pop it is too. Again, Bitcoin as well. Even gold a little bit at the bottom. Coin. Again, all the cryptos are moving. Meta. Is the Meta still going? Hold on. I don't want to touch the keyboard because I feel like that helps me with my balance. I got to do some pure balance. It's an easy question. People think you're going to sell. Well, no, it's usually if the stock goes up or if it goes down, people ask. But it's like, again, some of y'all have been here for a really long time and you know. I mean, you've seen it. I don't sell on these. If it's my long term, there is no reason. Like, that's definitely not the plan, or let alone have you really even had an example of that occurring. So that's why I'm just like, it's cool. I'll always answer the question, but I am telling you, it is something that, in knowing the answer, like that should speak volumes to you. When I'm putting something in the long term, we are really not trying to sell it. Even MPW, quite awful. But like I said, until that hits a certain point where they absolutely remove the dividend, when I made that decision, I'm gonna hold through with it. Again, even companies like Snapchat, that went up a shit ton. We were up again. We had $60,000 on it at one point, and then it came down. We were even down like 50% or something crazy. But then it's like, dude, we're right back up. We're actually net positive now on that type of trade, but it's all about time. I mean, imagine how much we've watched over the years, and I do hope you guys learn from that. It's like we spend time here. There's trades day by day, and there's certain things like that, but when it's all said and done, man, the time and investing the time, that's where everything is really at. And that's where it's like, maybe I'm wrong about some things. Even the negative assessments, we could be wrong, but it's like, you for real, like, the time is what works out of everything. And then again, this is the long term. So don't ever think that it's like, I'm not changing my mind that easily when I make up my mind for the long term. And I encourage you all to do the same. Otherwise, don't put it in your long term. You know what I'm saying? Like, you guys tell me to go get married and have kids all the time. Don't do something until you're ready to do it. So if you feel like you're not ready and you're going to back out and change your mind, then don't add it to the long term. Swing trade it. Go ahead and you can make a trade on it, but you have to really understand that long term is borderline forever. At minimum 10 years. Minimum 10 years. ISRG. Oh, that's very nice. I see an option going up. Beto's still going. Cytokinesis. I don't think any news. Again, we should be hearing about the buyout. Judge rescinds permission on Trump giving closing argument. And then we got 17 minutes till the auction. Bond play still break even. Long term is for investing and not trading. Big difference between the two, and a lot of people don't understand that. I think people get it. I just do know that, like, you know, the more I see people who know it and question it, it's like people are trying to find a reason to, you know, have a justification. That's what I'm saying, is like a lot of people try to justify, you know, a different action to try to make a move or do something else. But I do hope it gives you guys a little bit more certainty. Yeah, people get it. The line blurs. It's not blurry, but I think people want it to be. You know, I definitely think, you know, again, it's like asking the same question many different ways. It's asking the same person the same thing, hoping you'll get a different answer so that you could have a justification. But it just, unfortunately, it's like it's not really the case. And again, like I said, you should have this certainty, knowing that. Even selling the rebalance, no, we add money. If you don't add money to your long term, then you could rebalance in different ways. But the fact of the matter, you should be adding money. You should be saving your 10%. And then, you know, the way I rebalance is with other stuff. Again, like MPW, if they got rid of the dividend completely, I would get out of that. Until that happens, or if it doesn't happen, again, maybe management isn't shady. I could be right, I could be wrong, but I don't need to rebalance. Because what did I do with MPW? I started buying other stocks. I started, again, same thing with Snapchat. At one point, Snapchat was the biggest position in our portfolio. That's why we made so much when it went up, and then it comes back down. You're like, oh, but guess what? When Snapchat was already running, when it was expensive, even when it was coming down and we were worried about it, I started buying other things. I was rebalancing through that money that we were saving. Now it's like maybe the 5th largest position or something like that. So it's like, in general, you could always rebalance. That's my idea with even MPW. It's like, okay, you know, someone even asked me, they're like, why, you know, if you think management is shady, why would you put your money there when you could just take it out and put the money to work? And guess what? I could be wrong. What if I'm wrong? And I'd love to be wrong in that case, but at the end of the day, it's like, one, I could be wrong. I don't judge things based on just 1 year, 2 years. Unfortunately, things in the financial world take a lot of time. But then the way I'm looking at it, my money is yielding me like 7% no matter what there. A little bit higher, I'm pretty sure. So it's like, why would I, like, you know, it's, again, where can I really put my money out to work? I could put it into a winner. I could put it into a lot of things at a higher price. But the way I'm looking at it, I'm getting a return on it. I'll let it sit there. Maybe I'm wrong. And then instead of keep on buying it, I don't need to keep falling in love with it and, you know, keep throwing money at it. I could go buy other things that I think are better. Again, I put money into Pfizer. We got to grab other stuff, even get BABA, expand out the portfolio, different exposure. So that's the general idea, is that if you want to rebalance, hopefully you could rebalance over time with your savings. I added MO. Hello. You took your MPW off a drip. I'm keeping mine on. That way it's giving me the ghetto average with their money there. Yeah, that's the point. If you're buying and selling positions multiple times for a profit, that's a trade. Buy and hold is an investment into a company. There's a clear difference. People blurring those lines aren't in it to invest. They just want to trade. I agree. I agree. LT is about gathering a basket of shares, not a basket of money. I love it. You guys get it. Again, some are going to be good, some won't in the long term, but you're going to look back at it, and above all else, especially when eventually price will move, and you're going to be happy that you have a garden, you have a basket of all of these different names. Or again, a lot of one name specifically, you know, or a couple, but that's where the money is going to arrive. Yeah, exactly. There's no shade thrown at all. I hope people do get that. I agree with you on that. It just know what you're doing. That's all. But just don't lie to yourself and tell yourself that you're doing something in the long term and then just to go and trade it and do this. You know, if you have different goals and desires, you got to separate them. You know what I'm saying? That's all you got to do. You separate it, you'll be good to go. MPW does not meet the quality threshold. I think it does, or it did. Again, they've been around for 20 years. I mean, there's some of the hospitals in LA that they have, I know about. I've never been to them, thank God. But at the same time, we bought it at a distressed level. But it's, I feel better about that than buying a SPAC. Now I don't like it, but at the end of the day, it's been a year, so we'll give it some time. But you have to know what you want. Really the thing is, are you going to trade it or not? You don't want me in MPW. Your spidey sense since the divvy cut, the last dump in the loan. You're worried, but you're smart. Well, I mean, I'm not smart. I'm not a genius. But the worst case scenario, they go bankrupt and I lose I'll lose 5 months of deposits. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not, or it comes back and I get my money back. But at the end of the day, I haven't, it's not like everything else is going to balance it out. I've never put into an amount where, the rest of the portfolio is still going to be good. It would be a bad one. It may set me back a little bit of time, but for the most part, it's like if it comes back up, comes back down, for now, we haven't really taken a loss on it at all, and that's it. The way I'm looking at it, it's not anything, I think it's heaven or hell. So it's not too stressful, but like I'm saying, I don't want to prematurely decide certain things. And again, if they cut that divvy completely, then I'm down. I'm still dripping it, yeah. But again, don't forget what this conversation is about. It's not about MPW. This conversation is about understanding that once I put something in the long term, whether it's AbbVie or MPW, I have made a decision, or Disney, I have made a decision to hold that for minimum 10 years before judging the efficacy of that investment. Do you understand? Do you, that's what you have to get that. So no matter, that's why too, and again, like I'm saying, the track record with it, depending on how much of a stickler you want to be, it's not like you've ever, unless the company completely eliminated its dividend, I have never sold anything in front of you guys for the YouTube accounts. Again, even my long-term accounts, my OG ones, I've only sold to buy property or other investments, companies, stuff like that. But it's just like you got to, for real, live by that. Attach it to your forehead. And then if you're not willing to do that, don't buy it. That's the whole general notion of the long term, is like if it sounds like a big commitment, you're like, why would you tie yourself to that sort of rule? Why would you have to live like that? The general idea is so it could keep you away from stuff that you don't want to get involved in, right? It's like some stuff you're going to have to really ask yourself, if I wouldn't hold it for 10 years, why would I want it for a day then? Or, or why would I even want it to, like, what am I doing then if I can't make that decision on that company yet? Why am I buying it? Why am I giving them my money? So that's what you have to think. And then that if you're doing anything, if you're not doing that, you just trade it and do your thing. I broke the rule and got rid of coin. You just should have never bought it. And then hopefully over the years, you understand this. You're going to make some mistakes, but the general idea is that moving forward, it's like, think about that next time you get into a trade. Because if you know you're going to, imagine if it was actually locked up. That's the difference. The only thing that's hurting people is their freedom. I sound like Xi Jinping. But like, for real, if you think about it, the only thing that got you in the mess was that you bought something, and you're like, yeah, I'm going to do this. And then you're like, oh, no, I want to get out, and you got out. But like, imagine if every time you put something into your long term, you literally you couldn't pull it out. Like, it was actually got locked up into a vault and a time capsule, and it gets buried for 10 years. How much more would that change your behavior? Really ask yourself that. Because then again, once you're like, oh shit, I bought this, and then you wouldn't buy a lot of things. Then you would really slow down if that was the case. Because you're like, shit, if I put that money in there and I can't pull it out for 10 years, you're going to be like, yeah, nah, that's crazy. That's crazy. We could run on the bond auction, yeah, if it comes in with good demand. I'm on the bullish side. I'm bullish on the bonds, not necessarily the market, but we'll see what happens next. Okay. We do have 7 minutes. Almost 6. Oh, gold is flushing. I'm negative on the gold play, the small one. Juniper, be careful. $40 is the max price it's going to get to. I don't think it's the freedom, but rather the liquidity in the market. It's not what I'm discussing. I'm saying, like, legitimately, just imagine that anything you bought in your long term, you couldn't pull it out. The only way to pull it out would be cutting off your hand. Welcome to the Middle East, Habibi. You know, like, think about it. Like, that would change how you behave. You wouldn't buy half of the shit you buy if you really operated with that. If your money, your stock got put in a jail for 10 years the minute you press buy in the long term, that's what I'm talking about. But the fact is, you don't have to. That's not reality, right? Even though we try to live like that, right? That's what I'm trying to tell you here. But the reality is, you could buy it today and sell out tomorrow. You could buy it today, sell out 6 months, 1 year. There's no repercussion except for the price if it's higher or lower. But for the most part, there's nothing is constraining you to get out of it. You know? So, like, that's why I'm saying it's just like you got to really think as if you are limited. Oh, wait, no, I'm not negative. I'm negative on the ZB. I'm an idiot. I'm tripping on the I think I went break even on the gold, but it's like right there. Yeah, I'm saying it would change your buying behavior. It's like living in another country. If you had different laws than stricter law, you would behave differently. And that's where I'm saying here it's like the long term, it should, if you think like this, it will protect you. Because then you're not going to wind up in situations. And then again, you're not going to worry and ask yourself this. And then again, it's like, oh, there's short-term pain. Should I be worried? Short-term success. Should I get out and run? It's like if you knew you couldn't touch it in 10 years, you would care a lot less about what was happening. Again, like I one of my OG positions, Meta, that chart is a great I'm glad I don't fucking touch it unless I want a house. Because, like, look at this. 10 years, you're going to go up, you're going to go down, you're going to go up, you're going to go down, you're going to go up, give up 10 years of gains, and then in 1 year get all of it back. And it's like, think about the thinking logic. If you aren't willing to hold it for 10 years, I mean, you know, there's so many opportunities to get robbed on it if you have the ability to sell out whenever you want. I'm afraid of investing. Oh, man. Come on, Mitchell. Let's go, bro. If you're afraid, you could email me, Mitchell, and I would love to help you out through email. But like I said off of your first one this morning, bro, I gave you the rundown yesterday, man. It's not, I ain't going to vibe with it, man. So God bless you. But if you really need help, you could email me, man, and I'd love to help you out. Coin, yeah, well, everything in Bitcoin land woke up. Out of the greedy long. Bitcoin, popcorn. Arcs Kathy Wood on Bloomberg. Again, dude, they just had her on. Wait, we got bond auction in 3 minutes. I'll play Kathy till she till the bond. Actually, well, we get to wait a minute or two, I think. What is this? Is it playing me an ad? I'm in futures for the bond. That was trippy. Spot 23 million. Bond auction might wake some things up. Again, Mara, MSTR, all the crypto plays all moving right now. Someone eat a mushroom. It did sound like Mario, huh? Bloop. Bro, crypto. They're getting ready for Kathy. Is she talking now? They still just showing me ads. I'm supposed to get your girl. Oh, is it going to happen at 1? It might happen right at the bond auction. So we'll see. Please refresh to upload. I wonder if the bond auction page loads up way better. Treasury Direct. There's no ETF this week either. What do you mean? No ETF? I thought there's so many ETF. Okay, 1 minute. Or 30 seconds. So look out for the when issued. It'll come out in a little bit. And GG and good luck. We'll even see what gold does too. Gold's kind of clapped. Oh, you mean no ETF for Bitcoin? Oh, okay. I'd load up Pfizer if it came kind of back down to where we got it at. Because it's up 10% since we bought it. Okay, bonds trading a little down on one of them. Look for the when issued. Give it a second. Why take so long? I'm refreshing. Let's see. Fed bids 10-year total 0. What? Oh, 14 minutes ago. Then there's no way nobody came in. We would crash. So they're like, nobody showed up at the bond auction. We had to dump $50 billion in supply. Let's look for the when issue. All right, I have it on here. It says loading. When issued 4.019 before 37 billion auction. All right. Let's say give it a minute. 4.019. Higher is bearish, lower is bullish. 4.019. This takes so long to load up. I'm using the Treasury website, but I thought it'd be a little faster. 4.019. Oh, 4.024. So slightly lower, or slightly higher, excuse me. So not too crazy. Again, it's moving down. Honestly, I thought it would be a little bit worse, but what am I down? I'm down 150 on that, but it doesn't seem that bad. It's in line, more or less. It's a little higher. Remember the 2-year note the other day? You kind of had that little, like, back and forth, so it may take like 30 minutes to move, but status quo, not bad considering another $100 billion of bonds were sold overseas. So it's already coming back. I'm still around the price I paid. I'm down $60. Yeah, 4.02 versus 4.019, and that's for a 4.5%. That's like the actual rate, and then based on the price, people are bought it for 4. Now you're getting a little pop. Oh, yeah, where is the dollar? Yeah, honestly, kind of tame. Indirects were 66.1, direct 18.7. How does that stack up? 2.56 bid to cover. Forecast was 2.53. It's another 2.05 trillion. Isn't that nuts? Absolutely crazy. SPY going up. Again, it's already kind of brushing it off. I don't think bonds are moving too much. Let me check the 10-year. Because, again, I'm on the TLT. Yeah, 10-year just still near the bottom. And then SPY's ripping off of it, surprisingly. Yeah, again, if anything, bonds are barely even moving. So 37 billion 10-year, 4.02. Previous was 4.296. So still another quarter basis point lower. Bid to cover 256, previous 253. Direct bidders accepted 18.7, previous 18.9. Directs accepted 18.7, 18.9. Indirect 66.1 versus 63.8. When issued 4.019. It's actually very similar to the last auction. That's the crazy part. So again, even the underneath the surface, a lot of it moved. Again, similar numbers to last time. Coming back down a little bit on the bonds, but SPY's loving it. For now, we'll see. Eventually, if the bonds really flush, the SPY might top out and then come down. But SPY looks pretty aggressive there on the high ticker. I'm getting a lot of names. 4773. Oh, shit. You're above the level now. That's it. So like 4775, 4777, and then before you know it, like 4780. And then we might be knocking on the door. Again, 4791. That would be the other big level. But I've heard, dude, I didn't realize you're pretty high right now. Fat buy orders on Russell getting filled. It's about to come up. Now it's at that 0.10. SPY's just going crazy now. NASDAQ at 0.6. Everything's starting to run off of there. Yeah, I mean, you're getting above another level, another high here, but you have now filled the gap. So I don't know if that's good or bad for some of you. But the end of the year gap starting off the new year, that has now been wiped out here. Because it took 3 days. Did most of it in 1 day. But now you're climbing above there. Again, there's only a couple of levels here. Once you get above 4775, like 4778, and then like 4782 to 83. But I really think 4790, that's going to be the number one. Yeah, gold, I'm like right at break even on gold, or I'm up like $10 on it. CPI is going to come in hot. Well, people are still buying the bonds, though. So, like, again, all around. But if CPI does come in hot, I think the dollar is going to rocket up even more. And then SPY will catch up. No more news for the day, really. Unless you want to hear Kathy Woods and Bitcoin. Yeah, this is it.
If all works out according to plan. But, again, anything could happen between here and there.
Okay, so watch this space. It sounds like it. Ophelia, I want to go to you on the fact that fees are so low. I think most people would agree that it's surprising to see just how low these fees are. Is there a certain break-even level for you when it comes to assets in the fund, at which point you would start making money on this product?
I mean, look, yes, all of these providers are competing. They're all businesses at the end of the day, right? And we obviously do have costs associated with this. And we've talked about this in the past that, costs associated with crypto products are quite a bit higher than they are for other more traditional ETFs, simply because you actually have more service providers in the mix than you would otherwise. So I think, obviously scale is going to play a role in that. One of the things that, is particularly interesting from our perspective is obviously we're bringing quite a bit of scale here already. As a firm, we manage close to $2.5 billion in crypto assets on a global basis already, and have been doing so for a number of years. Company actually celebrated our 5-year anniversary in November. So we're trying to really ensure that we're bringing that, and we're bringing that kind of scale and that operational stability and robustness to these products. And I think over time, obviously, that scale does play a role, as does, quite frankly, this product forms a portion of a broader suite of products for us, which include a number of actively managed products. Mm-hmm. And I think for us, those are a little bit different and actually support our efforts in this sector more broadly. So we look at this really as a single component of a broader business activity.
All right. Thank you so much for that. May I add something? Please. There's something very important about what Ophelia just said. 21 Shares, our partner, has been up and running for 5 years with 40 funds before we partnered with them. And they have been through extremely volatile markets, through forks, and halvings. This is different. This is not like another ETF. So one of the reasons we partnered with 21 Shares is exactly what Ophelia said. They have already scaled in a way that very few have. And 21 Shares is the largest pure play crypto ETP provider in the world. So really important to make that observation.
Thank you for explaining that and giving that context. Kathy, I want to follow up by getting a sense from you. What do you anticipate will be the breakdown of initial inflows into ARCB when it is approved? What share will be retail investors versus what share will be institutional, and how might that look in 6 months' time?
You know, it's interesting. We're going after all of these categories. And of course, our bread and butter historically has been retail, whereas 21 Shares has been much more institutional. And we're even speaking with state pension funds, as well as even some treasurers. So the interest is far and wide, and certainly we're satisfying a lot of curiosity out there right now with meetings. So we're looking forward to seeing, how this breaks down into flows. One thing though, when you're dealing with institutions, it's not going to be overnight. There are so many boxes to check, so much due diligence, and if the approval takes place, that is, for many of them, the starting point for due diligence. So I wouldn't expect overnight success. From Eric's lips to God's ears in terms of $4 billion, that would be amazing.
All right, guys, we're just getting started. Kathy, Ophelia, you're both sticking with us. Much more ahead as we get more reaction and insight to the impact of a spot Bitcoin ETF on the industry.
PagerDuty said to consider options amid takeover interest.
Is a first step to allow more mass
it's already
ownership
up 15.
Of these self-sovereign assets.
Self-serve asset, PD takeover interest. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, you don't know the price on any of the. Oh, this chain just went crazy a little bit. PagerDuty, still expensive actually. There's ones on the February contracts that went crazy, but yeah, it's already up 16%. I think very small, cheap options if you could finesse them. It's still kind of difficult there. Boeing Alaska accident occurred due to a quality lapse. Yeah, we know, Boeing. We know. The next pump it up will be 48.18. I don't know. I kind of want to hear it. Let's see. So, again, PagerDuty, they just got stuff. I'll keep an eye on the option chain.
Max crisis, we went to work on it. We have been tackling nonconformances here and there, again, unrelated to safety. But we tackle them one at a time. That's how you build a quality management system. And you engineer the answers. You don't culture the answers. You engineer them. And then the culture goes with it. And that's what we've been doing. And anyway, this one is a horrible escape. And we will tackle this one the same way. We will engineer answers and be certain it can never happen again. And then we will, whatever information we get or glean, we will look everywhere. Around the MAX, around the Spirit factories, our own factories, our inspection processes, and we'll make sure that we take steps to ensure that it never can happen again.
I know you're in a quiet period, so you cannot talk about guidance in terms of MAX production. But you've got a steady cadence that you're planning to increase the production rate over the next several years. Can you still hit that?
Yeah, and this is not the time to be talking about what I can or can't hit with respect to deliveries. My job right now is solely focused on let's get this safety issue understood and fixed, and then production will take care of itself.
Dave Calhoun, CEO of Boeing. Kelly, we're going to send it back to you.
All right, Phil, our thanks very much. Phil LeBeau with Boeing CEO Dave Calhoun. Let's get some reaction now from a former airline executive and an aviation safety expert. Oscar Munoz joins us now. He's the former president and CEO of United Airlines, alongside former FAA and NTSB investigator.
There's another Oscar Munoz. That's the TD Securities analyst. He's always fire, bro. He always fire. Zero confidence. I mean, yeah, you've had a lot of issues. Again, where's pager duty? That one's still going up. Nope. Play on that. Again, that one maybe... No, even the bids are too low. You might be able to do the covered call thing, but I'm not really seeing it too much. Alaskan Airlines canceled flights on 737 aircraft. Equates to between 110 and 150 flights per day. Alaskan Airlines, as of this morning, made the decision to cancel all flights on 737 MAX aircraft through January 13th. Bond auction came out. It was pretty much slightly higher, but not by much, and again, a quarter basis point lower than the last time, but kind of a dud, or again, status quo more or less, but really, SPY had a little pop, hit a new high, and then came down, and then bonds try to go up, then they hit a new low, and then now, like, they're a little bit below where they started. It's like I'm down like $60. I'm down 2 ticks on that. So it barely has moved, surprisingly enough, but that's what happened at the last couple of auctions. MTA says F-Train derailed in Brooklyn. Oh, man. A lot of different events here. Check out PLD and DHR. Cold on the high. Meta's still killing it. Where's AbbVie? They're chilling. PLD. Prologis. Didn't they have something recently? I feel like there was news on Prologis. White House Kirby says we're doing everything we can to protect the shipping of the Red Sea. Kathy's back.
And
again, Bitcoin,
maybe
ETF coin, and all of them
they'd
are
be
just
called
running.
Bitcoin maximalists. There is a fear of centralization. The whole idea behind Bitcoin is a decentralized network, a transparent network, and so there's this fear of centralization. We believe that this is going to be a stepping stone in terms of access for many individuals. It's just an easier way to access it, and over time, as this movement matures, maybe they will get their own wallets, and it's highly likely they will. For institutions, right now, they are not going to custody. They're not going to go through all of the steps of the process that we've gone through. They need to get used to what this is first. This is a new technology. It's a new asset class. There's so much to learn. So this is a stepping stone. And as the movement matures, we do think, and we will encourage more and more decentralization. We think that's very important.
And I want to circle back to the concept of futures ETFs, because to Eric's point that some people have come out and said that these are paper Bitcoin products, Ophelia, usually you see that criticism levied against futures-backed ETFs. And with the spot Bitcoin ETFs launching, what does that mean for the futures-based products? Who would necessarily be interested in futures products and in favor, rather, of the spot product?
So look, you see this in commodities, right, where you do see both physically backed products as well as futures products. There are some advantages to both. Obviously, we think physical is a little bit easier to understand, going to be more appropriate to a larger number of people. It's typically simpler to add to a portfolio and is therefore going to have a wider audience. That being said, futures products can serve a really important tactical role. There are some benefits around liquidity. There are some benefits around, certain phases of market cycles where that may be beneficial or may be beneficial in combination. I think one of the things we've done as a firm is really wanted to ensure that we are welcoming people into the space. And, Kathy alluded to that. This is a critical stepping stone to bringing more people into the space. If you believe in the long-term prospect that Bitcoin's going to change the way we do finance globally, you need a couple billion people using it. This is a way to do that. There's going to be a number of different ways to access it. Futures products form part of that. We also have a wider suite of actively managed products for people who are looking to, take more advantage of our expertise in terms of markets and that active management element from ARC. At the end of the day, this is not a one-size-fits-all thing. This is a new asset class. We're going to have as many ways to access it as we do essentially every other asset class on the market.
So I got to follow up with that. Kathy, how long before we see leveraged Bitcoin ETFs, short Bitcoin ETFs approved, or an XRP ETF or an Ether ETF at this point?
Well, okay, that really depends on the SEC, and I think the stepping stone to those is, well, how does this rollout go? And we think it will go. We think it will go very well, so I think the SEC, again, we know that the research people at the SEC, and they know what they're doing. So I can't give you timing here. This one has taken so long, but maybe the learnings associated with this and the fears associated with it, or the concerns about risk, will be allayed by this rollout, and those others will come along more quickly.
So in other words, Kathy, before 2034.
Yes.
Okay. Kathy, really appreciate your joining us. Kathy Wood of ARK Invest. Ophelia, thank you so much as well. Ophelia Snyder of 21 Shares. Still ahead, we're speaking with Nate Geraci, president of the ETF Store, on how financial advisor...
Thank you, Kathy. I didn't hear her say deflation this time. That's crazy. She said new technology. I wanted more innovation. I wanted more deflation, Kathy. SEC allowing spot ETF risks after getting hacked would be the top. Well, it was just their X, formerly known as Twitter, that got hacked, I guess. They said it wasn't even because Twitter got hacked. They just were silly. These sick moves. Again, bonds ain't doing nothing. If anything, we had a little, equities moved a lot more off of today, but off the bond auction. But I think we're in a weird dead space. Again, buyout blackouts. You got earnings on the way. You now have CPI tomorrow. That's it. The only thing that we're looking for is going to be that Bitcoin approval coming in here probably by the end of today, and then that's it. And then tomorrow, MO, I think it's because the dividend paid. Usually, but then again, I don't. It makes moves like this, but I don't think there's any news on MO. I could double check. MO. Yeah, I don't see anything on Altria. Invitation Homes announces professional management services to single-family portfolio owners. It's a little old. Invitation Homes. And then SPY coming down, but it's like right below, still within the candles of the auction. Again, bonds are a little lower, but not by much. So honest, everything's quite muted. Oil has been getting wrecked now. I'm negative on my gold future. Oil, I meant gold. Gold has actually came down here now. Gold's down a quarter, but below that 2028. Well, it wasn't ex-divvy. They paid out dividend yesterday. It ran up. Or actually, was dividend today or yesterday? I think depending on when. Let's see. Where's MO? Did they give me my dividend yet? Nah. So yeah, my dividend shit. I'm down though. They haven't given me my dividend yet. So I hope we get a discount on the drip. That would be nice. It would be nice. Dang, we get back 4.6 shares. I'm down. I'm down. They did, but MO always takes a day. Kirby live. We just listen to a lot of things. White House car. I was seeing headlines. I'll give it a couple minutes. We'll see. Don't go too crazy. Don't go too crazy.
Putin pointed out the risk of conflict on the Korean Peninsula this year, and North Korea continues to fire artillery fire at South Korea. Do you think military cooperation between Russia and North Korea will actually have an impact on South Korea?
So on your first question, I haven't seen any indications, I'm not aware of any indications that there's been some sort of cooperation militarily between Hamas and North Korea. I just don't have anything to verify that. We have talked a long time about the relationship between Russia and the DPRK and the way that Russia finds ways to evade sanctions and to continue to do business with North Korea, and they have at least expressed publicly some sort of interest in sharing goals and objectives in the region. We're watching this very, very closely. I won't speculate about the degree to which that we're seeing tangible evidence that North Korea is somehow benefiting militarily from this. We do know, without question, because I've said it many times, that certainly Russia is benefiting militarily by the purchase of North Korean ballistic missiles, which we detailed again were used in subsequent strikes in Ukraine, as well as the delivery of artillery shells.
Thanks, Bree. John, just quickly back on Ecuador. Do you have a message for Americans who are in the country about the security situation?
Yeah.
And secondly, is there a concern that the crisis there will further aggravate the flow of migrants to the U.S. southern border?
I think too soon to know the answer to your second question. Obviously, that's something we're going to watch and monitor. I don't want to step on the State Department, but in general, our message to Americans that are in Ecuador is to please stay vigilant. Please avoid areas where you either see or feel or perhaps anticipate that there could be violence, to stay clear of that. And then, of course, stay in touch. If you haven't logged on and gotten the app from the State Department where you can get notifications, you ought to do that, because I'm sure the State Department and the embassy there will do everything they can to keep people informed.
On Ecuador, John, is there any determination that's been made about the safety of U.S. diplomatic staff, or any discussions taking place about reducing the U.S. diplomatic footprint in Ecuador?
None that I'm aware of at this time, Nancy. This is all pretty fresh here. It's all kind of unfolding as you and I are talking. I'd refer you to the State Department, but I'm not aware of any changes to our footprint or our force protection posture at the embassy.
And then going back to Selena's question about Secretary Austin, I think what she was getting at, it seems, is that there's a big difference when Jake Sullivan was informed by the Pentagon in whether he was told when he asked about Secretary Austin's condition, we don't know because we haven't been told by the Secretary, versus we know but we're not going to share that with you, or we've not been authorized to share that with you. So the question is, which one was it? Did Pentagon officials decline to share information they knew with the National Security Advisor, or did they just not have the information themselves?
I would put it this way. Once we found out he was in the hospital, we certainly asked all the questions you would think we would ask to try to ascertain his condition and what drove him into the hospital. Of course we were curious about that. He's the Secretary of Defense and he's a key member of the administration. I would just tell you that that effort to try to get more information was overt. And it was genuine, and it was certainly in the spirit of making sure that we understood what was going on with him and in terms of his recovery. I'll let the Pentagon speak to the information flow, both publicly and inside the chain of command, but I can assure you that throughout every step of the way, from the time we were notified until, yesterday when we all found out that he had prostate cancer, there was no lack of curiosity on our part, no lack of or slackening of an effort to try to find out what was wrong with him.
You don't want to characterize the responsiveness coming to you from the Pentagon.
I'm not going to do that.
Yesterday, House Speaker Johnson met new Taiwanese ambassador. Has the president met the new ambassador yet? If not, is he going to meet soon?
As the president, I'm sorry, can you repeat
Speaker Johnson met new Taiwanese ambassador yesterday. So I'm not asking if president met the new Taiwanese ambassador yet.
I don't believe there's been a meeting, and obviously, if and when there is, certainly that would be something we would make public.
Kim Jong-un say South Korea is their principal enemy. At the same time,
South Korea is what?
That's their principal enemy. But at the same time, Kim Jong-un sent a message of sympathy to the Japanese Prime Minister over New Year's earthquake in Japan. How do you see Kim Jong-un's different approach to towards Japan and South Korea? Do you think he invite any message to the United States?
It's a failing exercise for me to try to get inside the brain of Kim Jong-un. What goes on between those ears is not something I really know about. I can't speak to his motivations in that regard.
I just wanted to follow up on a question my colleague asked yesterday. The Israeli Supreme Court's decision to prevent journalists from accessing Gaza and being able to report in Gaza independently. Have you had a chance to see if the administration has brought that up with Israeli counterparts? What is the White House's stance on that?
We're making a good faith effort to try to get a better answer to you on that. I just don't have it right now.
Thanks, Green. Thanks, Admiral. You mentioned that Secretary Austin was part of the team briefing the president yesterday on the Houthis. I just wanted to ask you if you're confident that Secretary Austin is up to speed and fully au fait with all the with the decisions regarding possible action against the Houthis.
Yes.
Thank you. Two questions. One on Gaza. The administration authorized an assessment led by the UN to see if civilians can go back to northern Gaza. Would you ask the Israelis or the UN in this case to do another assessment of how weapons are used, especially against civilians and also against journalists? We have unprecedented number of journalists who've been killed. Yesterday you said that maybe they were caught in crossfire, but human rights organizations said some of these journalists were targeted. So would you ask for an assessment similar to the one that you authorized?
We obviously don't want to see any innocent lives lost. We don't want to see any innocent lives, any innocent people wounded. Of course, includes journalists. They have every right to be there to cover this conflict, and we want to see their presence fully respected and for them to be as protected as possible in a war zone. There should be no targeting of journalists. There should be no targeting of individual civilians, and we're going to continue to have those conversations with our Israeli counterparts, as Secretary Blinken did just yesterday.
And as you know, you dismissed a few days ago the case that brought by South Africa against Israel at the ICJ. Did you read the indictment? And if you did, do you believe that cutting off water, electricity, and fuel on a civilian population does not constitute a war crime by itself, nothing else?
Yes, I read the indictment, and as I said, and we stand by what we said about this. We find it without merit. We find it counterproductive, and I'll leave it there.
So since the start of the Biden administration, have there been other cabinet secretaries who've not been able to perform their duties but have actually informed the White House?
I don't have that kind of detail for you here today. I wouldn't, there'd be no way for me to have that information.
Thank you, Karim. Thank you, Corinne, and thank you, John. Two questions on Bangladesh, if I may. The one-sided election in Bangladesh has concluded, drawing global criticism for its crackdown on opposition. The Guardian characterized the election as overshadowed by a ruthless crackdown on opposition, and the Wall Street Journal stated, Bangladesh shows the limits of Biden's democracy promotion. In light of your earlier commitment to taking all necessary steps to reflect the will of the people of Bangladesh and your declaration of a visa restriction policy ahead of election, what is your response to concern about the Biden administration's limitations on democracy promotion?
We obviously still believe in the importance of viable, vibrant democratic institutions all over the world. And nothing has changed about our desires to see that the aspirations of the Bangladeshi people are met. And that includes being able to conduct free, fair, and transparent elections.
One more. Nobel laureate Professor Muhammad Yunus, a recipient of the Presidential Medal of Freedom and Congressional Gold Medal, received a 6-month sentence on New Year Day, widely believed to driven by political vengeance from the ruling prime minister. Is President Biden aware of this current situation, considering Yunus' remarkable contribution to the poverty alleviation around the globe, and he was White House numerous times and he received Presidential Medal of Freedom?
I'll have to take the question.
Thank you. You said that Secretary Austin took part in the conversations regarding the Red Sea. Do you know if he was conducting his business from the bedside, or is he released from the hospital?
I would refer you to the Pentagon for his whereabouts and his condition. It's yesterday, at least for where he is today. Yesterday, he was still in the hospital when he participated in that discussion.
Last question.
Two questions. One on the Houthis. Given the problem the administration has had on containing them, how can it be looked at as anything but a mistake for the fact that they removed them from the foreign terrorist organization list?
As I said, we've got a review of that designation that we're still conducting. So I'm not going to get ahead. Hang on a second. I'm not going to get ahead of that. And the goal here isn't to contain the Houthis, just to be clear. We don't want to see these attacks on commercial shipping, and we're going to do what we have to do to counter and defend against those attacks. And as I said earlier, the Houthi, they've made certain decisions.
How would I be
time.
pooping?
They
going
have
looking at charts,
to make
man.
certain
Come
decisions
on.
going forward, and we'll see what decisions they
Come on,
make.
man.
They will bear the consequences for those decisions going forward.
And then one question on General Austin. Earlier in this briefing, you said he's an essential member of the administration. But if he can disappear for 4 days without anybody noticing or really even seeming to wonder where he is, how essential is he?
I think I answered this question yesterday with Mr. Ducey here. I'll give you the abridged version. When the military operations that have been conducted over the last week or so, many of those, Secretary Austin was a key member of briefing the president and right in the middle of determining the options that the commander-in-chief ultimately decided to do. We were able to continue to counter Houthi threats in the Red Sea. We were able to take out a senior militia commander in Iraq, all based on the advice and counsel that Secretary Austin delivered. It is not uncommon on any given day here in D.C. that a cabinet officer isn't present for a certain meeting and either can call in by phone or have a deputy
I don't know if this
representative.
is new
That's
or
the way the
older.
interagency process
Unity
works.
says 6 executives will
Oftentimes
lose
these
days
things are
after
worked at
announcing
staff
mass
levels, and then
layoffs.
the principals get involved at the appropriate
Iron
time.
Source co-founders are departing.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. All right, you guys still awake? What's going on? Everyone's so quiet.
Are you suggesting that he's boring to us?
No, I'm suggesting you guys are low energy today. That's all.
Where's Simon?
So the president spoke.
Simon's like, because you won't let me answer the
Does White House
question.
believe that the conversation moved any closer to a deal on supplemental funding? And second thing on this, Speaker Johnson reportedly told his caucus the president does not want to meet in person. Is that true?
Look, what I can do right now is I can confirm that the president and Speaker Johnson did speak directly. They spoke directly today on the phone. I don't have any more details to provide. I can say this. I'll add, actually, one more thing is that the president believed that a call was the most expedient option today, and so that's why they spoke on the phone. The president believed it was important to connect as quickly as possible. Don't have any more details about the call.
Nothing you could say about what they talked about, or where
Look, we're confirming the call, and we've said many times that we try to keep these conversations private.
Capital
But we
One
are
on the
confirming that the president did speak to Speaker Johnson. I don't have anything else beyond that.
Last thing, his office says that the speaker asked for executive action to shut down the border, secure the border. Can you say anything more about that request or how that was received?
Don't have anything more to share.
Once the White House informed in advance that Hunter Biden would be showing up at the House Oversight Committee's hearing on Capitol Hill today?
So here's what I'll say, and I've said this many times before. Hunter, as you all know, is a private citizen. He's not a member of this White House. He
Often
makes his own
extremely
decisions,
risky. You can't lose all my financial
like he
investment.
did today, about how to respond to Congress.
Day.
And so I would refer you any further questions, any additional questions about this process, certainly I would refer you to Hunter's representatives.
Fully agree that he makes his own decisions, but my question was about whether the White House was informed in advance.
I would just, again, I would say that we don't have anything else to share beyond that. He's a private citizen, and he makes his own decisions as it relates to this particular, response, his particular response to the Congress. It's something that he decides on, and I would refer to his representatives.
Thanks, Green. First, a whole high school in New York is having remote classes today because the building was needed to house people who came into this country illegally. So what is the president's priority in this case? Is it the migrants or is it the students?
So let me just clear this up a little bit. So yesterday, New York City informed us that as a precaution, they would temporarily relocate migrants staying at Floyd Bennett Field to a nearby high school. As of this morning, all migrants have returned to the facility at Floyd Bennett Field, and so anything specific as to the program and what decided to do and all of the specifics to that, I would certainly refer you to New York City for any additional questions.
But if a working parent had to call out to stay home with their kid today, isn't this Biden immigration policy literally taking money out of people's pockets?
So let me just say, I'm going to actually go back to your first question for a second because I think I do need to address that, which is, when it comes to education, migrants, the economy, the president deals with multiple issues all at once. That is his job. There are multiple things happening all at once. And as it relates to this particular question that you're asking me about in New York City, that is something that New York City needs the answers to. That is a process that they took, so they have to answer to that. And as it relates to migrants and what's happening at the border, look, the president has taken this issue very seriously by making sure that on his first day, which is almost 3 years, it'll be a couple weeks, it'll be 3 years ago, that he put forward a comprehensive immigration legislation to deal with what's happening with the immigration process, obviously, and also the border. And this is an issue that's been going on for decades. The system has been broken for decades. And the president is the one who has taken action to deal with this while House Republicans do not. They get in the way.
And Hunter Biden on Capitol Hill today. How big of a headache is that for you?
He found a way to ask the question.
Hunter Biden is a private citizen. He is not a member of the White House, as you know, and I just don't have anything else to share.
But the last time he was on the Hill, he said the president was certainly familiar with what his son was going to say.
I did say that, and here's
So
and what I'm saying today.
That President Biden does not help him with his business deals, but he does help him skirt congressional subpoenas.
That is not even true. That is a jump that is incredibly I will say to you, I am helping you out. I'm helping you out. I don't have anything else to share.
Why did you just cut like that?
When is the president's next physical scheduled? Last year it was in February.
I don't have anything to share on the president's next physical. Obviously, we will once that happens, we will be transparent and share that with all of you, as we've done the last 2 times. I just don't have anything on the books to share.
Given that it's an election year, that there's a lot of public interest in his health, would that transparency include his physician coming to brief in the briefing room?
I don't have anything beyond what I just stated.
Did the president speak to his son before or after his appearance on Capitol Hill?
I'm not going to speak to the president's private conversation with his families.
And is there any response to what Representative Nancy Mace said about Hunter Biden today? She's called him, quote, the epitome of white privilege, and that Hunter should be arrested right here, right now, and go to jail.
I'm not going to respond to that. Go ahead.
Thanks, Karine. The White House Chief of Staff was supposed to meet with cabinet members today. I was wondering if you could confirm that. And
I don't have anything to confirm about a meeting with cabinet members today. What I can share, I don't know if you're talking about the specific memo that the chief of staff put out yesterday that went to the cabinet the cabinet members, the agencies, about making sure that they put forward, a memo themselves to him that would be for Friday, January 12th, and that kind of highlights their protocols when it comes to delegation of authority. That is something that obviously they're going to get back to us, back to the Chief of Staff on the 12th. So that is something that is happening. I don't have a meeting to confirm with the Chief of Staff or Cabinet Secretaries today. Okay,
You've referred to the Republican impeachment inquiry as a stunt. The president himself has said that it was a political stunt. So I guess if the whole thing is a stunt, how does the White House see the president's son himself pulling a stunt by appearing at this contempt hearing?
I don't have anything else to add. The decisions that are made by Hunter Biden are his own. He's a private citizen, and I'm just not going to speak beyond that. If you ask me about the impeachment of, or what the GOP and Congress is doing as they're trying to impeach multiple cabinet members, I can speak to that. But Hunter Biden is a private citizen. I'm just not going to speak to that.
You have spoken to that, and again, you have called that a stunt in the past, right? So
I
I'm
just don't have
asking.
anything else to add. I hear you. For today, I'm just not going to say anything more.
And can you tell us what the president is up to today?
Yeah, I have a couple things I can share with what the president is doing today. As he always does, he's working around the clock, focusing on the issues that matter to the American people.
He works around the clock.
Americans, obviously. I talked at the top about the record-breaking 20 million Americans that have enrolled in health care coverage through the Affordable Care Act. That's always his focus, obviously making sure that health care is available for all. He is having lunch today with the vice president. He was briefed by his national security team this morning. He spoke directly, as I misstated and confirmed to all of you moments ago, to Speaker Johnson, and he's looking forward to traveling to Allentown, Pennsylvania on Friday to discuss how communities across America are coming back thanks to Bidenomics and also Investing America agenda, and so that's what his day looks like today.
Since there isn't anything on his public schedule, what would the White House say to any Democrats that might say, we're now getting closer to the election, the American people need to see him every day out in public?
So I'll say this, and I have to be careful, right? This is an election year. I am a federal government employee. I cannot speak to a upcoming election, but I certainly can point to the president's schedule over the past couple of days, right? He went to South Carolina. He went to Valley Forge. Valley Forge, he talked about something that is incredibly important, our democracy, our freedom, and how we must protect that, how we must do everything that we can to make sure we keep our democracy strong, and how there's a decision for Americans that they're going to have to make. He went to South Carolina, delivered a very similar message, talking about freedoms, went to Mother Emanuel, a church that dealt with an awful shooting and lost 9 of their members back in 2015, a place that he has a personal connection to. You heard him then. And so, look, the president's going to go to Allentown to speak about Bidenomics, Investing in America on Friday, and you will see a lot more of this president. I don't have anything else to share. And once we have more to share on his schedule, I certainly will, but I want to be really careful not to speak to 2024. Okay, Jared.
Just a couple of clarifying questions on that call with the speaker. I'm sorry if I missed it. Can you say who initiated that phone call?
I don't have anything else beyond that. What I did say is that the president wanted to make sure he spoke with Speaker Johnson. He said that I said that he thought doing a phone call was the quickest way of doing that, and it was important for them to have a conversation. I just don't have anything beyond that.
And then on the speaker's request that the president take executive action, is there action that the White House believes the president can take in lieu of some sort of agreement, some sort of legislation from Congress that would help what's happening at the border?
So look, we don't have any executive actions to announce or that we've been looking into or anything like that to share or preview to you at this time. I can mention the legislation that the president, as I did moments ago, that he put forward, a comprehensive immigration proposal that he did on his first day. Let's not forget there is a bipartisan negotiation happening in the Senate with Republicans and Democrats on how they can move forward in a bipartisan way, a bipartisan agreement to deal with the border security issue that we appreciate. That's been going in the right direction, and so that's what's happening right now. GOP in the House, they continue to get in the way. They do political stunts. They get in the way. They voted in May to eliminate 2,000 Border Patrol agents. That's what they're doing. And let's not forget, while those senators in December, we're having negotiations, having those meetings. In the middle of December, House Republicans decided to go home and start their vacation early. That's what they decided to do. Go ahead, Karen.
Great. Would the White House be okay with another CR to keep the government funded after the deadline?
I'm not going to get into the technical approach or the approach of Congress from here. I'm going to let the conversations, the negotiations happen, the conversations happen.
Let's just say that that happens, that there is another CR to avoid a shutdown. We could see the president submitting his fiscal year 2025 budget at the same time as lawmakers are still sorting out the fiscal year 2024 budget. What does that say about the state of affairs right now in Washington, about these short-term punting of dealing with all this?
Look, I agree. This kicking the can down the road is not the way that Congress should be operating. We've been very clear about that. They have a job to do. Keeping the government open is one of the basic things that they can do. Kicking it down the road, House Republicans kicking this down the road does not help Americans. It doesn't. In a couple of days, we may see a partial shutdown. That's not what we should be doing for the American people. We should be delivering on these programs that they need, that are necessary for them and their families. And so, no, that is not something we want to see. That isn't. It is not something we want to see. And they need to do their jobs instead of these political stunts. Somebody asked me about the impeachment hearings that are happening in Congress, in the House Republicans right now that are leading that. That is a waste of time, political stunts, baseless accusations. And that is not what the American people want to see.
No,
they want to see us working in a bipartisan way.
It was going too crazy.
And that's what we're trying to do as it relates to the border security in the Senate, right? We're trying to do that in a bipartisan way. That's why the president got involved in early spring in getting a bipartisan agreement with the budget, on the budget. And so it's really shameful. You see who I haven't called, Garen.
The Vice President met with voting rights activists in Atlanta yesterday, and they expressed their concern about election integrity and political violence. One person even described volunteers having a gun pulled on them. And I spoke with Latasha Brown, the co-founder of Black Voters Matter, who said that they believe that this is a result of dog whistles from some elected officials who are pushing claims of voter fraud. What level of concern does the White House have for violence to be taking place on election workers and volunteers, and what federal deployment or resources are being deployed to assist them?
So a couple of things. In response to the sharp increase in threats of violence to election workers following the 2020 election cycle, in June of 2021, Justice Department created the Election Threats Task Force to investigate and prosecute those who target election workers. And yesterday, the DOJ actually released information highlighting the work its civil rights, criminal justice, and national security divisions are doing to enforce civil rights protections, enforce criminal statutes, prohibiting voter intimidation, and prevent malign influence in our elections. Any threats of violence towards election workers and other attempts to undermine our democratic process and make it harder to vote are unacceptable. And of course, this administration is going to use every tool at its disposal to protect the sacred right to vote and defend our democracy. That is something that you've heard from the president, not only in Valley Forge recently, but also many times during the past almost 3 years of his administration. So we're going to be steadfast on that. Go ahead.
Thanks, Karina. I just want to ask, given the conclusion of U.S.-China military-to-military talks yesterday, just a general question, whether the president is satisfied with the progress made since the agreements made.
So I have not spoken to the president about that. I get the question.
I'm glad we rolled over the covered calls.
I
don't think we would have been able to do it.
Already put out on this, but I have not spoken to the president specifically to get a sense of that.
Feeling he has about a various range of issues. You had fentanyl. We had expectation that China would be a stabilizing force in different conflicts. Is there a sense of whether that's played out the way he had expected?
So look, these are conversations that we obviously are going to continue to have.
If you go look at the contracts again, now that it's in the money, we would have to pay more to cover it, and then you would have got a little bit more than what we got
fentanyl,
here.
We don't want that to go into our communities. And so look, that relationship.
Or it would have been harder even at the ask if you look at it.
Meet with President Xi recently.
You have to buy these back
they
at
had a very good
$12.55.
conversation. administration. You've seen
then, I don't know if
cabinet
you would've been-
secretaries
yeah,
and
you would've
also
been able to sell, probably break even.
Officials here in the White House continue to have those
I don't know, I
diplomatic
think Uber's up 'cause
conversations.
DoorDash.
Diplomacy is very important here with this administration, with this president. I just don't want to go beyond.
And SPY
what
up,
we've already
bonds
shared
still
on this.
down. Again, we're rocketing up to another high, or melting up.
Thank you. The Chief of Staff said in his memo to Cabinet Secretaries yesterday that they should delegate their responsibilities if they're hospitalized. Since, as far as we know, Secretary Austin is still hospitalized, does the White House believe he should be delegating his responsibilities now?
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
Yeah, the Chief of Staff said in his memo to Cabinet Secretaries that they should delegate responsibilities when they're hospitalized. And as far as we know, Secretary Austin is still hospitalized. So according to the White House or the Chief of Staff, should he be delegating his responsibilities?
Well, look, as you heard from the Admiral, Secretary Austin was involved in a conversation, a meeting with the President on national security matters just yesterday. And also the Admiral talked about this as well. This is when we have these conversations or meetings with cabinet secretaries, not just always with the secretary at the top. There are other people that are involved in these important, crucial conversations, whether it's policy, whether it's decision making. And so obviously we've been the Secretary is working, is having conversations with our National Security Council and others here in the administration. I just don't have anything to share on specifics on that particular matter. What I can say is, Department of Defense is certainly reviewing their process and looking at what could have been done better. It's a 30-day review process, but obviously Secretary Austin has been very much involved and engaged, certainly this current week. Way back. I'm trying to call. Go ahead, Brian.
Thanks a lot, Corinne. I had a question about supply chains. Given how much work that President Biden spent on supply chain mitigation in 2021 when he first came to office, how concerned should Americans be right now about supply chain disruption, given how much shipping traffic normally runs through the Red Sea, and what actions is the president taking to mitigate potential supply chain disruptions?
So look, as you've heard from us many times, obviously the Red Sea is an important global trade, particularly for transportation of oil, grain, and consumer goods from Asia. The Department of Transportation is in close communication with ocean shippers, industry, and other stakeholders. And so we're taking every steps to ensure that shipping in the Red Sea is not obstructed, right? Is unobstructed, including by establishing Operation Prosperity Guardian and building a coalition of countries from region and around the world to ensure freedom of navigation, to protect the maritime economy and bolster regional security in the Red Sea. So we're taking this very seriously. We're keeping an eye on this. As you heard us say, the Red Sea is very important to commercial shipping, and so we're going to take this very seriously.
Is the president seeing an impact on the economy at this point? Should Americans be prepared to see an impact in supply chain disruption?
So what I can say is we're going to continue to monitor the situation, and we are taking action to make sure that doesn't happen. Got it in the middle.
Thanks, Kareem. The president announced earlier this week that
What's happening? No more? Some of you are like, yes.
Situation, and we are taking action to make sure that
I just went to the bathroom. Drinking water.
Got it in the
It's
middle.
good.
Thanks, Kareem.
The
The president announced earlier this week that
Part of her portfolio
wow, it's only
is doing
11?
implementing
It's
all of
early.
these,
Yeah, yesterday they were
pieces
late.
of legislation, historic pieces of legislation that we've been able to get through Congress. I don't have anything beyond whatever he's going to do after that. I certainly will leave that to Mitch Landrieu, but that's how his portfolio is being taken care of from here.
is the White House preparing for any other staffing departures as the campaign ramps up?
I don't have anything to announce from here. Okay.
What is the administration doing to address the billions of dollars in overpayments the Social Security Administration has been trying to claw back from millions of Americans?
So on that particular piece, look, the president requested 10% increase in funding for Social Security Administration to help invest in the staff and technology necessary to improve customer service and determination services. The administration is committed to protecting Social Security. You heard him during the State of the Union last year. The president standing up in front of millions of Americans who were watching, protecting Social Security, protecting Medicare, and protecting Medicaid, and that's something that he's been certainly doing. And so anything further on that, I would certainly refer you to the Social Security Administration. Good, Colleen.
Thank you.
No, right behind you.
I wanted to ask you about updates on the administration's conversations with Mexico. Do you have any changes or agreements to talk about as they work to alleviate pressure on the southwest border?
So, as you know, there was a meeting that occurred during the holidays with National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. Actually, no, it was Secretary Blinken, Secretary Mayorkas, and also Deputy National Security Advisor Sherwood Randall, and they went to Mexico City to continue the conversation that the president obviously has been having with President of Mexico. The conversation went really well. Obviously, it's continuing. These are diplomatic conversation. They've been a partner with us on migration, partner with us on how to deal with fentanyl as well. And so the president of Mexico and his team have taken significant efforts that they are putting underway to make sure that we deal with the border in a way that obviously is effective. And so we're starting to see those results. I don't have anything beyond that, but obviously those diplomatic conversations continue, and we appreciate President of Mexico being a partner in this.
By results.
So we have seen results in the migration of migrants, right? We've seen a decrease because of the actions that President of Mexico has taken. And so, again, because of these diplomatic conversations, they have been effective. We see them as being effective. Go ahead, Andrew.
Thank you. Two questions. First, the former president, President Trump, yesterday warned that there would be bedlam in this country if the case against him affects the election results in November. Without speaking to the former president himself, because I know you're covered by the Hatch Act, is the administration tracking the possibility of potential violence around the time of any trial date that you might have? Is that something that's being prepared for? And then I have another question.
So I have to say this, I can't comment on anything that is related to 2024 as a federal government employee. What I will say is President Biden has always been absolutely clear when it comes to this.
Always.
Political violence has no place whatsoever in America. It just has. But there are a couple more things I want to say. So leaders need to put their country first. They need to put the safety of American people and respect for the rule of law above themselves, like President Biden does every day. And there's no one who would even imagine Joe Biden being afraid to condemn violence, right? This is something, again, that we've done pretty often here, unfortunately, that we've had to do this in the last 3 years. Failing to condemn or discourage criminal violence, especially after dangerous conspiracies and violent rhetoric have cost law enforcement officers their lives. We saw that on January 6th. Officers lost their lives and resulted in gut-wrenching assaults like the attack on Paul Pelosi is horrific. It's horrifying. And if you are a leader in this country, you need to put this country first. You need to put the safety of the American people first. That's what leaders do.
And on Hunter Biden, I understand he is a private citizen. He is not a member of the administration. He is, however, a member of the president's family. So could you tell us if he stayed at the White House in the residence last night?
I don't have anything else to share. I think what last one? Back there.
Without getting into the specific case that you said that you wouldn't or couldn't or shouldn't.
Tesla coming up.
The question about presidential immunity, the idea that a president should be immune from prosecution, not about any specifics. What does the president think about that? Because, for example, in a courtroom yesterday, a judge opined that a president might be able to have a rival assassinated by SEAL Team 6. I'm assuming that President Biden does not agree with that idea. What are his thoughts on immunity generally?
What are they asking?
Look, I'm going to be very careful because it is connected to what former president said, and it is an ongoing case. Just not going to comment on a legal case or make statements that may impact the ongoing case. So going to refer you to the Department of Justice of any specific questions you may have on that. Just going to be very careful from here. With that, I will see you guys tomorrow. Thanks, everybody.
What a great question to leave it on. So, is the president immune if he assassinates somebody? Yeah. Man, it's early. It's only 11 o'clock right now. We still got 2 hours left in the day. People are still talking about, what's it called? They still talking about Mr. Lloyd Austin. There's a lot of Hunter Biden questions, couple things about the border and schools and immigrants. But other than that, same old press briefing, which was absolutely always clear. I love it. I love it. Bonds are down still from the auction. The SPY's back up to the high that it hit 2 minutes after the auction. But as of now, man, this is just the CPI run-up for tomorrow. I hope you guys are ready for it. Can you clear up an argument between Alexa, Google, my husband, and I? What stock ticker trades Converse, Nike, or VFC? I feel like I'm on Jeopardy. Blip, blip, blip. Who is Nike? I think I got it right. I think it's Nike. I think Nike has their own Converse division, or anytime I've gone over Nike earnings, I do think it has Converse as its own segment. I'm pretty sure it's Nike. I don't know. But I'm like 90% sure. 10% just because I had to put 10% in the long term, you know, so 90% sure. Ding, ding, ding. Nice. Okay. Can the president assassinate people for 200? Okay, what's the code? No? Oh, that's not. We're not playing anymore? Okay. I'm sorry. It's what is absolutely clear. Nice. Awesome. Okay. Where is Hunter Biden for 400? Ding, ding. He is a private citizen. Nice. I'm on a roll. I'm on a roll. This is good. I don't want the daily double. Hatch Act. Daily, no daily double. Thank you. Beetle call just rocketed. Maybe everyone's getting ready for it. Might be some movements ahead. Again, Beetle already rocketed. Again, that's almost like a 4% intraday move. I mean, Bitcoin was down 4%. And then it went down. Josh answers for White House spokesperson. You guys wouldn't like it. That's why you got to kind of respect their jobs. You know, sometimes they don't tell you everything. Because, like, I would freak out the American public. I'm like, oh, Skydance investors explore deal for Sherry Redstone's National Amusement Park. Para, and is that Esta? No, Para, what is that? All cash deal for Shari Redstone's amusement. What's Shari Redstone? Hold on, we got that early. Shari, no. Then is it Para that's going up on it? Capital to facilitate deal. Larry Ellison and others would buy at least majority stake in National Amusements. What the hell is National Amusements? Is it Para? What's right? I don't know. I can't find it. I see Para, but I don't know if there's another ticker related to that. Same name, so it's Para? No shit. But again, we've heard this before, but this seems to be an exclusive on there. This one could be a little interesting. Let's take a gander. All of these options are fried completely. She used to be or was the president. Is it ICOM? I don't know. I think it's, again, Larry Davidson. Par is already going up there. Parachain whack. I got one of the weeklies for 5 cents, but I only got one of them. I don't think that's going to hit. It went up to 60 on the ask, but other than that, nothing new with the bonds. They just actually bounced and then just went right back down. And then gold went negative. I'll take it. I spent $5. $5 on a Para. Slow melt up. I mean, if we get past these levels there, and we might do a little bit, maybe even gap up a little in the morning if everyone still feels good, and then we'll get the data and then go from there. Everybody will go crazy. Para's Paramount. I don't know if it's National Redstone. That's the thing. Skydance investors explore deal for Shari Redstone's National Amusements. I don't know if it's public. Again, Para just had a little reaction. Chains went a little crazy. I just took one option for $5. Called it a day. CBOE says Bitcoin ETFs will begin trading tomorrow. So CBOE they coming out with it, or is that just their assessment? It's a private company of movie theaters. Thank you for that. ARRR, no. It's HODL, the ticker. Oh, that's going to be the, Van Eck Bitcoin Trust. It has a name, it's just not trading yet. Yeah, PPI is going to be pretty big. It depends. As long as if PPI is just status quo, then, punt till the PPI. I'm sure you'll get some movement, though. In this case, on the par, I took one off. I don't even think it's worth it. As long as we're not getting a reaction on it, I don't think it's even, I think I just wasted $5. But usually I go over the options after hours. I don't want people FOMOing into plays. If it is 2 standard deviations or something related to a strategy we've made a video on, I'll give details so you could find it on your own. But other than that, I don't really explain them too much on here because, again, we used to, but it causes a little too much FOMO and hype. And I want people to actually learn above all else. Yeah, DJ, Alaska, Dow Jones, Alaska, and Airlines to cancel all flights. Already had that through Saturday. Expected move for tomorrow. You could find out. Oh, shit. I shouldn't have opened that. Alaska 10. We already had this news. It's coming across the wall. Detach? What the hell just happened? So what's the date tomorrow? The 11th? So, right. Whoa. Is that real? This is on SPX. We'll go SPY. SPY got what, 475. We'll just go with the 476. 160. It's like what, $3, $3.50 about? I'd say that's pretty accurate. So $3.50. Less than 1% is priced in. So believe it or not much is priced in. If you think the market will move, what? Take $3, be like $7 out. 477, 81, 82, 83, 4, 85. Kind of cheap for two standard deviations, but one standard deviation is only 0.7. So in a weird way, we're not expecting too big of a move, but just under 1%. On NASDAQ moved up 0.7 today. Para pop. That chain is whack, though. There's like no volume on both sides of it. Breaking bond news. Highs now. We're still at the low of the day or high of the day, depending on how you're looking at it. And then gold bounced up a little. I'm negative on gold. I thought that was going to hold for a little longer, but that already went negative. Downside. I think you could go both ways. Both calls and puts are still 2 standard deviations isn't expected. So again, with all the status quo that we've got, and right now, the option chain isn't really pricing too big of an outcome for tomorrow. 0.7% either way. So I guess that's 1.5% both ways if it goes down and then up. But Not the craziest. And then the SPY is also moving into all of that. We still got 2 hours left here, but you are hitting a new high. So again, 47.78. Like I'm telling you, you got like 81 to like 86 or 83 up here. But even above this level right now, 47.78, this was your first little high on what, December 20th? And then remember, you had that big down day out of nowhere, and then we came back up. Now you are back up to that level when that all happened. And then you only got a couple more points. I mean, you're what, 20 points off of the high, or hitting a new high all time? Or not all time, excuse me. You haven't got back to 48.18. Just even from last year. Caught the SPY calls off the VWAP. Nice. I'm sure they're hit. That's a big move today. Again, 0.4. Even Russell's about to go green. That was lagging all day today. But another green day. So we had, what, 4 days of red. Now we're going to have 4 days of green. Or I guess today would be the third. VTRS. I don't know if there's news. I think we sold out of that one. That was VTRN. SPY still going. What is Viatris? Oh, no. Wasn't this the one? Was this the one we were in, or was that VTRN? No, I think this... Damn, I sold out of that one, but that's running. SPY new high again. VTRS, it's a biotech. Viatris. I think they're at the JP Morgan Healthcare Summit. Yeah, 3:30. 13:30. No, so 2:30. They just started. Viatris is at the healthcare conference. Oh, man. We sold out of that one a little too early. That one's already going crazy. No, it's Viatris. My option finna look good. That's good. Again, I think they're at the conference. And remember, they did have that drug VRTX partnership. Or Vertex. So I think, again, I don't know what they're saying. We could probably listen to it, but I don't know how many are into that one. Google just jumped. SPY skyrocketing for no reason. Again, the bond auction didn't really upset too many. The bonds did go down a little bit, but we have literally, that's kind of what started this little pop, drop, hit the level, and then now at this point, I think you're just melting up into the levels. Again, the momentum, and then now getting ready for the CPI tomorrow. Spot Bitcoin ETF will begin trading tomorrow. CBOE, I think that's a reiteration. You get 10% when I sell out. Options 125. I'm down, man. Throw it to the long term, too. That's fine with me. Amen. That's crazy. Yeah, we had 200. I think we would have been up like 20% on the shares. I took a really small gain on that. I only made like $100. You would have made like 400 or 600 on that. I guess not too bad. Chain on Lundbridge, what's up? Not much. I mean, again, the market's moving, but we didn't really deal with much. Bond auction was kind of hyped today, but nothing really big happened. But the market did stop. Maybe the event risk got out of the way. And then we moved. We're still awaiting the Bitcoin stuff and then getting ready for the CPI tomorrow. I think the CBO is just saying it very confidently. Then Skyback explores all-cash deal to gain control of Paramount. Well, that news is hitting again. Those options, again, that $5 option ain't doing anything. Loading Betos. Meta again. That again, big tech I think is the reason above all else. You know, even getting a lot of strength from Google, Meta, Nvidia especially. But again, you know, Meta is approaching all-time highs now. There's a lot of things. Even Abivai is too. And then, wait, even the SPY is. What am I saying? SPY is still what? SPX is at least 82, 18 points. You're 36 points away from all-time highs on the whole entire S&P 500. AMD gassing, Mara dying. And then SPY's about to hit another high here if that holds. Again, bonds are still down. Skirt. Hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing good too, man. Good morning. Or good afternoon, depending on your time zone. You miss the red days. Dollars down. I miss the active days. I want like an active day because even today felt boring for the first half, but volume is still low. I thought there was going to be a lot more volume this week, but we're not really getting that. What caused it to rip? I think a little bit more of the activity and volume picked up after the bond auction, but it's not like it was a good bond auction that, like had everybody really stoked. But I think it just kind of got the event premium out the way, and then it just started to run up. Market used hypnosis. It was extremely effective. For real, for the first 3 hours. And then again, today we're in the dead zone. That's the crazy part is there hasn't even been buybacks. So you even have companies being shy. If they're going to talk about guidance, they have to pre-announce. Otherwise, at this point, you're not even having buybacks at this point. Even in the next week, again, most of the market will be in buyback blackout. But you're not even getting volume. You're not getting a lot of other factors. But we're still doing the computer melt more or less. Why is EV down? Simple rotation. Probably, and then oil kind of moving around. And then again, I think until we get more updates on like budget and spending, that's usually a big driver of EV and energy. Again, tech, I think a lot of people going into big tech today, or the last couple days from Meta, especially NVIDIA. But like even Meta is kind of a standout. Even Google hit a 52-week high. I think Amazon is right behind all of them. So we'll see. Even Tesla went green. They were red earlier. Meta 372. What affects EVs? Oil, energy. Again, energy prices of other ones. And then again, even the spending deal. And, budgetary stuff. And adding, if they don't have a budget and how much, again, the government, how much they're going to spend. There's a lot of government spending involved with EV and solar and some of those industries. Again, that's why they had a lot of hype early on. CPI. Am I eyeing NQ short? No, not at all. If anything, I have my one ES short I'm getting wrecked on, especially with the Russell lagging, but I was down a lot more on that play not too long ago, so I was just up on it too. That's the crazy part. So we'll see. No PHILO today. I don't think PHILO. We can do one, but I think I'll give you guys a PHILO break. I've been dumping a lot of PHILO on you, man. I do hope it resonates. You know what I'm saying? I hope you don't get a new PHILO, then forget the old PHILO. PHILO is the break. PHILO water here is good, man. That's why I hope you stay hydrated. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of PHILO. You don't miss it, man. I hope, again, the need, baby. The revelation. Oh, man, y'all don't feel me. The hunger. Why is everyone so keen on shorting? Is there a bigger macro picture? Or just the price? That's it. You're at near all-time highs. You have stocks like NVIDIA up so much. It's just back to what we talked about earlier. Just, there's people don't want to leave and rush to the door till they see something, but there's a lot of people who are like, there's no reason why we should be going up. The valuations are high. They want to go about clapping it. Do you think batteries will be popular, like EV batteries, or what? This shit is so stupid. Not if you have a long term. Don't rush the trades. Don't rush the shorts. Again, just get a long term, and then, you'll find your optimal short. Let it come to you. Let the plays arrive. Again, honestly, the only thing I'm disappointed with is I wish I took a longer vacation just because the first like week or so, even till now, it's not even like high volume. We're not like this doesn't look like humans to me. I think a little bit of it, maybe you get a little crazy here, but it just doesn't even look like humans. Like it just feels like we're just still in the same like weird setup of just like low volume. Again, even the volume today is low. Even the first set of data events, we've moved so much and expectations have gone so crazy. It's like we're still kind of reacting to what was happening. So, but again, get the long term, you'll be good. And like I said, you got to do your thing. You said stop buying 0 days to the chat and to get more time. I got 2 puts. I met it with 2 weeks. I don't know what to do. Nothing makes sense. It's crazy morning. Stop gambling on short-term moves. So again, I said it. That comment was if you insisted on buying some of these plays on there. You know what I'm saying? Like, go get you a little bit of time. But like, I think the last put I bought was it ANSS on the buyout last year? But and then I guess the JP Morgan ones. But it's like, if you keep getting burned on plays, stop throwing your money on shorter term plays. Get your ass a long term, find the other value, and then wait until there's an event. It's very simple at this point. If you guys are making trades without the events, that might be a big problem. But even then, the last 2 events that we've had so far, they haven't done anything. Like, if you want to make plays right now, just play for earnings. And like, I don't know about making the plays right now per se, but in general, wait till earnings comes about and then go in and go play the earnings. I'd rather gamble on 2 standard deviations than anything else. Oh yeah, I have puts on Boeing. Yeah, I do. You're right. That's a gamble. That's one with time, and I think that's my first put of the year. But again, the plane did have a door fly off. But yes, I did have that. Other than that, I think it was like ANSS was the last put I bought when they first had their synopsis, when we were going through that. I'm probably going to close them out. Well, how much are you down on them? Again, if you're going to close them down to walk away with a little bit of money, again, if you already lost most of it, I like to ride those out. But if you still see a lot of money in there, chances are you might be even playing too big of position size. The second standard deviation is red because it hasn't moved 2 standard deviations. Both of them are red. We shot really early, and that's why I'm even saying on some of these earnings plays, JP Morgan might be a lesson to kind of strike right before the event versus kind of playing it at the, trying to get a week or 2 ahead of it. Nance back to all-time highs. I bought Pfizer puts, but that wasn't, I guess that was another put. I guess maybe you guys got me on there. But that one is just a play in relation to holding 2,000 shares and then playing out the dividend. So, again, that play, it's because I was up on shares and doing it. But, I'm not just like, oh, Pfizer's too high, let me short it on this. But I did grab that with a strategy in place. SPY going up. 4784. Again, 4787. We might just hit 4790. When was the last time we were here? You've only been above 4790 like once or twice. That's crazy. And we still have a bunch of time and then CPI tomorrow. We hodled to 0. But again, control them there and get a long term, everybody. I'm telling you, we've been saying it for now. Go find the value plays. But if you are getting frustrated, again, you guys got to realize I shorted last year for half of the year and got my shit rocked. You know what I'm saying? So, I understand the frustration and I really get it, when you're seeing it go up. But, understand this shit could go on for way longer than you're going to be able to bear, even if you're watching it every day and whatever you think it is, it's going to annoy the shit out of you. So, just get a fucking long term and wait till there's an event. That's it. Wait till earnings. Wait till there's something big, CPI maybe, or especially the Fed events. You could wait every 3 months, but in a weird way, you're going to kind of need some patience. Otherwise, I mean, the day trades are just going to be at the mercy of whatever the hell happens. So, you know, you'll be good, but just again, if you're getting frustrated in plays and you're like, why again? I'm shorting Nvidia, shorting random ass plays that just keep going up. I see what you see, but it's, you know, unfortunately, you got to have some patience with some of the downside plays, and in the meantime, you know, a way to bear the bullshit is have a long term, because again, as the market, you know, again, we're making money on the long term regardless. So even if we do nothing, you are able to actually benefit off of it. Bill isn't bad for now either. You're still getting yield. Bill and bonds. But then just wait. If we're still in computer mode, just wait till an event. Sadly, like, you don't, like I said, I wish I took a longer vacation, just because it's like, this is all computer. You could have literally, by the time I left for vacation and came back, if I just did nothing, we would be at the same fucking spot. You know what I'm saying? It's like, for real, like, it's not much change. I would have saved my ass on maybe like 1 or 2 plays. I would have held some stuff that would have made me a little bit more. And just like, you didn't have to do anything. This, like, nothing is happening. You know, like, this isn't like you're getting, you're not getting like the data events. Even the non-farms, that could have been a data event, and then it instantly got reversed on crazy moves on the Fed futures and everything else. So you might as well just wait until, like, again, tomorrow will be one of those events, but we'll quickly find out if it's going to be something or nothing. But then after that, it's just earnings. And those, like, if you want to play downside, upside plays, you want to buy weeklies next week, however many weeks, just wait until those earnings probably, and then wait until Powell, and then just go after Powell and the SCPs. Like that, maybe I'll make you guys a video on it, and I'll show you the performance, but I really think, like, if you want to make certain, like, plays and short the market, hear me out right now. All you got to do is short, if it justifies it, short the SCP. That's it. You can make a short play once every 3 months, and it'll tell you to go short or go long. That's it. Just wait for the damn summary of economic projections. I really think that's if you really want an easy event to follow and you want to space everything out, you know what I'm saying? It's simple as that. You wait for that. You could say just cut your losses sooner, but it's just like, again, what's happening, you're seeing the market go down, people are getting shorts, and then this, and then it pops up. It's like you're death by 1,000 cuts with it. But it's like, why, like we've talked about, until there is something to change the status quo and the narrative here, it's just like it's a lot of just kind of guessing on the price of stocks. I think just get a long-term, wait for big structural shifts, more or less, things like the summary of economic projections, and call it a day. If you're trying to time a short on the market, if you're trying to find out, you know, long, I think you could get away with a little easier. But then again, it's just like, wait for the bigger events here. Or again, if there is something that happens in the meantime, I'll let you know. But you do want to wait until there's something that gets people actually moving. Otherwise, I mean, it's just going to be a mix of flows and computers and back and forth. Again, just as we were at the highs of the end of last year, 4 days, everybody starts crying, and then it bounces back up again, and then now everyone's like, wait a minute, why won't it go down? Why is Nvidia up $60 in a couple of days? And then why is Meta up at all-time highs? You know, there's so many different things. So I do, and that's if you're getting killed. If you're not getting killed, don't fucking listen to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not trying to, if you're making money on all of this, it's working out, you feel comfortable, this message is not for you. But definitely if, like, you are not adding to your long term, you're watching this, losing money, blowing up accounts right now to start off the year, chasing some of the short side plays here, or things aren't really working out, you're on tilt, going back and forth, cutting and getting back in, you know what I'm saying? And just like, at that point, I really think you should just wait till the bigger events, and then in the meantime, you know, you got a long term. You can day trade and don't touch the long term, I feel. Always long term. That's it. Call a timeout, man. You ain't never played like a sport, basketball especially. There's a lot of back and forth, running up and down the court. If you want a little tilt, baby, call timeout. Take a commercial break, but then drop a play. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm trying to tell you right now with some of this. I'm like, I'm giving you a play idea. Earnings gambles, otherwise don't gamble at all. Then wait till the Fed and then wait till the SEP. The summary of economic projections every 3 months. The Fed comes out with a summary. Again, when we made the Russell play, the gold play, and all of these plays on everything, we did it because right when the SEP came out, I was wrong. It was funny. I made a video. Y'all wanted to clown me on it. We made so much money even if we were wrong because within 30 seconds, a minute, I said, oh, shit, this is bullish, and used that SEP to be the driver for the next couple of months. So it's the same thing is going to happen probably in March. March has a really big Fed event. So think about long-term, start building things out. But if you want to look for a good trade up or down, keep in mind that March SEP, that's if no data changes rapidly, we don't run into an event that makes us go crazy, that March SEP is probably going to contain a lot of the moves. CPI, but tomorrow's CPI is only pricing in 0.7. So if it comes in surprising, then we'll get a big move. But other than that, maybe CPI, if it hits that status quo bullshit, maybe even tomorrow might not even be that exhilarating. And then you get right back into this computer melt up. Only thing I've been losing on is their long term. Have to trade to keep it from crushing me. Well, that's odd. I haven't really heard that too much. But my long term saved me. That's it. A lot of things just came right back. But I know a lot of people, I'd say you're definitely an outlier in that situation. But most long terms, depending on unless you just started it or if you started it recently at highs. But even then, that would be pretty, I think it's kind of difficult. Even if you went like all tech, you should be up a lot, but it all just depends on what you have, or if you went too heavy on some and then the other ones. But long term has definitely been it's been the peaceful part of the market, ironically enough, because again I see how it frustrates people with the market, but it's like the long term does its thing, even if it's small. But even long terms were end of 2022 coming into 2023, they were almost 100% lower, which is crazy to think about. Long term does take time. You sold it near peak and being re-entering for a year. Well, that's not a long term. You know what I'm saying? Like you maybe have a longer term swing account that you're calling a long term, but maybe that could be the reason why. Above all else, but you probably did good if you got the sellout at the top. Dividends help out. Good for mental health. I just like seeing. I just can't wait till we have dividends like depositing, giving us extra months more or less. LT ad, no sales is the way. Yes, we've had this discussion today. Very important. I don't know what the CPI will be. I'm kind of leaning that headline will, I think core might surprise a little bit to the high side, but I'm kind of thinking status quo, but it doesn't even matter. I think it's all bullshit. And sadly, the best way to play CPI is reactionary, just because of all of the revisions and changes. And then, again, it's still going to be delayed. And then Powell's forward-looking comments, people are more glued to the future than the present, unless the present has a very big shock, an earthquake, more or less. SEC will provide updates on incident as appropriate to investigate unauthorized access on government account of social media platform X. More Walgreens? I don't know. I liked it when they were paying 9% dividend, but now that they cut it, I'd probably wait till it kind of comes back down. Again, I still like Pfizer. I still like BABA. That one's near the low, so I'm a big fan of that one kind of right now. And then if Pfizer could come back down a little bit, I could be down, and then Disney's like right at our level, and then PayPal for growth. But that's the thing. If Airbnb, if that could rocket for us this year, we might not need that much PayPal. That's kind of what I'm excited about. Favorite sector for capital preservation for a recession? Consumer staples, stuff people are going to use, and tech. Sadly, again, even in a recession, I mean, tech has been a bright spot. Remember, that's what people learned in COVID. But consumer staples, again, there's a reason why I like MO. I think it's always going to do it. What do you mean? I'm going to keep PayPal, but I wouldn't like add aggressively to it. If Airbnb takes off for us, I'm not buying. I'd buy dividends instead. That's what I'm trying to say. In the sake of balance, if Airbnb, let's say they have a good earnings, they kill it, and then they start running up, we're going to be positive, and then that will become our biggest position in the long term. That thing is going to do a lot of work for growth. So if we could get Airbnb running, that's going to be magnificent. And then the general idea would be, take that money that we would have spent buying some growth, and then we could still keep stacking up on dividends. So then again, if Airbnb does come down, those dividends will at least return a yield, and then maybe Airbnb comes down, growth come down, and then those dividends could come up. No PHILO today. No PHILO today. Rolled over my AbiVi, sold at 160 to 170. Just pretty much, I mean, I'd sell by ex-dividend. It'll probably drop by ex-dividend. It all depends when that contract expires. Having to sell long-term due to employment, that's fine. I mean, if you need it, that's why you have it. Try your best to hang on to it, but at the end of the day, that's what it's for. What can you see as an invest risk that you're pondering on? Just Powell, inflation coming back, something that causes energy to come up. Maybe a natural disaster, because like, fuck, dude, that earthquake kind of changed Japan for a little bit. Japan would have, like, even the start of the year would have been different without that Japanese earthquake. So, fuck, man, I'm gonna sound like Greta, but natural disaster could kind of be in the cards. Other than that, though, I just think it's going to be, I think it's a weird continuation of last year. So maybe banks or something comes up for a little bit. We see what happens, and then election. But I think the number one theme of the year is going to be the policy shift. When it happens, if it happens, how it happens, all of that. Sandberg answers. You got 2025. So if you plan on holding it that long, I mean, ex-dividend AbiVi will come down a little bit. It might have one more day of run-up, or I think tomorrow is your last day to buy it. But it usually has an ex-dividend sell-off. But, I mean, if your contract's not on a short term, I mean, it's up to your discretion on when you want to go after it or sell it. How dare you? I know we might get arrested if we keep talking about her. I'm sorry, Greta. You know Greta is like an adult. Can Greta drink alcohol? I think Greta's like 21 now, bro. It's kind of fucked up. Like, you're going to see Greta in the club one day. She might go full I feel like she's going to kind of have a Miley Cyrus story. I don't know, but yeah, what if Greta music videos and shit, bro? Nah, bro. Greta old. Like, she getting old. Like, she's not old at all. She's still very young, but like, in my mind, I swear she's 12 years old. Yeah, bro, she's 21 years old. She just turned 21. Yeah, bro, that's a full-blown adult now at this point. I don't know if she pays taxes or anything. Like, does she still, I feel like she would still live with her parents, even though she probably making mad ESG money. You know what I'm saying? You don't get in ESG that deep and not walk away with a bag. But no, she's fully, but I still think she lived there, but I still think, dude, she's 21 years old. She's fully 21 years old. Mm-hmm. A name like Greta is 21. Greta! Yes. Greta. She's a child in my mind, but I think she's 21 years old now. I mean, That's it. Like, I think I was graduating college around then. Like, you could have done this. I don't think she even went to middle school. She was busy saving the world. Well, she reduces her carbon footprint. That makes sense. Market to go up. I just think it's general melt up momentum from the other day, and then I think we got rid of the event risk at the 10-year, and then you kind of got to move. But other than that, I think just the lead up now and nonsense into CPI. I know she didn't go to college. I think she got taken out of school early on to like go protest and shit. I think they may have homeschooled her or something, but yeah. I'm going to tell my Tinder dates I live with my parents to reduce my carbon footprint. I don't know if that's going to work, man. Unless you like 7 feet tall, maybe it would. Otherwise, just tell them you're a felon or tell them you're extremely rich. That's the only way in 2024. Thank God I'm not dating, nowadays. But then again, like, it's just I think that's your best bet. Like with the ladies. You tell me, man. I don't know, but I think I'm pretty accurate. Could you imagine dating her? Nah. But like, do you want me to tell you something? I've done this before. It works good. It works real. If you want to just like fuck with your girlfriend, I've told you this before. I want you like some of y'all should do this, but like if you don't have a tight relationship with your girlfriend, this is not a recommendation. I do not take responsibility for this, okay? But like I want you to like look deep into your girlfriend's eyes and like stare at her like while she's talking and try to get her to talk about something like kind of related to the environment and be like, "Whoa, you know who you look like?" And just be like, "It's kind of weird, but like it's not like all the way, but like I can see it. You kind of look like Greta Thunberg." And tell your girlfriend that she looked like Greta and be serious about it though. I did that once. My girlfriend flipped out because like she thought I was kidding at first, and I was like, "No, like I could kind of see it." I'm like, the eyes, like you kind of got the same, like not the color of the eyes, but like I don't know, it's something about you today. You really look like you know who she is, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you gotta just tell her that. No, my girlfriend don't look like Greta, but I saw something on Greta, and then my girlfriend was saying something about the environment, and then I just started saying, I was like, you kind of look like her, now that I think about it, and that's it. That's just like if you want to make them mad, or some of you, if you're petty, if your girlfriend really make you mad, be like, shut up, Greta, you be like, you look like Greta, and then she gonna be like, what the fuck you just say? I started dating a girl 3 days ago. Let me try. Nah, you don't got to do that. Just ask her for money. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck it. Because then if she says yes, then you're good. But then it's good to go. You know what I'm saying? Because like if she says no, you could be like, I'm just kidding. But then she might know. She'll know you're not kidding though. If you're like actually broke, it's not gonna fly. But then you'd be like, yo, can I borrow money? Just like let me get like $70. Pay my phone bill real quick. And then she'll be like, what? But if she says yeah, then you'll be like, wow, that's a real one. And then you could reward her, give her like 150 back and be like, the Bible says you will be rewarded. And then she'll be like, what's how? Okay, I'm down. Do I believe in Greta's message? No, I do not. I kind of did at first, but until she calls out China for the environment, I don't want to hear it. I just think it's all bullshit. But she's not as bad as the people who are like, yo, save the planet. I flew here in a private jet. Like, all go watch Davos. Like, they're going to talk so much about climate, and then they're going to all fly in on fucking G7s and shit. It's actually insane. Like, I can't, like, I got V8s and shit. I got turbos. I'm running my, like, heat, my AC. I drink out of water bottles. I'm pretty awful for the environment. But, like, I can't even come close to flying a private jet once. That's the thing. I barely even fly on planes. So, like, low-key, my carbon footprint, pretty good considering how the little I travel by airplane. So, but until she calls out China, I'm not, it doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense to talk about the environment and pollution and then ignore the literal biggest polluter in the world. I can't do it. Don't you commute? No, I do not. I commute from upstairs to downstairs. I do some work for real estate, and I drive a car. I drive a work truck or a Toyota. But at the end of the day, I mean, again, I don't really fly a lot, let alone fly in a private jet. So it's kind of, yeah. Turbos are eco-friendly, huh? Amen. I think Greta, does she have a private jet? That'd be crazy. No way. She got a private jet, then I'm even more faithless. Do you run a C Corp? I'm a private citizen. I don't have to answer that question. I'm a private citizen. If y'all didn't learn anything today, you messed up because I learned something. Anytime you don't just, I'm a private citizen, you should contact those who are associated with it. I'm a private citizen. I don't want to hear it. I'm a private citizen. 4785. No freaking way, bro. Dude. That's it. You're even above all these little levels. That's crazy. So 4787. Watch that. Cytokinesis going up. Oh, my goodness. Pretty moving a bit. Michael, you got to change your name because Nightbot timing you out because of the XXX. Even though you spelt it out like Vin Diesel, which I appreciate. I used to love those movies. You know that I was a big fan of Triple X. I really love Vin Diesel. I think he's like one of the best, worst actors alive. Something about him, man. He's just great. He's a great guy, man. And then Samuel L. Jackson, that's a great combo. Oh, yeah, Ice Cube was a good Triple X, too. I liked all of them, bro. I liked all of them. I was a big fan of the whole Triple X franchise. Nick Cage is a good actor. He is a good actor. No, but like Vin Diesel is just like, and just like punching shit, driving fast. Like I think he even has a stuntman. That's what makes it even worse. Because he's like all big and shit. He's like, I ain't going to do that. No, thank you. Sylvester Stallone, Vin Diesel. No, you're just a boomer. And you did grow up in a foreign country. I think my dad loves Sylvester Stallone. What is he say? He can't even say Sylvester. He says Sylvester Stallone. Stallone? You know foreign people love Sylvester Stallone. But I kind of like Sylvester though too, but I think Vin Diesel is just a different type of bad actor that is good at acting because he's so bad. Yeah, Rambo, Habibi, Rambo. Bruce Willis is a good actor too, man. They're all like good. Like I don't think y'all really were comparing all these people to Vin Diesel. Listen to yourself. Like what has Vin Diesel done except jump off a mountain or drive a car really fast and say a couple of words and like ugh, and like growl. None of like all these other guys had more scripts. You know what I'm saying? Like come on, y'all crazy. Clint Eastwood. That's how my dad says it. Clint Eastwood. Family. Oh, yeah. Boiler Room Vin Diesel was pretty good. You're right. That was actually kind of, I think that was his decent role until the directors were like, put him in a car, make it go fast, send it off a mountain. He looks like he could pull it off. ISRG still going. I'm mad we didn't get that one. Again, we called it out in the morning there off of that earnings. I was too afraid. Is that JP Morgan 52-week high, or am I tripping? No. I just on the high. There's another 52-week high. And then SPY running, man. My goodness. A new high for 2024. You're above every level. If we get above 47.90, we've only been here twice. There's only been 2 other days you've been above 47.90, unless you want to go back to like 2021, 2022. Pump it up at 48.18. When we hit a new all-time high, you will get pump it up. Cushion. Could be cushion for tomorrow, or it's, again, tomorrow's not pricing in a lot. So think about it. If right now we're moving points, you're moving how much is priced in for tomorrow. So in a weird way, if tomorrow's good and then you hold up today, that's like a 1.5% move. They 50-50. They split up the move for 2 days if tomorrow's good. If not, if tomorrow is bad, I think we'll drop. I think we'll drop more than 0.7, because again, there is an expectation that core will be a little bit higher, but I don't think people are like, I don't think they're expecting too crazy of a decline, more or less. We're less than 50 points away from all-time highs. Yeah. Again, I think it's like 13, 20, like 23 points away or something like that. It's crazy. We are kind of not pricing in Goldilocks, but even if core is expected to come in higher tomorrow. So headlines expected to come down, and then core is expected, or no, excuse me. Headlines expected to come up, core is expected to come down, but core is still expected to be a little bit lower. So as long as it's not anything crazy to the high side, people are prepared for kind of both instances. But if core rockets up, then we'll have a problem. But then again, the only thing that can make core go up may be consumer credit, but I doubt it. I heavily doubt it. So again, core should be the hot one, though, tomorrow. I ignore every question. All you said is SPY going crazy, XOM in buy zone. Then you said the greed is crazy. I answered your question about the bond auction. Then you said the greed is crazy again. And then you wanted SPY 465 yesterday. And then you asked me the bottom on the SPY the day before that, and I remember answering that one. I did answer your question about Walmart. And then you helped me out with the lyrics for Suge. So I don't know why you're crying, bro. Don't take your SPY put out on me. Okay, get a long term. Okay, I love you. God bless you. I didn't time him out. I didn't even time. I just pulled the chat facts, bro. That's all. I have answered your questions though today, bro. That's cold. That's cold, bro. Happy vibe. Multiple accidents listed on chat facts. Why you keep saying Abby Vi? We see it, Christina. We see Abby Vi. They're up from the guidance stuff earlier. If anything, the SPY is the one going crazy. Not crying at all. But again, you said I don't answer. I literally answered your questions, though, today, bro. That's cold. And then you're going to come out here. We just having a good discussion. And I appreciate you helping me out with the lyrics for Suge. Pack in the mail. It's gone. That's good, man. I don't remember it all. I could pull up everybody's chat history from the beginning of time. It's not even my memory anymore. That's why it's great, too. Because then even people, like, if I ban them or they're like, you're just sensitive, Josh. It's like, no, I've just pulled up, like, of roughly 30 days of you not saying one positive thing in the chat. You're like, come on, man, we're friends. I'm like, I don't think we're friends. I don't know. If this was like a text message thread and I saw it, like I do pull it up. I'm like, this seems a little bit like do you have a like, what's your problem with the issue? Or they're like, oh, you banned me and all I did was give info. I'm like, nah, like you gave one thing and then the other 9 were like crazy, bro. So nah, like it's just really good though. And then it shows how many times you've been timed out. It shows how many times you've had messages removed, everything. So it's cool, man. My man, I've been tuning in every morning. My girl says she knows she's late for work when she hears the man. That's honestly, it's pretty dope. You should go give your girlfriend a hug. Most people are like, turn that shit up. And why is he fucking blowing a kazoo in the morning? It makes no sense. So it's good, man. That's good. Y'all both found a way to productively use the stream. My girl hates you. Your girl doesn't hate me. Low key, you just need to go give your guys' girlfriends way more attention. That's all. Don't blame me for your personal problems. That's the way I look at it. She's only annoyed. She's only annoyed because I'm competition. That's it. I'm just a hot girl in her eyes. She's like, why he keep listening to him? How come he talks to him? How come he keep talking to them? Why he don't even listen to me like that? That's on you, dog. That's on you. That's not my fault. You see, I understand the ladies though. I get it. I feel like I don't encourage that. I'm not trying to be like, I want you to like the video and subscribe, and I'd love for you to be here, but like, you gotta, that's it, man. You gotta handle that, man. Cause like, dude, I have a girlfriend for the last couple of years now, and not once is she's like, fucking, I hate the chat. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's the reverse. She's like, oh, all he does is just in the chat. All he do is straight. Like, nah, man. Like, that's it. I take her out. I take her out a lot. I listen to her. I'll sit her down. That's it. Sometimes she don't like my phone sometimes. If I be listening on the phone, then she'll tell me when it's annoying. But, you know what I said in all my chats, baby. Nothing but love. Just remember, God loves you no matter what. Amen. And we got Benny Silverio, baby. 39 months strong. Let's see what the next month brings, baby. You almost on that jet. Feel like you already had the jet. You know what I'm saying? God bless you, baby. God bless you. Hard. Thank you, too, Brian. For real, man. Only love, man. Only love. I love it. I love it, man. Amen. Why is he doing that? Just give her a hug, bro. Take her out to dinner. I'll give you a dinner recommendation, too, man. Trust me. I'll help y'all out. Use an AI girl voice and they'll really be jealous. I don't think they will. You could tell the AI just sound corny. Like if my girl was like listening to like a dude and it was like an AI voice, I'd be like, goofy. I'd be like, go ahead. Bet. Good luck. Have fun. I ain't even, why would I be worried about that? You sound like a dork. Why are you talking like that? I hate AI voices. Hey. Sorry you hate that voice, Josh. I have different options if you're interested. Let me know. Yeah. Perfect. Anyways, SPY's hitting another high. It's now power hour. If you're not familiar with power hour, that's the last hour, hour and a half of the market, as well as the opening. Why they call it power hour? Because a lot of volume comes in. It's the end of the day. Hope you enjoy it. Thanks. My girlfriend yells 1 minute when we have to leave. It sounds like you gave your girlfriend enough attention and you guys have a great relationship. You know what I'm saying? That sounds beautiful. That's awesome, man. See, that's what I'm talking about. Has your girlfriend heard the AI voice? My girlfriend has heard voices you guys haven't even heard. That's the one. You guys will hear them. Like if I ever do like a stand-up set, and it's not on the internet, you'll be able to hear them. But yeah, she's heard everything, I think. Yep, I'm holding out on you guys. I'll get banned. That sounded dirty. Nah, you guys are just a little perverted. You know, with all the voices you've heard me make and the sound, yeah, I think y'all just, I don't know, man. Y'all just, it's like 11 o'clock right now, or 12. Y'all need to do what you need to do. A SPY melt up before CPI, very I feel like we did kind of go up on one of them, but definitely doing good. I mean, it's kind of crazy. And then where is it? And then I'm only down $100 on the bond play. How much for the Answers Voice DLC? I left my girlfriend for the long term. Did you really? I didn't know if you were kidding or not. iRobot, Amazon skips settlement offer with European Commission for iRobot deal. So they're like, nah, we don't want to buy it anymore. That's pretty good. So again, that's a failed buyout. Usually, you know, even like some of the plays, when you see these buyouts and they hold up, does that mean that they're failing it? It's crazy. Girlfriend said you sound like Rick from Rick and Morty. I've heard that before. I've gotten that one. The weirdest one I got, somebody told me I sounded like Mark Wahlberg from The Departed. I said, that's extremely far off, but I'll take it. I'll take it. But I've heard Rick from Rick and Morty. Rick and Morty? Rick and Morty? Very specific. The Departed. I don't sound like Mark Wahlberg. Not from Boston. Malibu's Most Wanted. Yeah, B-Rad. Nah, y'all totally misjudged Malibu. Like, y'all think I'm B-Rad when there was clearly there was an Arab version of B-Rad in the same movie that y'all just missed out on. So, but I feel you, though. I love the Malibu's Most Wanted one. That's one of my favorite movies, honestly. If you haven't seen it, you should check it out. I don't know why you haven't. One thing I noticed when I went to your older videos, you sound totally different nowadays. I use a different mic, but I'm also like my vocal cords have been fried over the last couple of years of talking 7 hours a day. So like I didn't think I would ever age, but my hairline and my vocal cords definitely fought back. I sound way different on the phone. Oh yeah, you got to hear me on the phone. What would you? We have a follow-up. Hey. We have a follow-up survey if you're interested. It'll only take a couple of minutes. How did you like your experience? What did Josh sound like? Would you ever do it again? As a thank you, we have a $5 Amazon gift card for you, so you could buy nothing. Thanks. Since when do Arabs have issues with hair? I don't know, man. Do you get all your news from CNN or something? Because growing up, bro, they all had the Arab mullet. I never understood. Like, we all hairy in the chest, in the arms, in the legs, and everywhere. Honestly, I'm a pretty hairless Middle Eastern. But at the end of the day, like, I remember growing up, going to, like, the Arab churches, and they would all be bald on top and hair on the sides. I never understood it. I was like, how does that happen? But my dad had pretty good hair. That's it. But my dad said it's because I ate too much junk food and shit. It's awful. And I even got a weak-ass beard, too. It's bullshit. It's grown in very good, though. You know, I had to take care of it. But, nah, everything else, though, I got scammed, bro. And I'm pale. I don't know what happened. But, hey, I think it's Halo 2. I think too many video games growing up. Too much junk food. I came out a little bit of a mutant. Except the paleness. Hey, man, it happened. That's good, though. You probably look like a Greek god then. You know, that's it. That's how it goes in the Middle East. It's like, I don't know how it works like that, but it's true. I'm like, man, I was like one genetic shift away from being like 10 foot tall, looking like fucking Aquaman. But, you know, God wanted me humble. Your hair's supposed to come from your maternal grandfather? My mom's, bro, that fool had a full head of hair to the day that he passed away, man. It was insane. He would like slick it back like Tom Cruise. Yeah, no, that's bullshit. I think I just ate too much junk food. Honestly. Yeah, I did. I was getting edge ups early on. That was my brother's fault. I was in the 3rd grade. I got my first lineup in like the 3rd grade. He was like, "This is dope." And then he told me Allen Iverson had it, and I was like, fuck yeah. I was like, I'm down. Right when I wanted to bleach my hair too, but nah. My mom doesn't have any brothers. She only has 12 sisters. That's not even a joke. Unfortunately, she's literally, like, it's crazy. And they kept trying to get a boy, and then my grandpa was cursed. That's it. Imagine you're like, okay, well, just one more until we get a boy, and then one more, and he did that a dozen times. Like, that's insanity. Apple's still killing it. JP Morgan and the SPY too. We got 55 minutes left, my friend. 55 minutes left. Not too bad. Fed. Oh, yeah. John Williams, actually. You're right. There is. John Williams should be coming on. Good call. I forgot about that. He was bearish last time he spoke. 47.90, Chad. This is kind of insane. So, again, you've been up here, like, you've top-ticked it a couple of times, but you've only closed above it or, again, like, held above it twice. But then now you're back to, like, January or December 28th. And then now it's just, that's crazy if this holds. Coin negative. iRobot's down even more. So, again, I think the deal is failing if they didn't show up to the thing. The kiss of death on the market or on iRobot? I think iRobot might be clapped. And then United Airlines, we are canceling 167 MAX 9 flights today. They could smell the pump it up. Viatris nearly up 7 on pace for highest close since February. Saw that one too early. Is Abivacious still going? Abivacious, again, Abivi is like $2 there, and then it gets that breakout. Last time it broke out from this level like $2 higher, or I think like 168. I think it went up to like the 170s, like crazy though. But it starts to get juicy from here, if it could hold. And then again, they still got the whole ex-dividend thing going on. No, we pump it up at 48.18. We're punting till all-time highs. There's no point of pumping it up at 4,800 when the all-time high is 48.18. We might as well 48.18 pump it up. That's the set-all be-all. Once we do that, you enter into a whole nother realm of pump it up. And do you understand that, what I'm saying? Let me say it one more time. 48.18 is literally an all-time high. That means the S&P 500 has never traded higher, and we will be living in that in the current moment. That's insanity. You will be at 48.18, higher than that all time, from the 1800s? I think like early 1900s. 1910, 1920, 1930, 1940, 1950, 1960, 1970, 1980, 1990, 2000, 2010, 2020, and then now that's it. Up until we'll see where it takes us to 2030, baby. Makes sense. Falling earnings, high interest rates, new all-time highs, more money than ever before. More people on the world than ever before, but we'll see. It may hit again. Last time we hit all-time highs, we sold off the next year, a couple months later, and then I was like, So but I'm just saying in general though that's just a new level of pump it up. iRobot scoop. Amazon skips settlement offers with European Commission for iRobot deal. Anything that could crush the rally. Maybe the data tomorrow, but it seems pretty status quo. But that's why tomorrow, if there's a surprise, we'll move big because it's only pricing in about like 0.7. So other than that, it'll be January Fed meeting, maybe an awful set of consecutive earnings doing bad on like bigger companies. Other than that, March is kind of what I have in line. And then obviously the data points on the way. Mm. 5,000 seems insane. Nothing is insane. It's just, welcome to the stock market. You have to learn this. There's no limit. And eventually it goes up. This is the Warren Buffett thing, World War II, all this, and the stocks just go, but just long term. Focus long term and then trade anything else in the short term. There's going to be cycles. There'll be period. Again, right now, the only reason why we're up is because of an impending policy shift after we got clapped off of the other policy shift. So everyone, that's the main theme. That's all everybody cares about, and how that plays out and where the economy goes from there. You know, that'll set up. But in the meantime, it could just do whatever it wants, up or down. So that's why I remember you can make a lot of money on paper. Paper money is insane versus, you know, even the price of other assets and real assets. Fortinet, they got that negative catalyst watch. Abivi breaking out. I think everything's breaking out. Yeah, Fortinet's doing good. Meta, but like this is what I was saying with Abivi. So like again, last time it topped out here, they died, and then again last time it got up to this price, if it didn't have momentum, it died. But last time you got above here, you literally just jumped up like $10 in a couple of days, and then it topped out and then died. But again, that conference update sounded very, very good. How ironic would it be if the year ends flat because we just chop around to predict rates? Maybe. I mean, we might hit a new high and then chop around. Fed's work to bring inflation back to 2% is not done. I think we're starting off here bearish a little bit from Mr. John Williams. Fed cannot cut rates when confident, can cut rates when confident inflation is moving to 2%. We will need some restrictive policy stance for some time. Fed Williams, outlook still uncertain, rate decisions to be made meeting by meeting. Again, he's like a number 2 in a weird way. Bond's getting clapped. That Williams comments are clapping us right now. What is it? Regional. So again, he did this last time. I think it was around December 20th. Fed Williams in 24 sees GDP around 1.25, unemployment at 4, risk to economy. Okay, so you know where this motherfucker's at on the dot plot. So he thinks unemployment will come up to 4, and then he thinks GDP will be at 1.2, sees inflation ebbing to 2.25 in 24 and 2% in 2025. So he still thinks inflation's coming down. Oh, can we go? It's on Eventbrite. I don't think we could listen to it live. Boo. So yeah, I don't think you could listen in live, but you could sign up on Eventbrite if that's what you're into. Volume is low for today. It's not that exciting. Again, that was some bearish comments from Mr. Williams. But remember, last time he spoke right after the Fed meeting, he said he was the more bearish one out of all of them. So we'll see how the market takes it. Fed sees meaningful progress in restoring balance sheet, economic balance. Fed balance sheet window working as planned. iRobot down 22 now still. Ay. Uber's gaining us more than Abivai today. My goodness. Good for you. Good for you. Oh, where's Snap? Did that come back up? And iRobot. JP Morgan plays clap. We might double down on it tomorrow. I'm cool without doing it, but I want to see. But that one, we just struck a fucking week too early and the market wanted to get weird. CBO spokesperson says exchange is still waiting for SEC approval of spot Bitcoin ETFs. We went over the JP Morgan play on the 2 standard deviation tutorial. If you want to go back and look at it. It was just posted 5 days ago or something like that. Yeah, Fed Williams, he says inflation 2.4 in 2024 and then 2.0 in 2025. I'm going to cut out early. Enjoy it. Have a wonderful, wonderful evening. Or morning, depending on your time zone. Fed not where banking sector liquidity is scarce. Balance sheet wind down working as planned. Robotic once again. Where is it? Somebody just bought Airbnb leaps. I kind of want to sell covered calls. You were happy you didn't fly a Boeing jet. You flew a CRJ 900. Amen. Amen. Abivai looks great. Abivai's going to get crazy. We have to watch my ex-dividend, though, tomorrow. So that'll be the last day for pump. But if it does go crazy past that level, again, like I said, it usually tops out around here. Literally last 3 times from last year to the end of the other year, anytime it got at this price, it would just sell off after having an incredible run. So if that thing holds up, again, the upside is, we might be able to see some blue skies. Hiding 40 next week. I think it's going to 0. I don't think it'll go to 0, but they could, iRobot can drop a lot. The news for I think they were at, what's it called? They were at the JP Morgan conference. Am I tuning in for JP Morgan? That's going to be Friday morning. So we won't. Honestly, the best part about JP Morgan, their conference call is after the market opens. So we'll get their earnings and then intraday, you might be able to make another follow-up play. What was it? I think one of the plays came back. JP Morgan calls are only down $10 now. So those came up a little bit. They're down like 3-4 cents. I had the JP Morgan since last week. So you guys got to go watch the video. Again, we made a video and a tutorial on it. And then I think I made a follow-up talking about the play. I even answered some comments in the YouTube section, the comment section. SPY dumping since Williams right now. No, I guess we just, honestly, it's weird because he said the same things last time and you got dumped on a little bit, but you're down like 10, 11 points right there real quick, right after hitting the 47.90 level. That level, very, very, Timmy tweet regarding, the 1-2 punch. Let's see what Timmy has to say. Timmy! I always type in Nikki, and it doesn't show up. So he said, Williams on inflation. We have to wait to get inflation back. We're beginning to see at core services, housing has slowed considerably. He's just really quoting him. He's just quoting the bearish comments from Mr. John Williams. Timmy was bullish until the beginning of the year, and then he started sowing doubt as probably the Fed got mad at him. But yeah, he's just posting the bearish, like reiterating the bearish comments from Williams right now. Seen on Twitter. You mean X, formerly known as Twitter. The Williams speech is so stale. He talked about strong start to the season for the Philadelphia Eagles. Looks like we ain't missing out on much. Are these your four current? No, these are stuff that's active today. So we have Abivi. I do have a play on the bonds, actually, and then SPY is the top left to get an idea of the market. And then iRobot just dropped there with some news that we caught early, but we didn't make a play on it. You always call it Twitter. No, it's X, formerly known as Twitter. You have to say the formerly known. Kashgari is on Friday, I believe, not tomorrow. I think you have Fed Dolly tomorrow, or what could be one. Bonds are even dumping off that too. Again, we were coming back up to green on the bonds, and now they went crazy. IWM, yeah, that went right back to red. He was not able to hang. 30-year Treasury yield rises to 4.2, 10-year to 4.02. What time is we still got almost 30 minutes, a little bit more than 30 minutes left. NVIDIA and Jeff Bezos are backing up startups and plans to beat Google. We do not have a specific date for Austin's release from the hospital, Pentagon. Secretary Austin remains hospitalized at Walter Reed and is in good condition. Good condition. Clean title. No worries. No worries. Fed scam forever. Did I get my Disney dividend? I don't know. Did it pay? I haven't even got my MO one. I think that's supposed to... There's an MO coming late, though. I do remember that happening. No, I haven't got that one. Where's Disney? No. I do not have. They do not have Disney for me. What's trade armor? Place limit? What trade armor? I've never... That's a fun way to say stop loss. Does 10% account for the long-term account for the contributions to Roth plus 401k? Yeah, as long as you're saving 10% off top for you, but you should have a Roth and 401k, definitely. If you could always save more, the difference is that like any of that money into like Roth and 401k will be less liquid, but you save it for you, for a long time. Your Fidelity portfolio, I just turned everything off. I got rid of everything else, found the portfolio page, and then I made it my whole entire thing. So this is just Fidelity Active Trader. I haven't really like used it though. It's a way to manage your trade, but it's long term, man, long term. Yeah, I mean, I think TOS is way better, but it's not bad. It just gives you a little bit more. Like when you go on the website, it doesn't tell me like the total gain and all of that, and then just in real time to be able to see everything. But not too bad, not too bad. Today is gonna be the day that we give back. Today is the day. Oh, what's the? I'm blanking on the church melody. This is the day. This is the day that they bring back Raul. That they bring back Raul. I will rejoice. I will rejoice because they brought back Raul. Yeah, I remember that one. He said, "Don't bring Raul into this." Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Shout out to long term, man. Shout out to long term. SEC denies that yesterday's Bitcoin tweet was a draft intended for release. Why'd you move from Charles Schwab to Fidelity? If they still use TOS, because I like the actual web platform. But I did it. I kept 2 accounts on Charles Schwab because I didn't know how the merger was going to be. So I just moved the big account. I moved it to E-Trade for a little bit, but then my account got clapped in the gulag of multiple accounts. So they wouldn't give me my option stuff, and then it was lagging. Then they locked up my money. So I just said, let's try out Fidelity. A lot of you have encouraged me to use it, and I like their whole just make money on their money market. So all my cash gets reinvested immediately, which is beautiful. But I got all of them now. I got all of them. Infidel. Halliburton put in the employee program. That's good if you get the employee program and you get to benefit off the discount. I like that. I mean, definitely get some diversification there, but, I would definitely max out whatever my employee gives me. Treating brokerages like Pokemon. Only because Schwab and TD Ameritrade wanted to make the damn move. If they just kept everything the same, I wouldn't have had to. If they just were chill, bro, I was fine. But I still got the Schwab accounts. So I have the small account on Schwab, and then just the big one is on Fidelity now. But I really like TOS for just what's it called? What's the other one? TD Ameritrade. I liked it so much better for the long term. Even the Charles Schwab charts, I'm liking it. They give you the chart now. They make it all look good. We don't get to see as much because it reset our history. Again, this is the one you see on the E-Trade. Or the TOS. I have the random, but this doesn't show up on the chart. But it's nice, man. It's nice. I was pleasantly surprised with it. It wasn't too bad. I kind of wish I kept them all there. Could have saved me a lot of time, but I'm not complaining. E-Trade is down. Can't log in and sell my puts. Really? My E-Trade's still working, and E-Trade loves to screw me over, so I'm surprised. But Chad, 30 minutes left in the day. Get ready for ramp capital or not. John Williams comments. We ran up on nothing. John Williams sounded a little bearish. We came back down. CPI tomorrow. And 30 minutes until the bell. I'm going to go pee. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Okay, I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Look down the list, what's not doing too well. Consumer staples, materials, both off slightly, and then energy having another bad day, off by 1.2%. That would be the 3rd day of losses, Romain.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at, some of the bright sides out there. Home builders actually doing well today. Lennar up about 3%. At one point on the day, it was actually trading at a record high. This on the back of a buyback authorization. We should point out, we are expected to get earnings out of KB Home a little bit later tonight, so keep an eye on the home builder space, which of course has been, at least the stocks have been been one of the big bright spots here for the market over the past few months. Meanwhile, iRobot taking a huge leg down just over the last hour or so, down about 20% here. This after a filing deadline. This is the filing deadline over in the European Union for Amazon to submit its remedies in order to close the acquisition of iRobot. Bloomberg is reporting that apparently Amazon skipped that deadline. We don't have a lot more information about it, but what we do know, as of right now here, late in the evening over there in Europe, there has still not been a remedy filed. Investors getting spooked by that. Investors also spooked by an interesting note out over at BMO Capital that suggested that we're headed for an interesting down cycle in credit. You combine that with economic conditions that are a bit worrying for some folks here. That led to a downgrade of a lot of financial stocks, including Capital One and American Express. American Express cut to underweight. And of course, all eyes right now on the crypto universe. Katie Greifeld, Coinbase, down about 1% on the day.
Well, on that topic, let's get back to Bitcoin because the Chamber of Digital Commerce is calling for a congressional hearing on yesterday's breach of the SEC's X account. Now, in a letter to lawmakers, the group said, quote, this incident has caused investor harm and questions the robustness of the SEC's cybersecurity measures. It also casts a shadow over their role as an effective regulator. Joining us now is Perry-Ann Boring. She is the founder and CEO of the Chamber of Digital Commerce. And let's talk about that a little bit more. What would you want to hear should a hearing actually go and take place?
Yesterday's event was totally unprecedented, probably preventable, and it led to a lot of harm. Over the course of just a couple of minutes, there were over $90 million worth of liquidations yesterday. There was true investor harm due to this cybersecurity, social media incident, and it's absolutely critical that we get transparency and real answers. Congress's job is to oversee the SEC, and we fully expect Congress to exercise their oversight powers in this very unfortunate incident yesterday.
And so, of course, that was yesterday. Today, of course, we're expecting the actual decision there. Talk to us a little bit about what this would mean for the industry. Obviously, this is something that's more than a decade in the making. At this point, if you wanted Bitcoin access, is it safe to say you would have found it by now? How important will this Bitcoin ETF actually be?
This is an incredible and historic moment for Bitcoin for a number of reasons. For one, it took 10 years to get here. For over 10 years, Bitcoin funds have been working to bring spot Bitcoin ETFs to market, and they were blocked for over a decade. It literally took the industry taking the SEC to court. The industry won, which really paved the way and forced the SEC's hand for the approvals that we're expecting today. So just to overcome that incredible journey of the SEC being charged with being arbitrary and capricious and really bringing to light that they've discriminated against Bitcoin as an asset class is one important victory. But also what's so important about spot Bitcoin ETFs is it allows for Bitcoin to be accessible to so many more people.
Pretty much old people can buy Bitcoin now. They're going to buy it through ETFs. Fed must be ready to react to unexpected events. Fed must be ready to react. Economy is not completely back to normal. Buttigieg, I don't know how to say his name, not putting timeline on when FAA will allow Boeing 737 planes to resume. Williams, inflation has been coming down pretty quickly. iRobot, they're at 30 now. Boeing's still up 1% on the day. Buttigieg. I thought it was Buttigieg. I don't like saying his name. It makes me uncomfortable. It's hard to say. Williams, 2023 big surprise was speed of inflation retreat. Oh, Abivared. Let's see everything else. Lucid, 342. No way. Lucid didn't get involved in any of this. I thought it would. Yeah, it did have a little bit of hype. Oh, man. Lucidian. What's their market cap worth? $7.8 billion still? Yo, that's still insane. That's crazy. I think that's worth more than MPW still. Yeah, that's triple the the size of MPW. More than triple. My goodness. My goodness. That's big. Dude, $7 billion still? Almost $8 billion. Just at $8 billion probably this morning. Saudi Lifeline, but that's a crazy valuation still. But then again, I see their cars on the road. I mean, I haven't looked at Rivian. I think Rivian's probably like, what, 20 billion? 18 billion? And then Airbnb at 90. Still, though. Rivian's like a quarter the size of Airbnb. That's crazy. Look at BNED, Barnes & Nobles. They're only worth $65 million. They're getting clapped right now. The bookstores, who would have thought? Who would have thought? They survived Amazon, kind of. Why is Barnes & Nobles getting clapped? Does Barnes & Nobles own their property? Because the Department of Energy on Barnes & Nobles? I don't see anything on Barnes & Nobles. But do they, if they own their property, oh, Department of Education. I was like, the Department of Energy? What they got to do with Barnes & Nobles? White House throws support behind seizing frozen Russian assets. That's not good. Fed Williams says speed of rate cuts depends on the economy. Says rate cut prospects tied to how the economy performs. Not worried inflation will get stuck. As inflation comes down, so will interest rates. And fear of inflation getting stuck at high level not being borne out. Okay, just went green. Well, a lot of things just ramped up there in the last hour. Again, we got 20 more minutes left. We'll see how this all plays out. But still, I think John Williams' we were running before it. John Williams' comments kind of got in the way. But not too bad. Not too bad. Again, now it's just, I mean, day's almost over. We'll see what the morning takes us into. But CPI, and we will be live early. So I gotta go to bed early today too, though. But we will be having the CPI live tomorrow. We will be live 1 hour before the bell. So, okay, 1 hour. I'll probably go like 10 minutes before the release. Fed Williams rate cut outlook makes sense. Timing depends on economy. Can't say when the Fed will lower rates. Check the Fed futures out. That's his most bullish comment out of all of it. But he's avoiding the time, but still supporting the narrative. See you bright and early, baby. Amen. It's going to be big. I mean, again, it'll be big unless it comes in status quo, and then we just punt until earnings. But there will even be PPI on Friday, which I think will have a little bit of excitement. What do you think about Intel and the news? I think Intel's great, man. I just didn't want to buy it after they cut their dividend, but last year. But honestly, ever since that one, even when they were in like 36, we made a couple flips on it last year. But ever since that one presentation where like Mr. was it Gensler or what's his name, Pat Singer or whatever, Pat something, the CEO, he was like complaining that Wall Street undervalues them, and then he was talking about AI computer chips. You know, I really like them. I think they got great value comparative to all the other chip makers, but then they did do bad. Is it Gelsinger? Oh wait. Oh, it's Gary Gensler. Yeah, I was right. Gelsinger. I thought I said Gensler. CPI is before the market. So CPI comes out 8:30 a.m. Eastern time, literally 1 hour before the market opens, and we will be live here 10 minutes before that. At least it's too good. Well, just because Intel's good doesn't mean AMD is bad, you know, or vice versa. But they had a lot of value. I just don't like their shit that they did with just again that last year when they struggled. They did really, really bad. And then I didn't like the whole divvy cut, but they were able to shake it off. No. ANSS is popping. We got like $1 per share on that. We're up on that, which is nice for now. I don't know. I could sell out. I didn't like it how it played out. We could sell out now, or we could go for the extra couple of bucks there. Because, again, they said it's something as soon as this week. CPI, I think, is going to kind of be status quo. But like I said all day today, it's going to be more reactionary. We'll go over it on the watch list tonight. I'll give you guys a nice little recap. But, yeah. Where the BNED news? I don't know. I couldn't find anything. I just looked. I couldn't see anything. Your 2-year anniversary falls on Saturday. Congratulations, baby. How have you enjoyed the 2 years? Been good? Oh, you mean 2 years in the chat. I thought you meant like you got married. Well, I don't know actually right now. Bitcoin spot ETF has been approved. Hold on. Hold up. Check out. I don't see it flashing on one of them yet. Amgen on the low. Bitcoin starting to move. Bitcoin spot ETF approved. Here's the filing on the SEC. January 10th, the NASDAQ CBOE order granting accelerated approval of proposed rule changes as modified by the amendments. I think it is there. I don't think the news places have got it yet all the way. Yeah, I think that's an SEC article, but it may be I don't have time to read through all of it. It says accelerated approval. The commission that the proposals are consistent with the exchange and regulations of the act. In part, the commission finds the proposal of Section 6B5, which requires, among other things, that exchanges rules be designed to prevent fraudulent manipulative actions. Proposals to list base commodity trust and Bitcoin-based trust issued receipts has explained that one way the exchange lists ETPs can meet the obligation. It's 22 pages. Let's see. Watch Bitcoin, see how it moves. I'm not seeing it flash there. Hold on. I don't have it confirmed. I have a SEC link, but I'm going through. I don't know if there's something else to it. See ARC amendment explaining. The commission undertook to verify the ARC analysis correlation for a subset of selected spot Bitcoin markets to supplement for analysis. I think it's going to be an ETP. I don't know. Some comments assertion must approve the proposals because ETFs and ETPs hold CME Bitcoin futures, including ETFs already trading on national exchanges. Other commenters say the commission should approve because ETFs holding ultimately track the same underlying asset. The commenters, however, do not provide any empirical evidence to support these claims. The commission has considered and for reasons described above is approving the proposals on their own merits and under the standards applicable to them, namely the standards provided by Section 6B5. So I'm getting, that's the one quote, that's page 13 of that. Live Squawk just tweeted it. I haven't hit, it's not flashing across any of the wires. Again, I feel like you would get it flashing in red over here. Maybe you have to go. But then again, I feel like an algo could have combed through this already because I'm skimming through it. Yeah, I don't know. It's only on Twitter. It's not on any newswire. It's not on a Bloomberg terminal. Again, and like if you're reading through this, I haven't been following it enough. Accelerated approval finds good cause to approve the prior proposals to the 30th day after the publication of notice of amend filings. So they have do they have 30 days? Do not raise any novel regulatory issues. The approval is based on all exchanges represented in descriptions and their respective amended filings, which the Commission has carefully evaluated and discussed for reasons set forth. The Commission's correlation analysis. I don't know who got approved or not. Vanessa A. Countryman, Secretary. So again, this is what was just posted January 10th, 2024. It's on sec.gov. I don't know if that was it, though. I think it's an update on it. But until that hits the wires, I'm going to have to give it a 50-50. Yeah, be careful. It's approved. I see it on Twitter, nowhere else, but it sounded like it sounds like they're saying they could have 30 days, and they're not approving it broadly, but it would be little by, or they're saying based on a one-by-one basis. Yahoo Finance has it. So a couple places are more people are putting it out now. I think it's like half approved. Yeah, right? Nothing on SEC Twitter yet. They took it down. Oh. Page not found. So I think it might be then. I think it's an approval. Yeah, I think it's an approval basis then. Thank God I just read that. Oh, I just X'd out of it though. Fuck. No, I don't think they approved them all. It said literally like 30 days from the amended filing, and that they're not approving all of them, but that they're going one by one. Official 19B4 includes GBTC. But I think they said 30 days after every amended filing on a one by one, but I don't think it's like in general. I don't know though, man. I don't know. Oh, Control-Shift-T did not work. Oh, I'm getting it now on one of the wire. SEC approves first spot Bitcoin ETF, and then SPY's starting to give up a little bit here. Market dumping. I mean, yeah, because all the money going to Bitcoin now. But no, I think it's the same headline from Twitter. It's not showing me a source. So I think it's still kind of in the air. Sell stocks to buy Bitcoin. I think it would say which one. They had like a lot of footnotes on different ones and different amendments, but it didn't. I just tried to skim through it there. Not from Edgar. There was the website that I'm saying everything from now was a SEC website. It was sec.gov. They had something on rules, but then they literally just took it down. No, CBOE is a company. We want SEC approved. But again, it was on the SEC website. It just lasted there for a couple minutes, then it went down. Market on close, 585 to sell. We're back to VWAP. Cigna flushing here into the low as well, too. Actually, Cigna kind of getting whopped Humana. Abivi's still going up. SEC real. There's a lot going on, man. They got hacked yesterday, too. So I think that's why a little bit of caution wouldn't hurt too much. But we don't really know. Nothing's really confirmed yet. Maybe wait till the market actually closes. There's only 10 minutes. I was telling you, maybe around 10 minutes before the day ends, we'll get an update. But we'll see. Not hacked. Well, no, it just said the website. It's that form isn't on the website anymore. It says 404 page not found. It's not even like a server overload. It's just like they're saying that that link doesn't link back to it now. Yeah, I see source filing. U.S. approves 11 spot Bitcoin ETFs filing. That's all I see is, again, that's the one we saw. I read it through, but I got a different assessment there. No, I don't have the link. Danny posted it earlier. Even Troy had it earlier there, too. U.S. Securities says it's approved exchange-traded products, ETPs, that track the price of Bitcoin. That's what we read. But then again, I think if that's the case, if they're all quoting that thing, I do think there's still going to be like another 30-day process for some of them. Yeah, it didn't even hit the terminal. Everything's just going around from that one SEC document. Again, and then SEC didn't tweet anything out yet either. Bloomberg terrified to blast flashing red headline on fears of another hack or SEC fuck up. I don't even Wall Street Journal, Dow Jones. I got even a bunch of other wires here that I'm looking at. McCarthy Tribune, nope, nothing. What was the other one? Street Account, nothing. I'm not seeing it anywhere. The only place is Twitter and the SEC website. I got one wire, but its source just says filing. It's not even telling me where it's coming from. Approved before 30th day after the date of publication of notice. Amended file. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's so. If they just put in their amendments yesterday, I think they have 30 days to approve each one on a one-by-one basis. But I'm not too sure. All of this, again, just another sketchy day in crypto land. With the source filing, yeah, I don't know, man. Fortune article, long-awaited approval. So a couple people are saying it now. How much? Oh, shit, man. Look at the time. Look at the time. Yeah, I didn't even see that. So we're going back up a little bit. But Chattadonia, I mean, we're getting close to the end here. Not like in an apocalyptic way, but like just the end of the day. So don't worry. You could keep it cool. But yeah, no Bitcoin play for now. JP earnings, again, you have time. They're on Friday. So you have one more day. We'll go over that. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you guys are ready. Okay? I hope you guys are ready. I hope you've had a great day. It's already ending with a little bit of craziness, but here's the deal. The new guy is going to come on here, and it's going to be very loud. So you guys have been amazing, and I want you to enjoy the rest of your day. I don't want you to have any negative side effects because it gets so loud in here. We have had people report very negative side effects. If you want to avoid the apocalypse for your ears, when I say earmuffs, you want to mute your speakers so you could have a wonderful day. I don't want you to have auditory issues, auditory hemorrhaging, bleeding. Maybe you could even get a hernia off of this. Who knows? I've had reports of alleged eardrums bleeding. We've had people who've claimed they've gotten herpes from it and a lot of other diseases and things transmitted. So when I say earmuffs, that is your signal to mute your speakers so you can protect yourself, okay? No one's going to protect you. He can't save you. Only you could protect yourself. So make sure that you wear your mask. And when I say earmuffs, you want to put your earmuffs on to make sure that you are good, okay? So that's just my warning for you. Otherwise, thank you guys again. and I hope you enjoy, but please be safe. Earmuffs means you go lower, okay? You go lower. You ready? Earmuffs. Earmuffs, ladies and gentlemen. Earmuffs. It's time. It's going to get loud. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. So we make our final approach. You guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. As we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description is your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So you make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 59 degrees and partly cloudy. Looking like a decent day unless you want a clear answer on what the hell is happening with the Bitcoin ETF, because you're not going to get that. Maybe it's a hack, maybe it's not. You just got to wait, man. Welcome to Bitcoinlandia. But the good news is we're no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required until the election. But all we do ask is that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys in business. If you're interested in the Cult Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Cult, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to bring it home. You don't have much time left. We don't know anything about what's happening with Bitcoin. It's starting to move up a little bit. I think everybody's still a little confused by what's going on. We gonna figure it out. Maybe they just trying to get everybody off guard, man. Maybe they trying to get everybody off guard. Who knows? But you only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to bring it home. Wrap it up. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. You want to play Bitcoin options. You want to play options, shares, futures. You have CPI in the morning. You got to finalize or play your idea. If it's options, you'll have a little bit of wiggle room with shares and the futures tomorrow morning, 1 hour before the bell, the first CPI of the year. And now we got a lot of other drama that we got to deal with. But, Chad, you have less than 10 seconds. Finalize it all. Bring it home. Make sure you know what you're doing. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna. Let's go, baby. Oh, Chatadonia. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not. I need a good game in the chat right now. It's sportsmanship, baby. Let's go. Good game, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that brought something to the table contributed. Plays, news, infos, personalities, good vibes, good jokes, good info. God bless you all. And listen, without a GG, nothing matters. Without a GG, that badge don't mean anything. I'm telling you, without a GG, your hatred means nothing. Without a GG, you know, the honorary, I need it. You will get banned if I don't see the GG. If I pull the chat facts and don't see a GG, you banned. That's all I'm saying. You gotta show love and respect for everybody. Let's go, baby. Amen. I see you too, Twitch. Way to hold it down. All the members, non-members, stream alerts, you donated to the chat today. You held it down. You said thank you. You said a positive comment. I appreciate you. Good game, baby. Even if you didn't, try again tomorrow. Let's go. GG, baby. Good game, bro. Good game. That's how you play. That's how you play, baby. I'll see you tomorrow. Good game. Yeah, CPI. We'll be here early. Good game, dog. Good game. Good game, man. Good game. GG. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk. Yeah, you guys wanted this. You didn't have this today. You said you didn't hear Joe today. I love y'all, Chad. Thank you for being here. That's it, man. We did it. We did it. We made it, man. God bless all of you. Thanks for holding it down. Thank you for all the days, baby. 2024. Let's go. God willing.
I do not answer no questions. You could leave that to Shaki. Camilla riding with me. She'll lock you up for some weed. Say bad things about the vaccine. I'ma make sure you don't speak. Got a laptop you won't see. Hunter, I love him, but that shit was weird with his feet. I love my congressman trade. Shout out to Nancy, she paid. Double your gas in a day. Them must say Putin's to blame. Real politics in your face. 500 bill on the way. 500 mil to Ukraine. Every day. Javelins keeping them safe. Fuck it, just send them some planes. Tell them keep growing them grains. All of my bros in 8-0. None of their borders is closed. All of us got climate goals. All of us straight together. Strategically releasing the ore. They said that Putin won't fold. They ain't my cabinet no more. Fuck the squad, fuck the foe. Had a 9, fuck a roll. Now we going practical. Hunter, my dog, that's for sure. We ain't gon' fall about shit, especially not 10%. We ain't gon' fall about hoes. Me and Nance get the votes. Lobby that shit on the low. I got Congress in control. I got your student loan froze. I got your mortgages froze. I got Keystone on froze. But mention and cinema froze. I'm getting faded, I'm eating this ice cream. I don't like voters who ID. Questions from press, that's unlikely. Bring up Trump if they don't like me. They give me the Eddie, I wake up. Passion bills, that's a layup. I'm the big man, I got say so. They lock you down if I say so. Booster on booster on booster. Mandate on mandate on mandate. I just gave Evie a test rate. Fuck you, Elon, I won't even say your name. Came in the office already ballin'. Silent just change my name to Stalin. Right off the screen and I'm gone with the wind. Do nothing but something till they pass a bill. Pull up in a brand new Benz truck. How about fresher than a bread truck? How I got it, how to just, yeah. How I gotta make it one car. Station on your block, took off. Mixing up my words, I'm live. So I think they mad. My fault, talking about inflation. I caused dumping our oil, turned me to a savage. $1 saved on a gallon. Fuck OPEC and King Salmon. And fresh, I'm tired.
Happy birthday to me, baby. Mr. Nambrana. Happy birthday. Another year for the long term. And for the Chad, too, baby. God bless you. You in the game, baby. Yeah, Biden went in on that, man. But, Chad, that is the day. I have to get going here, but thank you for your time today. For real, man. If y'all held it down, I didn't have to ban you. I didn't have to time you out. You brought something to the table, brought good questions, good discussion. Y'all been thinking good questions and just keeping the long term in your heart, baby. That's what I'm talking about. But for real, it's an honor, man. Don't forget, it's a new year, bro. This is only our second Wednesday. It's good to be back. You think I forgot that I left y'all alone for like a week, man? I missed y'all, man. So it's great to be back, man. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. I'm leaving today with a voice, too. I was kind of like, I was talking very quiet today. No, I didn't talk like that. They were like, Josh, are you sad? Are you sad, Josh? I'm the greatest ever. I wasn't sad. I was the greatest ever. I'm just saving my voice. I got to have the endurance to make it to the very end. We got to make it to the very end of the day, the trading year. It's going to be there. What happened with the Bitcoin Spidey TF? But yeah, so that's word to Mike Tyson. But I love you all. And for real, thank you for holding it down. I really hope you had some fun. I hope you got some news and plays. I hope you're ready for tomorrow. We going to be bright and early, baby. So God bless you all. Big shout out to the members. Go check out the links, man. I'm going to have a little CPI breakdown for you on the watch list. So that's the second link, man. Don't forget about it. You could go. We got it. I gave a tutorial yesterday. I don't know if y'all like tutorial. Y'all don't like tutorial. You like tutorial. We give a breakdown. We got calculators. We go on option chain. Where the zoom in on the option chain, Josh. Zoom in on how you zoom in on the option chain. There's the option chain. There it is. There it is. So I'll see you there. We'll see you there, man. But God bless you. I'm going to come up with that. You want stream alerts? You want free alerts? I don't know what you want. Real estate. First link for all those alerts, types, beats, and anything else. But you do have real estate here in a little bit. So listen, man, you got any real estate questions? If you don't go today, I'm going to proudly and respectfully tell you to F off if you ask me anything about real estate tomorrow, because you have that opportunity here in about 45 minutes or 55 minutes for the real estate. So again, you can click on the link. I think it'll go there. I think it'll go. We'll go to Don't Buy Real Estate. I think you'll see it pop up. Go to live. You'll be able to find it. But Chattadonia, I love you all. God bless you. Check out all the other links. Follow me on Instagram. Fill out the prayer request wall. I'm praying for all of you. I'm giving special prayers out too, man. Y'all let me know if you need it, man. Y'all pray for me too, but God bless you, baby. But Chattadonia, that is the day. I got to get going quickly again here today. Again, the schedule. We messing with the schedule. Can I tell you something? Can I tell you? See, I didn't poop today. I did not poop in the morning. I didn't have to poop in the morning. It was really weird. Maybe that's why you thought I sounded sad. Maybe. I think I was watching out for my voice, but I didn't poop in the morning. So I got a lot of things to do. I got a couple of work things that we got to do as well. I know, man. It's wild. I know. It's wild, bro. Some of y'all, I know, man. So I'll see you guys in a little bit. Check out all the links. Fill it all out. Go read the books. Richest Man in Babylon. Proverbs New Living Translation. And The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we are here. Why we keep going. Why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style. Why you gotta be hungry. Why you always gotta have a need and you gonna get the revelation, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So Chattadonia, man, that's it. We out here. I gotta go. Let me see. I'll give you a little one. I like this one. It ain't out yet, but don't tell Uncle. You know what I'm saying? Don't tell Uncle. I got you, man. I got you. Is it gonna play? I don't think it's gonna play. Oh, it's gonna play.
The whole idea of spiritual warfare is not what you think. Watch something like The Exorcist. Spiritual warfare is much more subtle, and it's much more tricky.
It's a call, baby. Yeah. It's a letter to the people. I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil. It matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons. It matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather. When weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing, then it's needed. Then my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yup, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest's on the way. You gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade. Either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain. Every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run. They want it all today. My father is really awesome. Don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it. So either way, giving thanks. Yep. You could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught with that.
That's it, man. That's it. I gotta save a little for you. Gotta save a little bit for you, man. Gotta save a little bit. But Chad, I love you. God bless you. Have a wonderful evening, and I will see you tonight and in the morning, baby. Peace out. Yeah, what? You didn't see me. Hey, yeah, you didn't get to hear from me today. I'm fine. Hey, what about? Hey, exactly, Joshua. Exactly. Now, why did Hunter show up if he didn't talk? I want to know more about the Porsche. Okay, is it ironic? Let me ask you a question. Have you ever seen a crackhead drive a Porsche? Yes, it's a yes or no question. Now, why would you take a picture in a brand new? I don't understand it. Who was in the back seat? Did the Porsche fly? I'm sure he thought it was a hydrogen flying Porsche or something. Exactly. I yield back my time. I reclaim my time. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye. Goodbye.